the speed and clarity of their comments, and then if they come and speak and approach the microphone before us to introduce themselves. So colleagues, you can see from the printed agenda that we have a significant number of items to address today, nothing new for Super Cow. I'd like to explain how I'll be processing the agenda and see if there's any questions about that process and the timeline we'll be following for this meeting. First, we're gonna take up and dispose of the consent agenda. I will note that if a consent item is pulled for discussion, the item will be addressed at the end of the meeting today. And after we dispose of the consent agenda, I'll take up the 2 public hearings and then the quasi-judicial hearing that we have noted on the agenda. And then as we move to the discussion items, I hope we can complete a set of items before lunch, and then I will call us for a 1-hour break before we return to handle the rest of the remaining discussion items and any items pulled from consent. I know some colleagues have scheduling conflicts for tomorrow, so I'll make an effort to ensure that today's meeting finishes today rather than continuing into Wednesday. That's like the absolute goal for me, as it was necessary for our last Super Cow, and I don't think we want to break any more records for long meetings. I'll just let you know the order of discussion that I'm gonna plan on taking. It's not the same order that you see in your packet, so I just wanted to clarify that for you and the clerks. The first item we're gonna take in discussion is the fire chief grading position, and then we will take the item regarding fire equipment. Then we will take up the item regarding the 2026 assessment. Then we will take up the 3 items related to rental assistance, the first being a presentation of the rental assistance joint powers agreement with Hennepin County. Then we have an item brought forward, a proposal brought forward by Councilmember Whiting for rental assistance, and then we have a proposal after that brought forward by Councilmember Wansley and several other council members. And then we have an item regarding bids for the Southside Community Safety Center. Then the hope is we break for lunch, and then we'll go to the Small Business Resiliency Fund, and then the Training Safety Center policy and research team presentation, and then the item on the training and safety, the Training and Wellness Center, item related to land acquisition, and the budget item attached to that as well. We'll also be mindful if the second half of the meeting goes long to take a couple bio breaks for members as needed. Are there any questions about the order for this meeting before adopting the agenda? Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Could you please list those item numbers in the order in which you...
For the discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
I do not have the item numbers able to be listed for you right now, but I will make sure that the clerks send those numbers around to everyone so they know the order in which the discussion will go. Just things have been moving around pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you.
And clerks, if I could get an assist on that to send the order of the agenda to the council members. Great. I am not seeing any other questions. I'll recognize that Councilmember Wansley and Vice Chair Chugtai have joined the meeting. And then with that, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion carries. Okay, colleagues, now we will take up the consent agenda. For those in the audience, I'll note that we'll be taking the comments during the public hearing and quasi-judicial hearing items. If you wish to address the committee during any of these hearings and you haven't already done so, we invite you to register with the clerks at the registration table located in the corridor outside of this chamber. You can also provide any written comments to the clerks as well, or any other materials at the registration table. Please take a few minutes now to register if you haven't already done so. And then I will now summarize our consent agenda, which includes items number 4 through 65 on the agenda. Item number 4 authorizes a collective bargaining agreement. Item number 5 creates a stillbirth leave policy. Item number 6 approves appointments to the local Board of Appeal and Equalization. Items 7 through 11 are approving contracts, contract amendments, and master contracts. Item 12 is accepting reimbursement dollars from Urban Scholars partner organizations and authorizing a contract with partner agencies. Item 13 is a legal settlement, and item 14 is receiving and filing the 2025 Quarter 4 staff purchase letters and joint purchase report. Items 15 and 16 are liquor and gambling licenses. Items 17 and 18 approve appointments to the Heritage Preservation Commission and the Public Housing Authority. Item 19 revises the process for public art projects. Item 20 is a bond issuance refunding consent. Item 21 approves the submittal of a grant application. Items 22 to 24 are setting public hearings for various matters. Items 25 through 29 authorize various agreements. Items 30 to 32 are gift acceptances. Items 33 to 35 are related to various grants. Item 36 is a staff direction related to tenants' right to organize. Item 37 is a staff directive requesting information and data related to overtime costs in the police department during Operation Metro Surge. Item 38 sets a public hearing for the drug paraphernalia decriminalization ordinance. Items 39 and 40 are ordinances being referred to staff for further work after being introduced at the last council meeting. Item 41 is amending the 2026 capital improvement appropriation resolution to reallocate funds. Item 42 authorizes an agreement with Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority. Item number 43 is authorizing easements related to Hennepin Avenue improvements. Item number 44 is license agreements for the shared bike and scooter program. Item 45 is a memorandum of understanding regarding the EV spot network. Item 46 is related to a street reconstruction project. Items 47 through 51 are accepting various bids. Items 52 through 55 authorize various contract amendments and a master contract. Items 56 through 58 are grant and gift acceptances. Items 59 through 61 are resolutions expressing positions on a variety of topics and calling on partners named to take action. Item 62 is a contract with Storm Training Group. Items 63 to 65 are setting a public hearing for the mayor's nomination of the Commissioner of Community Safety, the City Operations Officer, and the City Attorney. This completes my summary of the consent agenda. I will pull items 59 through 61 for discussion and then put that at the end of our agenda. Before we move to approve the agenda as summarized and with those items that I've also pulled, are there council members that would like to pull items for comment or discussion? Council President Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull number 37.
Great. And we will put number 37 at the end of the agenda. Great. And then Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I had sent the clerk's office this note yesterday, so I apologize if there's a little confusion, but I'd like to pull item 44 and item 46.
Great. Item 44 and item 46, and then we'll put this at the end of the agenda for discussion. Are there any other members that would like to pull items from the consent agenda? Okay, so then just to reiterate, it's item 37, it was 44, 46, and then 37, and then 59 through 61. Okay. With that, may I please have a motion to adopt the consent agenda except for those items?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The consent agenda passes. I'll have the clerk, oh, never mind, we're not calling the roll. Next, we will take up our public hearings reflected in items number 1 and 2 on the agenda. Anybody who signed up for these items will be given 2 minutes each to testify. If you have any questions, please see the clerks outside this chamber at the registration table. For everyone in attendance, and especially those who may participate in our hearings or comment period, let me offer this notice. These hearings are being recorded and broadcast. Both the recording and the broadcast are classified as public data under the Minnesota Government Data Practices Act. By attending and participating in these proceedings, your image and your testimony or any information you provide will also be subject to disclosure under that law. That includes, but is not limited to, your attendance, your name, and other personal details you provide, as well as any testimony or comments you provide, which includes any written submissions you make, which are included in the record for this meeting. So with that, the first hearing is for an entertainment upgrade from no live entertainment to limited entertainment for ROG Progressive Indian Restaurant at 3812 50th Street West. Welcome, Business Licensing Manager Amy Lingo. You may give us your briefing.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury and committee members. My name is Amy Lingo. I'm the Manager for Licenses and Consumer Services within CPED. I'm presenting an application from ROG Progressive Indian Restaurant, owned by Seven Hills Restaurants, LLC, located at 3812 West 50th Street in Ward 13. The business is applying to upgrade its entertainment level from no live entertainment to limited entertainment. This applicant has held 10 temporary expansion of entertainment events in 2025 without issues. Thank you. This upgrade of entertainment will make sure that they do not need to continually pull temporary permits in order to have their events. The business plans to offer cultural nights such as Diwali and Holi, Festival of Colors, kid and family-friendly lunches, and princess-themed events. On March 3rd, 2025, 175 public hearing notices were sent to residents and property owners within 600 feet of the premises. Notices were also sent to the Fulton Neighborhood Association, the Southwest Business Association, and Councilmember Lene Palmisano. We have received 3 responses from the community. 2 respondents were in high favor of the limited entertainment. 1 response addressed concerns about the level of entertainment provided. That neighbor was concerned that the music might be a distraction while dining. There have been no 311 or police calls for a service as a direct result of the business operations. The Licenses and Consumer Services Division recommends approval for an upgrade from limited or to limited from no entertainment. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I will stand for any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I'll now open the public hearing. We only have one person signed up, and we'll welcome them. Sohail Gura. Please come up. Yes, right over there. Please introduce yourself. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sohail Gura. I'm the owner of the restaurant RAG on 50th and France, which is at 38112 West 50th Street, right at the intersection of Minneapolis and Edina. So I'm super excited for this expansion. We did some live entertainment for family-friendly, kids-friendly events last year, very well received, and that's another thing I think the community and the public needs in that location. So we are excited to be here today.
Thank you so much. All right, is there anybody else that would like to address this committee? Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I will now close this hearing. Are there any questions or discussions from council members or motion? Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We really value having ROG Indian cuisine in our community. Sohail has been through a lot of trials and tribulations with his very small space over the past couple of years. I've had an opportunity to bring a couple of my colleagues there. Councilmember Chugtai and I spent quite some time there late last year. But regardless, this application is certainly well received. We do enjoy in what is the Fulton neighborhood all of the energy and positive celebrations and the atmosphere that Sohail provides for his customers, we are eager to see this move forward. So I will recommend this for approval.
All right, and I will second that motion. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. That motion passes. Congratulations. Our next public hearing today is related to special assessments for 42nd Street Alley's reconstruction project. I'll invite the project engineer, Ryan Gottslavin, to give us the staff briefing on this item. Welcome. Do you need a second for it to come up?
I think we're good.
You're good?
Yep.
All right, welcome.
Good morning, committee chair and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Ryan Gottslavin. I'm a professional engineer in public works, here to present to you on the public hearing for the 42nd Street Alley's reconstruction project and recommend passage of the resolution ordering the work to proceed and adopting special assessments in the amount of $159,505.36 for the alley reconstruction project, and passage of the resolution requesting the Board of Estimate and Taxation authorize the city's issuance and sale of assessment bonds in the amount of $159,505.36 for this project. There are 2 alleys being reconstructed as part of this project. One alley is located between 12th Avenue South, 13th Avenue South, 42nd Street East, and 41st Street East, and was constructed in 1951. The other alley is located between 13th Avenue South, 14th Avenue South, 42nd Street East, and 41st Street East, and was constructed in 1954. Public Works hosted a virtual meeting on March 17th, 2026. There were 47 invitations mailed, and 1 attendee came to this meeting. On February 5th, 2026, the City Council designated the improvements proposed to the alley reconstruction project. Proposed alley reconstruction special assessments were determined by applying the 2026 uniform assessment rates to the land area of benefited parcels located within the influence zone along the improved alleys. Information has been provided to the affected property owners in the notices mailed to them as to how persons may prepay the special assessments in full without interest if they so choose. City Council has passed resolutions whereby a deferment of special assessments may be obtained by showing hardship for any homesteaded property owned by a person 65 years of age or older, retired by virtue of permanent and total disability, or military personnel ordered into active military service. This completes my presentation, and I'm available to respond to any questions the committee may have.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Mr. Gottslavin. I will now open this public hearing and ask if there is anyone wishing to speak in regards to this item and address the committee.
Madam Chair, I am not aware of anyone signed up to speak for number 2.
Excellent,
Oh,
and we're
I'm sorry.
not seeing
I see.
anyone. Yes, would you like to speak to the 42nd Street Alley?
Yes, ma'am. I did not sign up. I did not know if I was going to be speaking or not.
Okay, well, why don't you introduce yourself, and then afterwards we'll have you sign in with the clerks.
Perfect. Thank you very much. My name is David Guncher. I am a resident of that proposed area. It happens to abut my property on the alley, there were notices sent out that there will be a rebate to, I'm assuming, the damage done to our property. I have spoken with my neighbors, and the assessment is pretty much the same, roughly over $3,000 per property. I have a concern because my property has a retaining wall right on the alley line. I'm familiar enough with construction to know that there's always cost overruns, and my property is very much different than any of my neighbors' property. So I'm concerned about either rebuilding the retaining wall, or I'm concerned about the cost overruns and what happens to me and my property. I've been there 30 years. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, and then There's a table outside of here where you could sign in as well after we hear from staff, or right over there, actually. Wonderful. Is there anyone else that's wishing to address this committee? Seeing no one else, I will close this hearing. Are there any questions or discussion from committee members? I'm not seeing, but I will ask. Oh, I see a number of them. Okay. Councilmember Warren.
So thank you, Chair Chowdhury. To address the concern of the resident at that 42nd Street alleyway project, is there going to be remedies, and is his situation going to be indemnified by the work that is done, that he'll remain whole after the construction of the alleyway?
And we'll invite staff up to take that question. Thank you, Councilmember Warren.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Warren. My name is Tracy Lindgren. I'm a principal professional engineer in Public Works. And after this meeting, we will discuss with the resident about his particular concerns so we can address them.
Okay. I mean, I think that's more than fair, just to ensure that everybody remains whole in the situation. And if he's got some special shoop-de-doop happening with his property and in the back of his alleyway, he should be indemnified in that. And we should take those things into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate you asking the question. That's what I was going to jump into queue as well. I'll just share with the staff. I think that question about retaining wall and getting that addressed with the gentleman that came in today would be greatly appreciated. And thank you for coming down to City Hall today. Thank you. Yes. Seeing no one else in discussion, may I please have a motion?
So moved.
I'll move approval.
Second. Okay. Great. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. That motion carries. Okay, now we'll take up one of our favorites, quasi-judicial hearing shown on the agenda. This quasi-judicial hearing is an appeal regarding the decision of the Heritage Preservation Commission to deny a demolition of historic resource application for the property located at 1700 50th Street West. Welcome, Mr. Rob Skalecki, Senior City Planner. Please go ahead and provide a brief presentation on this matter.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury, and good morning, council members. My name is Rob Skalecki. I'm a senior city planner in the historic preservation team in CPED Planning, and today I'm presenting an appeal of the Heritage Preservation Commission's February 10th decision to deny the demolition of historic resource application for the property located at 1700 50th Street West, known as the Mount Olivet Evangelical Lutheran Church. The appellant is the applicant and also the owner of the property. The subject property includes a Kasota stone-clad church that was built in the Gothic Revival style, rooted in the English tradition. The building is 2.5 stories and has a cross-shaped plan with a gable roof and wings. The building includes a roof that appears to include its original slate roofing. Stonework is rectangular cut, and the church includes a square 3-story tower at the north of the east elevation. The property has lancet windows and Gothic and segmental arch windows throughout. Parapets have stepped gable projections and masonry buttresses and stone cornice courses, and these are some character-defining features of the building. These are all hallmarks of the Gothic Revival style. The property was designed by Minneapolis architects Bard and Vanderbilt, and the building was completed by contractor J.M. Carlson in 1939. The first service was held in the building on September 10th, 1939, and the building was dedicated on October 1st of 1939. In 1923, CPED staff determined the property was a historic resource through a historic review letter. That letter concluded that the subject property appeared eligible for landmark consideration based on local criteria outlined in Minneapolis Code of Ordinances, Chapter 599-210. The property appeared eligible under Local Criterion 4 for architecture as an important and significant example of a Gothic Revival church in Minneapolis. That letter also recorded the property appeared eligible under Criterion 6 as the work of master architects Bard and Vanderbilt, since the property appears to be one of the best remaining examples of the firm's church designs in the city. And the city has not yet designated a church designed by the architects as a landmark. In December 2025, the property owner submitted a demolition of historic resource application requesting to demolish the church. They're proposing to build a new community-focused building on the site with a possibility for a brewery, coffee shop, and meeting spaces. In order to approve a demolition of historic resource application, the Heritage Preservation Commission must make one of the following findings. 1, the destruction is necessary to correct an unsafe or dangerous condition at the property. Or 2, that there are no reasonable alternatives to the destruction. In determining whether reasonable alternatives exist, the Commission shall consider, but not be limited to, A, the significance of the property, B, the integrity of the property, and C, the economic value or usefulness of the existing structure, including its current use, cost of renovation, and feasible alternative uses. In their application materials, the applicant argued that further study suggested the property does not contain significance worthy of landmark consideration as originally noted in the historic review letter. The applicant retained local historical consultant Landscape Research LLC to draft an eligibility study to examine the building further. That study suggested that the property is not eligible for local designation due to lack of historic significance. The applicant also argued that retaining the church, rehabilitating the church, and placing it into a new use was not economically feasible, especially given repairs that are believed to be needed. The applicant provided estimates for rehabilitation work, prepared with support from ESG architects and Crouse Anderson contractors. The property owner has noted that reuse was originally considered, but that the cost of rehabilitation and reuse was too prohibitive and would not achieve the goals desired by the church for a new space. Their application was heard at the February 10th, 2026 Heritage Preservation Commission meeting. The HPC concurred with staff recommendations and findings, noting that 1, the subject property has significance under Local Criterion 4 and 6 as stated in Chapter 599-210 and retains historic integrity to convey its significance. Therefore, the property is eligible for designation as an individual landmark. 2, the subject property was recommended as individually eligible for local landmark designation or listing in the National Register of Historic Places in 2005. 3, unsafe and dangerous structural conditions have not been proven to exist at the property. And 4, there are reasonable alternatives to the demolition considering the significance, integrity, and economic value or usefulness of the existing building. The Heritage Preservation Commission voted unanimously to deny the demolition of historic resource application, establish interim protection, and direct the planning director to prepare or cause to be prepared a designation study for the property. The appellant is appealing that decision. The last thing we'll note is that staff have received over 45 comments in support of the church's proposed new project from community members, and those were forwarded for council members' considerations today. I'm available for any questions as staff, but I do understand that the property owners are here to speak as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I will just share with the committee. Well, actually, before that, I'll open the hearing on this application, and then I'll also recognize that Council Vice President Osmond has joined us for this meeting. If the appellant is here, which they are, to address the committee, we'll allocate 5 minutes for their comments. After that, anybody else signed up will have 2 minutes to address the committee. So with that, I will welcome the appellant for any comments. Welcome, Pastor Lowe's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Council, for hearing our appeal. I'm going to try to summarize the heart of this appeal with 3 words, or really 3-word distinctions. The first is the distinction between something that's historical and something that's historic. Anything that happens in the past is historical. Any speech or even sermon given is historical, but not all continue to have ongoing significance. Lincoln's second inaugural is historic. The address I make to you today, although I think it's important, will probably not be considered historic. The 1700 building we would maintain is in fact historical, but it is not historic. While Bard and Vanderbart were prolific architects, they were not considered then or now particularly significant in terms of architectural history or impact. The 1700 chapel is neither the first nor best example of the neo-Gothic style, a style that became quite popular in the 30s and 40s. There are a number of better examples from the architects Bard and Vanderbilt. I do have pictures, but did not plug them in, and many, many more such church designs across the landscape of the city. It's not Bard and Vanderbilt only or even preferred architectural style. Bard designed the building for his home church in a Spanish Revival style. The one church of their design that is considered historically more significant was St. Austin's Church, a modern influence design that bears almost no resemblance to the 1700 chapel or that neo-Gothic design that was so popular at the time. The second distinction I want to make is between feasible and possible. The criteria, as I read it, states that you need to demonstrate no feasible alternative to demolition exists. Our initial desire was, in fact, to use and adapt the existing building. I cannot overstate that, but based on the facilities condition assessment conducted by Krauss Anderson, we discovered that it would take $8 million simply to address issues of deferred maintenance, including mold and asbestos abatement, replacing HVAC and roofing, electrical, and more. Making it ADA code compliant would take another $3.4 million to create room for bathrooms on the first floor, an elevator, and accessible entrances and exits. Having invested all that, it would still not be fit for use as a community gathering space. There's only one small room in that building, apart from the sanctuary, that is above ground. We do not know how much more it would take to make it adequate for our intended use. So that distinction, is it possible to restore the 1700 chapel? Yes, to whomever wants to invest $11.4 million in an 87-year-old building that is built on the top of a pile foundation of wood timbers sunk into one of the wettest areas of the city. And after you do that, you know that it will still bleed heat in the winter and air in the summer. Is it possible? Yes. Is it feasible in the sense of it being practical and responsible? No. Not for us, and I honestly believe not for anyone that would want to take on that level of cost. Because the cost of restoration and code compliance was so exorbitant, we did not conduct a structural analysis prior to our meeting with the HPC. Since then, we have taken the first step and conducted a moisture inspection. Of the 6 inspected walls tested, 3 were within acceptable, though not ideal levels. That's between 5 and 15% moisture. The other 3 walls were not acceptable, with one at 16.6% moisture. Anything over 15% is considered high risk, and 2 walls that came in at 39.8% and 40% moisture, which is considered excessively high risk for mold and raised significant questions about the structural integrity of those portions of the structure, all of which could add considerably to the cost or make impossible full restoration. The third distinction I want to make is maybe the most important, and that is between the words parish and congregation. Those words are used almost synonymously today, but parish was originally not an organizational term, but rather a geographical designation. Think about County Cork in Ireland, which is made up of 200 different territorial parishes. In the same way, we think about the community that we're placed in as our parish. Whether people are members of our congregation or not, we have an obligation and interest in caring for them and supporting them. And Mount Olivet has a long history of caring for its parish. Mount Olivet Home and Careview Home is consistently rated among the 3% of the top elder care facilities in the state and nation. Mount Olivet Rolling Acres is one of the most trusted partners in the 7-county metro area caring for people with disabilities. Mount Olivet Counseling Center has been around for 35 years, has a sliding scale open to the whole community. And more recently, this is our goal for this building, to make a community space that people want to gather in. When we think about the pandemic of isolation, about the rise of loneliness, the polarization, we want to create a space where people can come together to socialize, to gather, to volunteer, and more. I think I should stop.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pastor. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
With that, I will ask if there is anyone else that would like to address this committee on this item. You'll have 2 minutes to give public testimony if there's anyone else wishing to speak. Seeing none, I will close this hearing and I will recognize Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Pastor Lowe's, for being here today. We understand you had to reschedule something major to be here, and we really appreciate your dedication to this proposal. Colleagues, I will admit that it took me a little while to get here. For the past couple of years, I've been bringing slide decks of Mr. Skalecki's ideas for housing reuse to Mount Olivet and having these conversations. But I really do support the thought behind this idea, Pastor Lowe's, and your desire to offer the community, not just Mount Olivet, but the whole Minneapolis community in your parish area, a place to intentionally gather and to connect with one another. I initially wanted further consideration for creative uses like housing, but I do understand that the limits of this property really limit what can reasonably be considered. This is a relatively small space as compared to other churches. There's no ADA access, no accessible bathrooms, and the only bathrooms are in the basement. The cost of reuse would be nearly double the cost of rebuilding this space. To make the building functional and ADA compliant would be $11.4 million, and that's before any cost for renovation or reuse. To build a new, environmentally forward and sustainable structure would be $6 to $7 million. I seem to recall you've attempted to use this site over the years for several different purposes, none of which really worked out. A youth space, a wedding chapel, and possibly as a counseling center. This is something that the 13th Ward really needs. Other than our park buildings, which are small, have no air conditioning or any amenities. We just don't have any community space, and I really appreciate that Mount Olivet recognizes that. For example, the neighborhood association has and already uses your main building for every neighborhood meeting because you welcome everyone in. For a number of our city-focused meetings, whether it's a public works meeting or a town hall, you welcome everyone. I admire Mount Olivet's commitment to environmental building practices and also reuse of some of these materials. In terms of the current status of the application, staff found that only 2 of the 7 designation criteria were met so far. The designation study that was commissioned by the applicant and completed by Landscape Research 2 years ago found that the property is not historic and does not support the findings on staff on even those 2 criteria. It is neither the first or even a good example of the Gothic Revival style church, and the architects are better known actually for a different style, not Gothic Revival. So this study is in the application packet in our LIMS file. I would like to move to forward this appeal and application to the council without recommendation and direct staff to find facts in support of the application with intention to grant this appeal on Thursday. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Palmisano, for your motion. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. That motion carries and will be forwarded without recommendation to the full council meeting. All right, colleagues, we are at the discussion portion. We will begin with item number 66, which is for an appointed position with the fire department, fire chief. I'll welcome Brenda Miller from Human Resources for a presentation on this position. Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Thank
They have two items back to back.
I'm Brenda Miller, the classification supervisor for the city of Minneapolis. I'm here today to present the reclassification of the appointed position fire chief. The fire chief leads the department and is responsible for directing Minneapolis fire and mental health response. The chief has been evaluated at 790 points, grade 17. The 2026 salary schedule ranges from $195,000 to $231,000, and the salary schedule reflects the findings of a custom market study for the fire chief job, which found that the current fire chief salary is approximately 13% behind market. The 2026 cost is in the budget, and changes would be effective March 26th of 2026. We believe this position meets the criteria of Section 201010 of the Minneapolis Code of Ordinances. It reports to the Community Safety Commissioner. It's a member of the Community Safety's team's executive management team. It leads the development and implementation of city policy goals and strategic planning for the fire department. It requires leadership, vision, team building, and strategy implementation. And it establishes policy goals and strategies that are consistent with the goals and priorities established by the mayor, city council, and community safety commissioner. We're asking that you find the fire chief meets the appointed criteria as defined in section 201010 of the Minneapolis Code of Ordinances and forward it on to council for final approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller. I have one member in queue. Council Member Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at the report attached to the LIMS file on this item, and that one of the reasons that the fire department or the Office of Community Safety pursued this change. Yeah, it looks like the Office of Community Safety. I misspoke. Pursued this change was because there have been significant changes in the job description due to the government restructure, and that this job has not been reviewed since 2022, cites the behavioral crisis response program, and then continues to speak about that the expansion of that program and that it will be brought in-house. But like, we have a contract with an external vendor right now, so I'm confused as to what is changing that's being communicated to us in a classification report and not like in any formal setting. And that seems like incredibly odd to me. And then I am wondering if you can speak, and so if you can speak to that, or perhaps I see representatives from the Office of Community Safety here. And then my second question is, I would like to know how the difference in the compensation as it exists today versus what is proposed here is going to be absorbed. As you know, the fire department always runs over their appropriated budget due to overtime demands, and so. Yeah, how are they going to pay for this?
I'll have to defer to my friends at the Office of Community Safety.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai. May I can parse out your question?
Could you introduce yourself?
Sorry. Jared Jeffries, Deputy Commissioner of Community Safety for the City of Minneapolis. Councilmember Chugtai, I can parse out your question. So your first point about the BCR reference, I think that was in the JAQ or the job description itself. I think that reference was supposed to be it being formally finding a home within a city department, not actually being brought in-house. Sorry, I know that's what's on there, I think, but I'm telling you, I think that's supposed to be, because the city is moving towards continuing a contractual service, so there is no change to what the status quo is there.
That's so helpful, Deputy Commissioner. What I struggle with then is if the basis of this reevaluation is an expansion of role that includes bringing a program in-house, and that is the basis for this increase in salary, then that tells me that, like, if you are right now pursuing the continuation of the contract for the behavioral crisis response team, this is an inappropriate time to do an increase to salary because it is not warranted. Your justification is a thing that is not happening. Does that make sense?
It does, Councilmember, and I think the rationale is still that the city has placed the behavioral crisis program in the fire department, and that is significant oversight of a critical program for the city. So no matter whether it is a contract or whether you're talking about staff, that is an additional responsibility that justifies that. I mean, that is one of the city's keystone 911 responses.
Sure. I mean, I appreciate that that's your perspective on it. I'm just saying that, like, the external vendor that completed this assessment reached the conclusion on the basis of the expansion and the bringing of the behavioral crisis response team in-house. So, like, that's certainly not supported by the study that was done on it. So, I mean, I would recommend you come back when you make the determination that you want to bring this program in-house, when an increase to salary for the fire chief would be more appropriate.
I completely hear you, Councilmember. I think the point on the timing, though, too, is that we are actively hiring for a fire chief, and that on the market, just on the market study itself, that we are behind other peer jurisdictions. So I hear you. I understand what you're saying. Mm-hmm. And then on Brenda, did you want to answer the question about the budget impact, or is it? On the budget impact, I would have to speak to the number, the difference, the nexus between what it was previously and the new proposed, but my recollection is we're talking between $10,000 and $20,000. Looking at my HR colleagues here.
Welcome back, Ms. Miller.
Councilmember Chugtai. The difference between the fire chief current salary and the proposed salary schedule is about $26,000.
Okay. And where is that going to be paid for currently?
I think that will have to be part of the budget recalculations that any department has to do, and long term. So for this year, it will have to be eaten through, it'll have to be reconciled through the budget, and correcting it for 2027 and beyond. Like, I think that is usually what we have to do for anytime we do one of these reclassifications.
Certainly. I mean, I just think that the fire department is in a unique position where it's a fully staffed department. And so there aren't salary savings to look to. There aren't significant numbers. There isn't a significant number of contractual services dollars that don't get used. There, like, where is the money to pay for it? There just isn't. So you're going to run over budget, and that's that. Combine both that, the justification for the increase is not warranted at this time, given that you are continuing a service via contract, and that there is no flexibility within the fire department's budget to absorb this cost. So it is going to come out of fund balance. I don't know, like, where are you proposing to pay for it? There isn't really a place. So. I think with that, I would move to return this item back to staff.
Councilmember Whiting.
And thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Deputy Commissioner, if you wanted to stay up there, I know you're probably coming on back, but maybe have an idea. So I'm like, you probably take it out of my brother-in-law's salary if you want to take it out of his. I think I told him about that one. Just a few questions here. And I think my assumption and understanding is that there is a version of this that is moving forward, the increase in the salary here for our fire chief, particularly because we are in the process of looking for filling that role right now. Is that correct understanding?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Whiting, yes, that is correct. The posting for the fire chief search is a national posting, and it is currently out there, yes.
Okay, and then I'm looking at it, and it sounds like we're about 13% behind kind of similarly situated cities.
I believe that is correct as well, Councilmember.
Perfect. Can you just kind of give us maybe a little bit of an update on kind of that search process right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So, commensurate with what we've done with other key department head searches, we have engaged a national firm to help us find key leaders in the space, knowing that our fire department is an integral part of our community safety ecosystem, especially now overseeing the crisis response program. And so this we've engaged with a executive search firm that specializes in public safety types of roles. So that is where we're at, and they've helped us develop that posting, and it's now we're actively taking applications.
Yeah. Perfect. And then I guess when is I know this would probably be a little bit harder, maybe more of an estimate, like when is the hope of kind of filling that role?
The Councilmember, to the question on timing, I think what we had projected is keeping the posting open about 4 weeks. And I think we're about halfway through now that time period. Great. And then you would have an internal group of interview panels with certain members from OCS departments and around the enterprise to go through that. And I think we'd probably project having a candidate selected, I want to say probably in Q2 or Q3, and moving it through council, since that position is subject to council confirmation.
Okay, thank you. I think that's my only question. Then only asked to is that I know I've had in conversations with MFD Fire Union as well. I think they would want to be included in those conversations. I'm sure that's probably happening, but just kind of advocating on their behalf as well. So,
absolutely, Councilmember.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I also want to say thank you to Councilmember Chugtai for raising some of the points referenced in the report that actually I overlooked myself in terms of the justification for this increase for the fire chief position, which I think on the basis is actually fine, but that it's being placed in a non-existent thing. So far, this body has fought tooth and nail, or I would say a majority of council members have had to use each budget cycle to fight tooth and nail to get adequate funding for BCR as it's currently standing in its contract, the status quo itself. And even to get appropriate implementation of that program, which is why this body even had to move it from neighborhood safety department to the fire department in the first place, because OCS was not doing effective management or oversight with that particular program, which, as the deputy just highlighted, is one of our key cornerstone safety services and programs that have tremendously helped the well-being of our residents in general. So there has been a big basis of doing everything that we can to just preserve the program as it currently stands. I think a number of us would love to see the expansion. This is why I know council members have brought funding proposals to add additional equipment through trucks and things of that nature, and even to support staffing or personnel needs related to the contract. But this is the first point that we've ever heard of intent to not only just bring this in-house, but quote unquote expand it. And there's no legitimate proposal that's been brought on the table. And it feels weird to be blindsided with that, with a request for a salary increase for work that has not been advanced by the Office of Community Safety. I would say in making the motion to forward this without recommendation to Thursday, I would love to connect with Councilmember Chugtai to see actually Councilmember Palmisano brought forward during last budget cycle a supplemental behavior crisis response funding legislative directive that is supposed to come back June 11th of 2026 to the Public Health and Safety Committee. I think that might be a good place to actually edit that legislative directive to do or have OCS do the homework that they said they've done to justify putting it in this report around what that expansion looks like so we can have a sense of that before we're going into budget discussions, as opposed to just saying, support the increase for this position, and actually you all do none of the work to make that expansion happen or a legitimate thing. So I would love to connect with other colleagues who would be interested in bringing maybe a edit to that legislative directive that's already in motion that departments are already working on, so that we can get that information, because I absolutely agree that it makes no sense to bring something that's not factual as a means to justify I think there is a shared agreement. We would love to see our fire department or leadership be adequately paid. But let's not base it on non-factual details and non-existent work to actually support a program that a number of us have had to fight to keep as part of our safety services overall. So just wanted to name that as also a potential pathway forward.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Yeah, I have a question for you. The job is already posted. Is it posted at the salary range you're requesting, or posted at the current salary range?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Stevenson, is at the current salary range.
Okay. Do we have applications in for that?
I believe we do. We've been getting applications, yes.
Okay. That would make it seem like people want the job at the current salary range, which says enough to me. Just as a comment, and then I'll pass it back. The city, we are overpaying our top staff so much. We don't need to be paying our top staff so much. We're in a budget crisis right now. We're going to have hard years in front of us. We don't need to be paying our chiefs, our commissioners, ourselves as much as we are, and we got to stop the increase. This comes directly out of the pockets of our frontline workers, the firefighters themselves, public works, everyone. So yeah, we should not be increasing the salary. Thank you.
I have myself on cue. So I am surprised to see that there's an announcement of bringing behavioral crisis response in-house to the fire department through this job classification worksheet. I think we can agree that that's not how we want to make announcements or decisions to the public. That's not a good practice of governance, right? That's a major departmental change. So I think that needs to be corrected. And I think that there is a real basis, in my view, for an increase to the salary, right? We pointed out market conditions and comparing it to other cities. We also know that there is a higher demand of work that exists in the fire department. There's been an increase of calls to fire stations steadily over the years with the same amount of staff over time. So with that, I do have a question for the deputy, Jared Jeffries, if you don't mind coming back up. Thank you. Would you be willing to rework this fire chief classification worksheet and take out the portions that name behavioral crisis response as the reason for the need of the increase, and the portion also about bringing behavioral crisis response in-house so we can actually have a discussion as a city and bring forward the many other reasons why there's a reason to increase salary and change the grading?
Chair Chowdhury, so I'll answer it in two parts. Definitely would be willing to take back the part about BCR coming in-house, because that's just factually incorrect, and making sure that that is accurately reflected in the analysis that was done by the external vendor for this classification, 100%. On the question about the behavioral crisis response program being listed as a factor in this fire chief's salary, I do think that should remain. And I say that based on the last 2 years of experience working previously with Chief Tyner and now with Chief Rucker. The amount of work that the fire leadership, in particular the fire chief, has to do in helping administer that program, it is significant. And I think just from that, we as the professional staff would recommend that that be part of the consideration for the fire chief's salary.
You also make other updates as to why this is needed.
I'm sorry,
the increase in salary. I think as Councilmember Chugtai pointed out, to her and to me, BCR becomes one of the centerpieces for the increase in salary, and it does not seem to be the main centerpiece alone.
I can't speak. I'm not an HR specialist, classification specialist. I can't say what the weight was of BCR versus the market study, but that was something that we did discuss in our consultation with the the classification specialist, was that this is a factor. I don't know what the weight was given to that factor, though.
Okay. And then I'll also just note, I think this is less on the fire department, more on OCS, because this is where I sought this information out. Like if oversight of BCR is so a part of the fire department and then also OCS. I sought out in early November, I think it was the 1st of November, for just basic contract information with Canopy Roots. And I have had to follow up several times with the Office of Community Safety, several times, and still have not gotten that basic information about the contract. And so I think if behavioral crisis response is a centerpiece of this work, that is something as a response to me as someone that does oversight work, that would have been appreciated. I do appreciate the fire chief being one of the only individuals that pulled me aside to have a conversation about it and saying that it's OCS leadership that will get me that information, but I have been waiting for that information just about the BCR Canopy Roots contract since November of last year. So I just wanted to make that comment since we're discussing the relationship of BCR to the fire department. That's all I have for my comments. I will go to Councilmember Palmisano.
Chief positions change over time. The expectations that I had for Janae Harteau or John Friedel are not the same just a few cycles later. They're very different, in fact, and a big one was pointed out with the adding in, folding in of BCR. I have needed the chief herself involved in some of the most basic constituent needs with BCR this past winter. I appreciate her attention to that. If you want more information about how this job has changed, I think that's fair. But I don't see this as inconsistent with what we did in the budget just a couple years ago. This type of a situation, as we look and we try to do national searches for chiefs, for people who have sworn types of positions, is routine, it's expected, it's typical. We're hiring. In order to do that, we need an accurate job description, which I trust that staff does, but we also need to be attracting candidates with a fair and updated salary range. We do this to ourselves in our own positions. That's a little different because it's governed by state law, but it is during the turnover that things get readjusted, and I think we need to do that here.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. I just had some questions for clarification, then a comment, because I read the RCA a little different. I interpreted in-house as inside the fire department, so that the BCR had been moved into the fire department and there was going to be a reclassification because we moved that department and we haven't looked at the fire chief's impact or the role that they play in that. And so now, Deputy Jeffries, can you come up, please? So I know you've said that there's no BCR, like it's not going anywhere, it's not changing like in-house. I interpreted the word different than some of my colleagues have, and I know you've stated that, but I guess what I'm trying to understand is this reclassification is happening because we haven't reclassified this job since the BCR has been a part of the fire department, and so now we're looking at the impact on the chief's position and doing a reclassification.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Vital, yes, that is correct. It is, as I said before, factors including BCR being moved into the fire department, but also just that the position is lagging behind other competitive jurisdictions as well.
Okay, so the 13% is just the position in itself, not even including that the BCR is an additional department that lots of fire departments don't even have.
Councilmember Vita, adding BCR into the fire department was a factor in addition to the salary study that we did last year.
Okay, so you did the salary study, you put in the new role and looked at fire departments that have similar roles and responsibilities, and we came up 13% short.
That is correct, Councilmember.
Okay, Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I just want, my comments are really centered around how excited the fire department has been, in my experience, to have the BCR as a part of the team. They were very welcoming to the BCR. I talked to Chief Rucker a lot, and staff in the fire department who work well with the BCR, and they've been working together on lots of things. I get updates all the time when I ask folks, just in passing, like, how are things going? How's the collaboration working? And I think it's okay to now look at how much of an impact this has on the chief's role, since we're looking for a new chief and we're asking this person to come in and manage this fire department in the way that this body elected. We chose to move the BCR over. Whether we like it or not, it is certainly a factor in the job and how much a person is paid to do this work. It's easy to say that someone shouldn't get a raise because you just don't think they should, or it's smart to think of the great work we want to come out of this chief, who we want to attract as the next fire chief. And I really don't know why a $25,000 raise is what I'm being told is 13% less than what others are doing. Is this intense of a conversation? I mean, we want the best. We want them to manage this project. We want them to manage our fire department. I completely understand the budget implications later on, but I think we have a plan to figure this out in the future. And no, nobody wants to be faced with this sort of a decision when the number says $200,000 already for this position, but you certainly do attract people by changing the $25,000. If there's another city that's paying $50,000 more, I mean, we're getting right on track here. We're not going above what other markets are paying. We're like on track now at this point. So my assumption is that we're basically on the low side if we're just getting to the 13%. And so I personally would like to be on the high side. But if we're just making it there, that's okay. It's okay for us to give the $25,000 raise at this time because we need to reclassify and then look at later what, if something else is changing in all departments. This happens. This comes up. Things change. Things happen. But I don't think any of us are committed to making sure. I think all of us are committed to making sure that the BCR has a home in the fire department. And I think it's just two separate things to look at and to evaluate in this matter with this position, because it is there. How long is the contract? Is it still 2 more years or? This year. The end of this year? August. Okay. So that contract will come before us, and I think then that's the opportunity for us to decide on, like, if it's staying in the fire department or wherever it is. I don't think the two things need to be pitted against each other, kind of, sort of, or like the chief and the fire department have to hold it for the new person to get a raise. Thank you.
Councilmember Chugtai.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just another question for staff. So I'm looking at the budget book, and I see that there are 441 FTEs assigned to the fire department. I'm looking at the JAQ, and there are 90 points that are weighed for this point, or for this reclassification, based on the staffing at 476. So plus. So I'm just wondering if someone can speak to the 35 FTE discrepancy between what the department is actually allocated and the chief is overseeing and what is listed here. Like, whose 35 FTEs is the fire chief suddenly overseeing?
Councilmember Chowdhury, Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai. I think on that, I haven't reviewed that, but I think I am not sure where that extra 30 is coming from. So that is, 35? Again, something we'd have to look at. Yes.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate that, Mr. Jeffries. And again, I think this just reiterates for me the importance of sending this back to staff so that the work can properly be completed before it is coming before the body for approval. Thank you.
I think we just need clarity on the motion that's on the floor.
I made a motion to send this item back to staff.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Second.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. There's been a lot of questions raised about overtime, and could someone speak to where we're at with overtime for the fire department? And perhaps how the shortage of firefighters affects that overtime?
Good morning, Chair. Through the Chair, Councilmember Rainville.
Could you introduce yourself?
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. My name is Todd Barnett, Commissioner of Community Safety. I met with fire department leadership, I think it was maybe last week, to talk about overtime. Normally for the month of January, that's usually the lowest time for their overtime, and it happened to be pretty high. We're on pace, I think, right now. We don't have the estimates exactly now, but we're on pace to be over that overtime. We're very close because of Metro Surge and because of the number of leaves that have taken place. There's several different types of leave that the fire department is dealing with. We have leaves for PSD, we have leaves for injuries, we also have leaves for FMLA and PFMLA. If you want a more detailed answer to the question, I can get those numbers for you and get back to you.
Yes, thank you. And I don't need those answers tomorrow or before the meeting on Thursday, but I'm curious. I know that we averaged about 32,000 runs in 2010, and last year was 65,000, yet we have the same, if not less, firefighters. So I'm just trying to understand, do we need to budget for 20 or 30 more firefighters to alleviate this overtime situation?
Through the Chair, Councilmember Rainville, that question was something that we discussed last week with the fire department. The purpose of that meeting with the fire department is to get a handle on the budget and where we are and look at the leaves. Also, the purpose of the meeting, as Councilmember Chucktai and Councilmember Schaefer know, that we're going to meet monthly starting in April to look at the different departments and their budgets. And we're preparing for those meetings to have a better handle on where we are.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's great to know that you're keeping an eye on that. But in particular for this fire department overtime, if you could take the time, or someone on your staff could take the time to speak to us as council members about what we can do to alleviate that overtime need.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have the motion on the floor as a refer to staff, which means it would go back to staff out of this committee, and then we'd have to wait until the next council meeting for it to come back. I am hearing that there is like a sense of urgency to move forward on this, and I'm inclined to consider that. I know that this job classification required a third-party Keystone compensation group in order for this job classification to be completed. Is it possible for changes and updates to be made by the Thursday meeting? And this is a question for staff, or would you need time to go back to Keystone compensation? Welcome back, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. It would take probably a week or two to go back to Keystone and have them revise the findings.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is exactly what I just need to know. Because if it was possible in a day or two, then I would suggest we move it without recommendation and see what's possible by Thursday. But I do think that there is a very clear need to update this job classification. So I will be supporting the motion. Are there any other council members that would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, and with the motion before us to refer to staff, may I have the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Wansley.
Aye.
Rainville.
No.
Vita.
No.
Warren.
No.
I'm sorry, no, Warren.
No.
Osman.
Aye.
Schaefer.
No.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Chavez.
Aye.
Whiting.
No.
Palmisano.
No.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Aye.
Chair Chowdhury.
Aye.
We have 7 ayes and 7 nays. Oh, sorry, 6 nays.
That motion carries, and that will be referred back to staff for those updates. I'll just note to the clerks, you are coming very quiet through your mic, so just speak a little bit louder into your mics. Yes, Councilmember Osman. Your mic is off.
The vote we just took, that was to forward without recommendation.
No, that was to refer it back to staff because they would need about a week to update the job classification report.
And did they say they couldn't do it until Thursday?
Yes, they
Okay.
would not be able to do it by Thursday, correct?
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we'll take item number 71, which is related to critical public safety equipment for the fire department. I will invite Councilmember Vita to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment reallocates existing unallocated public safety funds to address urgent operational needs within the fire department. This will allow the department to purchase critical safety equipment and turnout gear to replace the current outdated equipment. And there's staff here from the fire department if there's any questions.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I'll be supporting this proposal. I think it's an important use and eligible use of our public safety aid, so just want to speak in favor.
Great. Are there any other council members that had any questions or any discussion for staff to speak to this item at all? I know that there was interest in agenda setting to pull this, but if there isn't, that is all right too. Great. May I please have a motion?
I'd like to make the motion.
Second.
Second. Okay. Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. That carries and will be forwarded to the full council. The next item is item number 67, which is the 2026 assessment report. I'll welcome City Assessor Rebecca Malmquist to give us a presentation on this item. Thank you for joining us, and we'll give you a second to get everything queued up.
Good morning. So thank you to the chair and to our council members for allowing this time during a very, very busy time of year and a very full agenda for us to provide some highlights of what's happened with the 2026 assessment. I just also want to thank our staff for creating the report with me, and I'd like to note that I do have some of my team with me. If you just give a quick hand raise, Rob Williamson is our Director of Assessments, Brian Keyser, Chief Appraiser, I don't think Brian's here yet, Marco Stojmenovic is our Manager of Assessment Services, Brian Messer, Appraisal Supervisors not here, Kelsey Tur, Troy Halter, our Appraisal Supervisors, and then we have one of our amazing analysts, Kelsey Zimmerman. So first, a high-level summary and reminders about the assessment in general. We recently completed the January 2nd, 2026 assessment of the estimated market values for approximately the 131,000 properties here in the city of Minneapolis. This is an annual process, and it is dictated in state statute. The notices of valuation and classification, or what we commonly refer to as the value notices, have been mailed. We mailed those on approximately, I think it was Friday, March 13th. It is important to remind the audience that the 2026 estimated market values are what's going to be used to calculate the 2027 property taxes. So we value property in 1 year, then the budget and the levy are set, and then taxes are payable in the following year. But we know this can be confusing because property tax statements are mailed at approximately the same time as value notices. The payable 2026 property tax statements that people are receiving, those were calculated using last year's 2025 market value. Another important reminder is that as assessors, we do act as historians, is what I like to say, is that the data that we use to set the annual assessment is dictated by the state. So the sales range, the sales dates that we use to set the January 2nd, 2026 assessment are actually October of 2024 through September of 2025, meaning we look back at what has happened and then we set the valuations, people can appeal, taxes are set, etc. So it is a multi-year process, but it does allow for the appeal process. So in Minnesota, property taxes provide a very significant portion of the funding for local government. Property taxes are Minneapolis's general fund's largest and most flexible source of income and support many of the city's core governmental services. Each property share of taxes is based on its market value, its property use, and the local government budgets, which then become the tax rate. You can see the image at the bottom of the screen for a simplified illustration. So market value, that is the price a property would sell for in the open market. The assessor's role is to reflect the real estate market and set fair and accurate market values by following market trends. The assessor also classifies properties according to their use. Different uses of properties, even if they have the same value, pay different taxes because of the class rates that are set by the state legislature. I will provide an example of that in a moment. And then the tax rate is determined using the budgets of the local government, such as here at the city, the county, school districts, and watersheds. The intermediary step in converting value to taxes is called the tax capacity. This slide illustrates how this works in some common types of properties in the city. The calculation for tax capacity is the market value, which is in the second column, multiplied by the class rate in the third column. For example, as you can see here, a residential property on the first line and a commercial property on the bottom line, both assessed at $300,000, will pay different taxes, and that is because the class rate for a residential property is 1% and the class rate for a commercial property is 2%. As a result, a residential property will pay approximately half the property taxes of a commercial property. However, I must note that this is a very simplistic model illustrating tax calculation. There are more complex factors that do affect taxes, such as special tax programs like homestead, the state general tax, and fiscal disparities. This slide is a historical view of the city's total estimated market value. The overall estimated market value, or what we refer to as EMV, for the city increased by just over 0.5% this year to $65.2 billion. This does, however, not include utilities and railroads because they are assessed by the state and they are distributed to us in the summertime. This amount includes new construction for the permit work totaling approximately $480 million this year. I do want to point out one disclaimer that the market values are not static. This was as a point in time when we originally set the assessment, but these are always ever changing and they will continue to change until all appeals, petitions, and abatements have been resolved, and that can take multiple years. This slide is a visualization of the breakdown of the 3 major property type categories by the 2026 total market value on the left and the tax capacity on the right. Because of the calculation of value to tax that we discussed on the previous slide, there is a change in the distribution between the 3 categories when we move from estimated market value on the left to the tax capacity on the right. You can see here that residential values in green comprise over 64% of the total city market value on the left. However, when the class rates are applied, the residential portion of the tax capacity and that burden is just over 55%. You can see that the commercial value in blue comprises over 14% of the total market value, yet when the class rates are applied, it comprises nearly 25% of the tax capacity after the rates. So then let's take this column on the right and look at this in historical context. This chart is a historical view of the tax capacity as a percentage of the total tax capacity by property type. So if we compare 25 and 26, the 2 bars furthest right, you can see the year-to-year shift between commercial, apartment, and residential properties is 2% from the commercial to residential, with apartment remaining relatively constant. Overall, this means that the residential properties will again bear a greater share of burden of the taxes in payable 2027 than they did in payable 2026. This slide illustrates the change in total market value across all of the property types by your wards. Each ward is represented by a blue bar, and the percent of increase or decrease is at the label at the end of each bar. This is a historical look at the total residential value changes. So again, the previous slide was all values, including commercial apartments. This is just focused on our residential properties. So overall, all residential saw an increase of 2.8% this year. While the previous slide illustrates an overall value increase for the 3 residential properties, this does break it down even further into our 3 main categories for residential properties, including townhouse and condos, duplex, triplex, and then our single family category. Overall, we did see increases across all of these markets this year, and there was about $127 million added in new construction, which is up from $118 million last year. So our assessment is very closely scrutinized by the state to ensure accuracy and equity. We follow requirements mandated by the state, which are based on the International Association of Assessing Officers standards on ratio studies and standards on mass appraisal. This data reflects the residential market. The analysis is of properties that have sold so that we can compare our assessed values to what they are selling for to analyze how accurate and equitable values are in comparison to the sale prices. The first measurement I will review is the sales ratio, which is the 3rd column. This is a measure of the level of the assessment. It is a comparison of the estimated market value to the sale price of a property. Simply stated, is the sale price divided by the market value. And we use the median ratio as our measure of central tendency here. So looking at the bottom row of the 3,952 sales, the median ratio is 95.07%. An acceptable median ratio is between 90 to 105%. However, to be consistent with surrounding jurisdictions, we are typically aiming for a median of 95%. We don't want to be at a significantly different assessment level than our surrounding neighbors and jurisdictions. For example, we don't want to be valuing buildings at a median of 95 and having St. Louis Park or Edina, for example, valuing properties at 90%, giving somewhat of a tax advantage to those properties. Again, the level of assessment needs to be consistent. We have conversations across the city borders with our neighbors in the other jurisdictions to assure that we get this consistency. Our assessment does meet the ratio requirements. The second measurement is the coefficient of dispersion, or COD. It measures the uniformity of the assessment. It essentially measures how far away all those other ratios are from the 95.07%. It is well within the acceptable range for residential properties and being less than 15%. So we meet this requirement, and I am just very proud of the team because this is just another data point that has been improving over the past years, ensuring a more and more uniform assessment. The last measurement, the price-related differential, or PRD, is critically important as well because it measures vertical equity. When low-valued properties are valued greater percentage of market value than higher valued properties, the assessment would be considered regressive. When low-valued properties are valued at lower percentage than high-valued properties, the assessment is considered progressive. But assessments for tax purpose should be neither of these, progressive or regressive. Our assessment is within the acceptable range for PRD, with condos being slightly just outside of that 103, which will continue to be on our internal department watch list. This is a historical look at the required statistical measures that our assessment is judged for both accuracy and equity. It's important to point out that we have seen a decrease in sales volume since 2022 at the peak of 6,686 sales. So our sales this year of 3,952 is a 41% decrease from there. And so we always say the more sales we have, the more data we have to set more accurate values. And so our sales volume is down, providing us slightly less data for this assessment. However, the count is up from the previous year. This slide illustrates the comparison of the median sale price in blue to the median market value in orange. These lines should be close together and going in the same direction, and so you can see this measurement has also been improving. Our median estimated market value increased by 4.6% this year, and it increased from 333,400 to 348,900, which is a number that we will use across the city, especially when it comes to working with the budget team and providing information to taxpayers. This illustrates the breakdown of residential value by how much they change, by the percent change from 25 to 26. So nearly 54% of our residential properties saw an increase up to 5%. I will point out that there has been some news stories lately with residential values in the 20%, 10 to 20% increase range. And yes, you can see here that we do have some properties that increased more than 10%. But this is usually because of new construction that's been added to the property, or because we've reviewed the property recently. We found that the data that we had about the property was incorrect. We made the corrections and it indicated a higher market value. This is a map of single-family residential changes by parcel and wards. So this visually reinforces what we showed earlier on the bar chart when we look at wards 10, 11, 12, and 13. You'll see there are more green highlighted parcels there. Another ward breakdown here. It's a comparison of the residential values and the same statistical measurements that we discussed earlier. So the columns to the left are the 2025 overall value there compared to 2026, how much new construction was added, and the net change in total value. Then as we move across the chart, you'll see the median market value, the number of sales that we had in each of your wards, the median sale price, sales ratio, and COD. So I want to mention here that the range of sales ratios from 94 to 96 is a very tight range, indicating that the assessment across the city is quite consistent and equitable and uniform. And then the COD across the city ranges from 7.3 to 10.07, all very much within acceptable standards, and then providing uniformity across the city. Let's pivot to the commercial assessment. Separating commercial from residential, you'll see we had an overall decrease of about 9.8% for our commercial properties and just over a 1% decrease for our industrial properties. And when you total those all together, it's an overall decrease of 8.22% this year. Historical look at the commercial valuation, you'll see here it's down overall again. We're at $9.7 billion this year. To tell a more complete story, we break it down into markets by geographical submarkets. So this slide separates downtown on the far left from the uptown market. Then we have all the commercial properties and industrial that are outside of the downtown, and then industrial. And so in some years in the past that we've seen some increases in the two bars on the right, with still seeing decreases on the left, but this year we did see decreases across all of those submarkets. Comparing the statistics here, the median sales ratio and COD are all within acceptable range. The PRD is slightly higher, so it's a slightly regressive, and this is definitely something we will be addressing as we go and begin on the 2027 assessment this summer. Apartments, a quick look at our apartments. The overall market value there, less new construction, is up just under 1%. There was $271 million added in new construction in the apartment market, and this is the largest portion of the new construction that's been added across the city. Again, the statistical measurements of the COD, PRD, and sales ratio are all well within the acceptable ranges, with PRD making a dramatic and really solid improvement. So just really proud of staff for honing in that market. This is a slide that we added this year because over the course of the past year, we have been getting a fair amount of questions about exempt properties and what they mean to the city. So this is where I just took and made you a quick pie chart to show you that we talked about that the city's total taxable market value is, total estimated market value, is $65 billion. We also have an additional almost $20 billion in exempt properties that we're also responsible for both reviewing applications on a 3- and 6-year cycle, physically viewing and valuing. And then if we further break down that the $19.5 billion into the major exempt categories, you'll see that here in yellow, government properties make up our biggest share of the exempt properties, followed by schools, and then some smaller breakdowns there. Another slide we decided to add this year because I think it's just important to note is that if we look at the amount of value that's actually excluded from our total market value of the city, and in the very first column, it's the veterans exclusion. And so we have $132 million that's being excluded for vets that fall into that state program. And then we have $1.1 billion that's excluded for the market value, homestead market value exclusion. So approximately 1.92% of the $65 billion is excluded from property taxes. As I mentioned earlier, value notices are in the mail. They're color-coded in blue this year. And so that'll be consistent with the TNT notice that they'll get in November will be blue, and their tax statement in 27 will be blue. All the information about contacting our office and the appeals process is on the value notice. On the back side of the notice, the property owner can actually find the appraiser specifically responsible and their phone number and email address so they can contact them directly. And then we have, once we get to the point in the process where people disagree with the appraiser's review value of their property, they can submit an application, and that information's on our website as well, along with our appraisers will send a link to the application should they wish to file a formal appeal. And then if we look at the resources that we do make available to our property owners to assist them in deciding if they believe that our estimated market value is correct and fair, or if it should be appealed, we have our property info tool on the top left. We have a sales finder to help property owners search for sales, and we only include good, true sales that we would use in our sales ratio studies to make sure that they're using the same data that we are. And then the top right is the levy impact estimator, which gets used during the budget season. And then the bottom right is just more data that's out on OpenGov that provides information, median values, and other data points about neighborhood specifics. We also do have some videos that are available on the website to help explain the process. Some key dates for you. Moving down to the second one, the Local Board of Appeal and Equalization, which you appointed your members today on consent. We convene April 14th. We'll continue to convene day after day until we've heard all the cases. Hopefully, last year we were able to wrap up in 2 days. Some years we've had to go 8 days, so it'll just depend on the volume of appeals. And then if property owners disagree with our values still after the local board, they can appeal to the county board. And then as we pivot and we think about what's next after appeal season, it's our appraisal staff being back in the field, knocking on doors, doing the physical required quintile inspection. And you can see here the properties in the lighter blue are the neighborhoods that we will be in for this summer. And so I've already had a conversation, at least with one council member. We do our best to inform the council member and your team that we're coming out so that you can put something in your newsletters. We let the neighborhood associations know. We let 911, 311 know, so that everybody knows that when our staff are out in the field, because they don't have drive city cars, but they wear a fluorescent vest and they have their credentials with them, that property owners can expect us. We mail a postcard so that they also know that we're coming. So we do everything that we can to inform them, but we will be pivoting and asking you to help communicate this as well, because it is, especially now, it is even more critically important that we make people feel safe and secure when our staff are knocking on their doors. And with that concludes my presentation for this morning. I thank you again all for your time. I do want to offer up one suggestion or item to you as we close, is that in the past, maybe back leading up or in COVID, we offered one-on-one time with all the council members to talk about your ward-specific data in case you're getting questions about like what's happening in your ward, like what in the world is the assessor doing here. So just reach out, happy to schedule one-on-ones, talk about the neighborhood specific in your ward and what we're seeing, and give you some historical context if that's helpful. So I'll send out a reminder, and if you'd like to schedule that, I'll be available to you. I'll likely bring the appraisers that are responsible for your neighborhood so you can see them face to face, get to meet them, and other members of our team. So with that, thank you again so much for allowing me to fill this time on a very busy agenda.
Thank you so much, Director Malmquist, for the always thorough and very helpful presentation. We have several members in queue, so I will go to Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury and Director Malmquist. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you one-on-one. I will definitely do that. As we saw, Ward 7 is significantly impacted in its estimated values and compared to the rest of the whole city. Obviously, you know that's part of downtown, but as you pulled up your map, it was significant in the residential areas as well. And obviously, we have a lot of condos in Ward 7, and so I'm not going to save everyone's time today asking about some of those trends high level, but I think this does apply citywide. And my question to you is this: when you have the condo market showing at 103%, significantly assessed over the value of these condos, and you said it was a little bit of a flag, what is your plan then for 2027 to address that overage? Because I have hear many complaints from condo owners that not only are their valuations dropping significantly, but their HOA fees are increasing to the point where they are unable to stay in their condos any longer. And then when these property taxes are then significantly higher than the valuation, people are underwater so that they no longer feel like they can stay in their condo. So if you can just speak to what is the plan for 2027 to get that 103% more in line with 95%.
To the chair and to Councilmember Schaefer, thank you for the question. I just brought back up the slide where we talked about the condos and the townhomes here. So let's go across this line. We had 950 sales. Our sales ratio is actually 95%. So when we look at that, the assessment is exactly where it's supposed to be for because our target is 95%. The COD needs to be below 105, and that measures the uniformity. It's the PRD that you referenced that's at 103. And so that speaks to the vertical equity. So what that is telling me is that the lower valued properties are being valued higher than the higher valued properties. So we tend to be higher on the low valued properties and lower on the high valued properties. And that is typically because of the data that we have. There is some bifurcation in the condo market depending on which neighborhood you're in and what kind of style of condos it is. And so what we need to be watching in overall in the city, and we can specifically talk about Ward 7 at another time, but we need to make sure that when we're looking at the higher valued properties that we're pushing them high enough, and that the low valued properties, we're not pushing them too high. So that is our plan. That's what we'll be doing.
Can you give me how that happens? Is that a formula? Can you speak a little bit to how that process happens within your office?
Yes. So to the chair and to Councilmember Schaefer. So when we value property, we don't value each property individually. We use mass appraisal techniques. And so what that typically means is we look at a universe of condo properties, and we'll probably start at a community level because we'll get the most sales then, and we'll see what do our statistics look like. If at the community level they're looking okay, we'll drill down further, and then we'll look at it at the neighborhood level. How are each neighborhood doing as far as condominiums? Because a condominium could be 2 buildings or 2 units in a historic building, or it could be a complex of 500 properties. And those are not the same market typically, right? And so we just need to make sure that when we're drilling down and looking closer and closer at the market and the segments of the market, that we are ensuring consistency and we're applying consistent increases and decreases across those different types. But it does get pretty intricate, especially when we started at a citywide level, and this is the citywide data, and then we'll get smaller and smaller and smaller and look at just what's happening in particularly one of your neighborhoods to see how they are doing as far as the vertical equity perspective. And so it would be really helpful for me to look at this just for your ward data to help you be able to tell a better story.
Yes, I would really like to meet with you. And then my second question is, it's been a few days since these valuation notices have hit homeowners and condo owners, et cetera. What has the response rate been to your assessors to date as far as people reaching out before the April 2nd, April 3rd deadline for for more unofficial discussion?
For the informal appeals, thank you. To the chair and Councilmember Schaefer. I would say that count-wise, the inquiries that we're getting is probably slightly down from last year. That is what I'm hearing. However, we're going to need another about week or so to let calls come in and let the process work through, because right now we know about how many calls we have, but we don't know how they're being resolved. So we'll have more of that information in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Director Malmquist, and thank you to her team that's all here today. We really do appreciate you, and I want you to know that from us up here. You and your team have a difficult job in the current economic climate, especially when valuation statements come in and the questions start. Our estimated market value from your presentation is flat for a 3rd year in a row, but our spending and property tax levy is up. And that's a recipe for a lot of frustration from residents. It's not enjoyable for any of us or you to try and explain to residents that the value of their property is based on what's going on around them and sales of similar properties in their area. And a frequent complaint that I hear is that a resident has done nothing to improve their property, but yet their value has gone up. And that's hard to bear in the present, but we try to explain that it will be good upon sale of the property, but that doesn't mean they get to enjoy any upgrades to their property. So they're paying more, but they're not enjoying anything more per se. It's no surprise to see residential then continuing to shoulder a large share of the net tax capacity for our city's budget. You had on slide 22 a stark reality, actually, of our commercial and industrial valuations. It looks like this is driven almost exclusively by losses in downtown and uptown. You and your team have if that's accurate, you and your team have a lot of experience and history with valuations, and I'm wondering if you've seen commercial downturns like this before, and if so, how have they come back, and do you have any intervention strategies to help with valuation rebounds that you've seen?
Thank you to the chair and Councilmember Palmisano. Thank you for that, and very good question. As far as, let's just talk about the downtown market, because I'm just saying it's been a focus lately, and we have seen significant decreases in our, when we classify commercial properties, we call it our A buildings, our B buildings, our C buildings. That's how we classify our office buildings. And we have seen about a 20% decrease across A, Bs, and Cs this year, and that's a large decrease. I will say that as we meet with brokers and buyers and sellers, it seems to be there is a sentiment that there is some rays of hope and light. I just also want to point out that when we talk about appeals, that we are constantly in litigation in tax court on all these properties. A lot of these, our downtown core properties, a lot of them are appealed every year, and so we're learning more and more. When we set the assessment for January 2nd, we set it with all the information that we have, but we obtain a lot more information after that about the sale. And that's the information that we usually use when we are going into litigation and things like that. But when we talk about offsetting any sorts of these shifts from residential or commercial to residential and to our property owners, it's really going to have to come from a legislative act. And I know this year in session that they're proposing things like limited market value again. They're proposing things like limited market value, but just for seniors. And there's a number of other proposals in the works to provide relief. And so I would just say that we can't, as a department, provide that relief, except that we can make sure that when we handle appeals, because your property tax is the only tax you can appeal, that we take that process very seriously here at the City of Minneapolis. I believe in the local Board of Appeal and Equalization and the fairness and transparency that brings to our property owners to be able to appeal their market value. There are 3 ways to appeal the value, and so I just want to, again, if property owners are concerned that their value is unfair, that there are methods to make sure that it's accurate so that they can know that they're paying their fair share.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you guys do.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you for coming and presenting to us. I stepped out and then I came in halfway through a question that I wanted answered for myself, and so I missed some of what you were saying, if you forgive me. You were talking about making sure that low-value properties are not overtaxed and high-value properties are not undertaxed. Can you walk me through that again?
Yes. To the chair and to Councilmember Stevenson, thank you very much for the question. Yes, so what we refer to as vertical equity. So we want to make sure that no matter at what price point a property is valued at, that it is valued at the fair 95% of sale price as well, okay? What tends to happen, and one of the reasons that you can get into a regressive situation, is that we have a lot more data about the lower valued properties. We have a lot more sales transactions. So we have solid information and we can very confidently set those market values. We don't have as much market value about what is the true top, right? Especially on the residential side. We may have transactions in the 5 millions or whatever, but we're not going to have 100 of them to tell us what's happening. So we have a lot more limited data. So it's hard to know how far to push the top end of residential properties, but we continue to do the work. We continue to do all the sales verification that we can. We talk to the buyer and seller on these transactions to better understand what was driving that sale price, because sometimes we can't understand why somebody paid the amount that they did on the upper end. So sometimes it's a data problem that we don't have enough data on the high end, but we do on the low end. But the PRD is something that we do take very seriously, and it's criticized at the county and the state. So we are always within the range or at the range, upper end.
Can you help me understand? I just didn't pick this up. The PRD, if the number is higher than 100, it is more equitable or less equitable?
It's more regressive.
Regressive.
Regressive. So we're saying that when we say regressive, it means that the lower valued properties are at market value or slightly above, and that the higher valued properties aren't quite at market value.
Okay, so ideal would be 100. We're perfectly accurate. And then if we were to be progressive, we would be just below 100. And if we were being regressive, we would be just above 100.
To the chair and council member, that's exactly correct.
Okay.
And if you remember seeing on the apartment slide, apartments are at 99.3, and we're quite happy with that number. 100% is, or 100 is perfect, but anything in those tolerances is actually really good. 103 is even really still quite good when you think about it in comparison to where it could be. Mm-hmm. We do have really tight standards here in the city, or the state of Minnesota.
Do you know how our values are lining up against peer cities or other cities in Minnesota?
To the chair and Councilmember Stevenson, I will say that overall residential across the county is about 3%, but our commercial decreases are different than what we're seeing in the suburbs.
Okay, sorry, I meant like our PRD value.
To the chair and Councilmember Stevenson, yes, we are comparable to our neighboring jurisdictions and across the state.
Okay. And do you have an idea about cities around the country of similar size where ours falls?
To the chair and Councilmember Stevenson, yes. Again, Minnesota has the very high standards, but we do all follow the IAAO standards. So if another state follows the IAAO standards, they will be looking to be at below 103 as well.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members that would like to ask any questions or have anything for discussion? Seeing none, may I please have a motion?
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
Is this a receive and file? Okay, sorry, there's no motion needed. So I will direct the clerks to receive and file this item.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much again for the presentation. All right, members, next we're going to take up number 72, which is authorizing a joint powers agreement with Hennepin County for the implementation of the Minneapolis Rental Assistance Program in the amount of $1 million. I'll ask Amy Geisler from CPED to present on this item, and then I will just clarify to council members that this is related to the next couple items that we're taking up, number 73 and 74. And while this item number 72 is for $1 million, there is a provision in place for additional rental assistance should we take it up as a body to be a part of this joint powers agreement. Hi, welcome. You're not.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Jamie Radel, and I am a Senior Project Coordinator with the Housing Division of CPED. I'm before you today requesting authorization to enter into a joint powers agreement with Hennepin County to allow $1 million of rental assistance to be distributed through the Hennepin County Homelessness Prevention Program. Under this agreement, a minimum of 80% of the $1 million must be used to provide financial assistance to eligible households. In this context, eligible assistance includes both a rental assistance and utility assistance. Up to 20% of the fund, 20% of the $1 million may be used for program administrative and some light wraparound support services, essentially providing good customer services to our applicants. To be eligible to receive the assistance, applicants must meet the following criteria. First, they need to reside in the city of Minneapolis. They need to have an income at or below 30% of area median income. And I wanted to give a little bit of context of what that might be. This income is based on the number of people who reside in your household. And a couple of examples I pulled today to bring forward to you was a single individual. For a single individual, that's a monthly income of about $2,300. And for a family of 4, that's approximately $3,300. So in addition to living in Minneapolis and having an income at or below 30% AMI, you also need to have a 30-day notice of eviction from your landlord. That varies from what the Hennepin County program typically allows, which Hennepin County is typically providing assistance for people who are at 30% AMI and have a summons for an eviction filing. We expect that community members will be able to start applying for this funding in mid-April. Hennepin County will be if this JPA is approved, Hennepin County will be contracting with some of their community-based providers to help with program navigation, application entry, application review, and financial assistance determination. For those seeking assistance or for those helping others apply for assistance, you will need to work with one of the community-based contracted providers. Initially, these will include CLUES, ICERUN, and Minnesota Indian Women's Resource Center. In addition to working through the community-based providers to enter an application, residents may also reach out to the Tenant Resource Connections Center, Tenant Resource Connections group to start an application for this program. We are still gathering contact channels for the community-based providers, but once we have those, they will be published on the city's website and provided to council members for their newsletters. With that, I conclude my presentation and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. First in queue, we have Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you so much, Chair Chowdhury, and thank you for coming to present to us. I think first questions here are kind of quick. As Chair Chowdhury mentioned, it sounds like we're going to be hopefully putting forward some additional dollars. And so I think our first question, or my first question is this able to be amended if we do move forward with additional funding for that additional investment?
Sure. My understanding is that Hennepin County was out ahead of us on the approval of this joint powers agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Hennepin County, through their action, authorized up to $2 million to be entered into through this joint powers agreement. So we could easily add $2 million immediately prior to execution of the joint powers agreement. For the any funds in addition to that, I believe Hennepin County would have to go back to their county board for acceptance of those funds, but we would go through an amendment process at that point in time with the $2 million sort of moving through the system already.
Okay, and so, sorry, I'm just clarifying for probably my help here. And so right now it would be an additional $1 million for a total of $2 million that would be able to be amended without
going back to county board, correct.
Okay, that is helpful to know. And then I guess maybe a little bit of understanding of particularly is the 30% AMI what Hennepin County previously used? Is that kind of typical for what they use, or is that something we've kind of added in addition to this?
That is Hennepin County's standard process. Their program has a slightly different value. They use it because of where the funding comes from, but it practically is 30% of AMI.
Perfect. And then last question here about the receipt of a 30-day notice of eviction. It sounds like what has previously been required by the county is an eviction summons. Mm-hmm. And so we are kind of prescripting then just the eviction notice itself.
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks.
I put myself next in queue, and this is also just clarifying. This is what I was saying in the mic a little bit earlier. And then I'll also note to members, if there are things that you need to share with me, your mics are also quiet. So I heard Councilmember Chugtai as the only one that was giving me the feedback to be louder. So I'll be mindful of the mic as well. We have for item number 73 and 74, there's the passage of the resolution, and then there's a point 2 on both of those that says authorizing a joint powers agreement with Hennepin County for the implementation of the Minneapolis Rental Assistance Program in the amount of whatever X amount that we need to do. Maybe this is for the city attorney. Could you tell me what that means in terms of authorizing the joint powers agreement? Because then if we authorize it with the additional funding, the county board still needs to approve accepting the funding. If you could just clarify what the process will be, should we approve this $1 million and then look to the next few items should other items pass?
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Yes, so how these have been structured, the next 2 items. Okay, I'll get really close. Okay. I need a taller here. So how these have been set up is so that if you pass the first one, which is the $1 million authorizing the JPA, each of the next 2 have the second point on those motions is to increase the JPA that you would have authorized first with those additional funding amounts. Now, as we just heard about Hennepin County, they've already approved the JPA with up to a certain amount. So then, right, as was stated, in order for them to match, they would have to go back and presumably get approval, but I can't speak to what the county's process would be, but presumably they would need to go back to the county board in order to authorize up to whatever amount the city is actually going to put into the JPA.
Got it.
And so, right, the first vote will just be JPA up to $1 million, and then however the council wants to do it, the second bullet point for each of the next 2 will cover the additional funding that would then go into the JPA, which will then get finalized with the county.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And the current up to amount is $2 million?
Yes.
Okay. And so if there's anything additional need to go to the county board, will there need to be any action that we would then need to take as a body after the county, or would we be done on our end? And I'm looking to the city attorneys.
Well, I apologize. Could you repeat that?
So if we go over that $2 million cap and then the county needs to take action, would this come back to us as a body, or would we be done?
We would be done.
Okay. Thank you. That is, I think, important process clarification. So I really appreciate that. And then a couple questions for you. So could you repeat the providers that will be helping distribute this funding?
Sure. For the initial $1 million that was contemplated when we drafted this joint powers agreement, it would be CLUES, Iceroon, and Minnesota Indian Women's Resource Center.
Great. And then the county would be the jurisdiction that would determine eligibility and then pass it along to the organizations, or how does that work?
Nope. So the organizations would receive the applications. Okay. They do the determination, and then once a determination is made on whether they meet the minimum requirements and then how much assistance they need, those recommendations would go to the county, and then the county issues checks directly to the landlords on their behalf.
Directly to the landlords. Yes. Okay. That was going to be my second question, is who does the check go to? It goes directly to the landlord. And then this funding and then future funding, should we approve more under this JPA, would strictly fall for residents within the borders of the city of Minneapolis?
Yes, and I very clearly made requirements within the JPA that they need to verify that they're located within the city of Minneapolis.
Great, thank you. And then I'll just make a comment. I think it is extremely helpful, one, that this is for the borders of our city, but two, more importantly, that instead of needing to wait for an eviction filing at the end of the month, we just use that 30-day pre-eviction notice that we have in place as a policy for residents to use for eligibility. That was a large piece of discussion for us as a council when we first took up the 30-day pre-eviction notice, right? Creating time for individuals to actually receive emergency rental assistance. It does take some time. So I'm really grateful that they'll be able to use the 30-day pre-eviction notice instead of waiting for that more escalatory step of an eviction filing. We have several members in queue. Next will be Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. So you said that eligible households will be making 30% AMI or less. I was just curious how that's calculated in this specific situation.
My understanding, Chair Chowdhury, council member, my understanding is that Hennepin County uses 30 days of previous income. So they look back 30 days, calculate your, and then they extrapolate out your annual income from that. And that within the 30 days prior to submitting their application, that is the income that would be used for the calculation.
Okay. So, yeah, okay. And then, am I correct? I saw in here that 20% of the funds are used for administration of the funds.
Chair Chowdhury, council member, yes.
Is that a typical amount?
That is, yes, that is a fairly standard amount. We have run other rental assistance programs, and it ranged from 10% to 20% to manage these funds with our partners.
Okay. Do you happen to know if those funds are going to ISURU and MIWRC, or if those funds are going to the county?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Stevenson, they will be. My understanding is that Hennepin County currently is not going to take any of those funds, and those funds will be going to the nonprofit providers.
Okay. And do we think that? I mean, our very next item is approving more money for rental assistance. Do we think that it'll stay at that 20%?
Chair Chowdhury, just a clarifying question, do you mean all of the assistance, like the breakdown between the total amount would be 2080, or that the organizations would only operate with the original $200,000 out of the $1 million?
Kind of both questions.
Sure. My understanding is that we expect to move forward. How we had this structured when we originally put it forward was the 2080 split. For the first $2 million, that would be the expectation that it would stay this 2080 split, but it would be for the total of the funds that are coming through. So CLUES, ISAROON, and Minnesota Indian Women's Resource Centers could potentially bill up to 20% of the total value of the total JPA for administrative support and wraparound services.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Osman.
Thank you. Looking at the requirement of to qualify, you got to meet all those three to qualify. For me, I see a problem here, and really limiting 30%. It's a huge, big deal in city of Minneapolis. When I'm thinking the numbers you mentioned, it's about $36,000 for family a year. That's a very, very low for people to qualify, and people that have been affected have been working. And if you are parents of couples that are even making, each $36,000, that's like almost, 60%. And is there a way for us to amend that to tell the county that this is really limits thin hero, and we're not going to be helping a lot of people?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman, I hear what you're saying, but this was a non-negotiable element with Hennepin County. So if this is something we would want to pursue, we would have to likely find we'd have to go back to renegotiate with them, or we would have to find an alternative grantor to work with to place these funds.
Yeah, I really see this as a huge a problem. I would say majority of our residents are, live 60% MI. That number makes sense, but you are writing off a lot of people that have lost income, that were making, livable a wage, and we're limiting. And this is why one of the things that we do not check. Our intention is to help people, but those requirements, underlying prints, makes it difficult for folks to seek help. And I think we should definitely either go back, negotiate, and as we talk about today, we'll be sending more amount of money to the county. Maybe we need a different approach. See how we can, give this funding to either internal or other way of getting this funding out and helping those folks. I think that we're not really thinking about the consequences of having only 30% qualify. My last question is, are the organizations that you mentioned that have been contracted to the county, are they actively working? Can people go today to get help?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman, currently they would not be able to receive, they are working with the county on the county's core program. They would not be able to go to them today to apply for City of Minneapolis resources because the program has not been set up at this point in time because there's no contractual relationship between the city and the county.
Okay, I'll definitely recommend that we go back to the negotiation table and figure it out how we can increase from 30% to 60%. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I guess I need to clarify. So the $1 million agreement we're in, is that currently like a non-existing $1 million, or is that the $1 million we voted for a couple months ago?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Vito, that is the $1 million that you approved last month.
Okay, all right, thank you. So that $1 million is not going into the traditional Hennepin County once a year, whatever rental assistance program. It's gonna go into this pot of money. Okay, got it. My second thing is, I'm concerned about the pre-selection of groups that are gonna receive the funding. So several things. They're red flags for me because they're known Southside groups, and we have a lot of folks that need assistance on the north side. So, and I'm not saying that, like, I know Clues, I've worked with them for many, many years. I know they have a reach, but their reach is not deep on the north side. And also Isaroon, they're in your ward, council member, but we have folks, Ward 9. But we have folks who need assistance in the East African community on the north side that may not be connected to those. And the same with the Indian Resource Center. I just also want to say, I feel like the Hmong community is left out of this. There's been a lot of work on the north side with the Hmong community and trying to recover from the ICE invasion, and they haven't had resource. They actually didn't even feel like they were acknowledged in this in Minneapolis. And so I would love an opportunity for us to go back and make sure that the groups that we're working with reflect the entire community. And this list for me does not reflect North Minneapolis at all. I think there's some great groups that work across all groups of people to make sure that they get the rental assistance they need. You know, I'll plug North Point. They work with all communities in North Minneapolis and could be a great partner. They're a Hennepin County agency. I just really hope we can go back and look at this list of folks and make sure that the community partners are gonna reflect our entire city and not, and it doesn't feel like it's one part of the city, and that we can meet people where they are. And that includes Northeast too. There's a lot of people from Northeast who reached out to me that wanted some of the resources we were collecting on the north side, that felt like a lot of things were going to the south side too.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. My sentiments exactly with respect to what my council colleagues said, that this is very steered in how we are approaching the supports that are needed across the city, with individuals having barriers individuals having fear of even dealing with these agencies. Now you got to travel clear across the city to articulate whatever your need is not very fair to the residents that live in the northern part of the city. Also, you stated that it was emergency assistance for rental, but then you're also providing utilities support as well. So then if that's the case, then the rental assistance component in the joint powers agreement should be taken away from that and say it's not just rental assistance, because if utilities are also included in that, it's whatever activates the emergency. So if you don't have gas in your house, if you don't have electricity, if you don't, you know what I mean? Whatever the targeted emergency is. And I thought that was previously discussed as language that was not going to be included in that, if you will.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Warren. The Hennepin County program provides both rental assistance and utility assistance.
Correct.
So we're keeping in track with the Hennepin County's established program. However, what triggers the need is the rental assistance. You cannot apply independently for utility assistance. And the thought process behind that is, as you were just saying, it's challenging to have to go to one organization to ask for assistance. It's even more challenging to have to go to multiple organizations for assistance. So the sort of the theory behind allowing people to apply for utility assistance when they have a rental crisis is to stabilize their housing situation in totality through one application process.
I'm gonna disagree with you on that, because if all of your funding has to be utilized to target your emergency, if I used all of my funds to pay my rental service, but then I still needed assistance with my utilities in order to keep my food in my refrigerator cold or keep the heat on or whatever else the case is, but all the rest of my funding went to that still targets an emergency or whatever the situation is. So they would still be eligible for that, and you said these funds will be used for those things too as well.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Warren, this is a rental assistance program, so the emergency that is created is created by the inability, the 30-day eviction notice. While I hear what you're saying, that people may have prioritized use of their funds for rental, to pay their rent in lieu of paying their utilities, there are utility assistance programs that people may apply to that provide utility assistance when people fall behind. And I am happy to provide links to those programs as part of my information that's published on these assistance programs.
Okay, thank you for that. I am aware of the utility assistance programs. I just thought that was part of this conversation when you were saying rent and utilities with respect to this. So then my next area of concern is, are individuals in this joint power agreements, if they've already applied for emergency assistance with the county before, will they be eligible for this funding? Because the Hennepin County has a one-time in 12-month time period that you can apply for that. So then will individuals who apply for this, if they've already received emergency assistance through the county before, will they be eligible for this assistance should they have to come and apply again?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Warren, that's a great question. The county just instituted that $10,000 cap, lifetime cap, annual cap. My understanding of how they are proceeding, how they will move forward with this, is if you already received $10,000, you would not be eligible for this funding. And if they were going to if they were going to analyze a future application and you received city funding, the city funding would also apply to that $10,000 cap.
And the $10,000 cap started when?
I am unsure. I would have to go back to the county and ask them.
Okay. I'm really curious to know when they started the clock on that $10,000 cap for what a family would be eligible to receive, because that's real easy to count up when it's security deposit, first month's rent for emergency assistance, going in to move into someplace, and then other calculated emergencies. So if you have a $10,000 cap over your head with a family size of whatever the case may be, that can definitely become quite spendy with respect to moving expenses and need for emergency rental assistance.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Warren, I just wanted to make one point of clarification. You need to use these funds and to access these funds, you would need to be in an existing unit. So we are not paying for things like security deposits and housing relocation costs as part of this program. It is just for back rent and in some cases forward rent, depending on when you come in.
I understand that. I'm saying for the county's $10,000 cap, because the county does. So if there was a situation where someone had utilized county assistance in order to help supplement those costs on the other end, then this might be a barrier on the back end. That's what I'm stating.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank staff for your work on this. I know that all of you have been working very diligently to turn this around, and it's really awesome that we are here right now. And I feel like in your presentation you may have mentioned that the goal here is for this funding to become available for residents to apply around mid-April. Am I capturing that correctly?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai, yes, we're hoping that this would be actionable by mid-April.
That's so excellent. There's so many people that continue to fall behind, and we see the rates of pre-eviction filings and eviction filings continuing to increase at a pace that is dramatic and does not feel like something that we will be able to keep up with. And so it's so critical that people will be able to access this funding in just a few weeks here, in about 3 weeks here. Can you tell us a little bit about? I know all three of the organizations you listed are ones that during the COVID-19 pandemic were critical in it held contracts to disperse resources through Rent Help MN and other types of programs like that. So how has there been any conversation as to how we will be communicating with residents of our city so that they know that there's a resource available?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai. Yes, we have started conversations with the county. The county will be there, is the contract holder with those entities. So we started conversations with the county about how our residents will be able to connect with the providers online, via email, via telephone. But we don't have that information yet because we're early in the days of kind of finalizing that work with them. So once those are obtained and once we have all that information, what I will do is I will work to post it on the city's website. I will work to disperse that information to you through Newsbite so that you can push it out to your constituents. My intention is to also allow the school to provide the information to the school social workers, because I know the schools were an important vector of how this information was being disseminated to people, and then working with other critical partners to get the word out to folks who need the assistance.
That's really excellent. And then I'm just wondering, knowing that all three of these organizations have experience in doing this in moments of crisis in our community. I cannot imagine you have this data on hand. So I'm gonna say that on the front end. It's like totally okay. I would love a follow-up. But I can appreciate that there are some concerns around the organizations that are listed here, and whether they will be whether they are whether they're sufficient for the scale of the problem that is facing our community. I appreciate also that from the government agency perspective, both CPED and then the county, that we want to work with people who have the infrastructure and the experience to be able to diligently and swiftly get these resources out into the community in a manner that is compliant with all the relevant laws, and that makes a lot of sense to me. So I think something that might help alleviate some of this concern is if we can get some data that helps us really understand just historically the geographic population that each of these organizations was able to serve through their programs, and how that compared to rates of eviction. So let's say the northern half of the city, so like north side, northeast, made up like the majority of eviction filings, but the assistance that went out, only 30% of it was going to the northern half of the city. I'd find that concerning. I think you would too. Or if the opposite is true, or whatever the case may be. So if we could just get some data on the populations that were served geographically from rental assistance programs historically, I think that would really help. Is that something that's possible to gather?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Chugtai, I will have to ask those particular organizations. I know that I worked with CLUES very closely during the when we had federal emergency rent assistance that we were passing through, and CLUES provided assistance to our Spanish-speaking population throughout the city. So I do know that they have broader geographic presence or service areas other than just where their physical presence happens to be within the city. But I can follow up with the county and ask what information may be available.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Vice President Osman.
I stepped out, sorry, maybe you answered the question, but I was wondering, the goal is to really get the money out to the resident that need the most, and some of the concerns that have been raised, of course, is the requirement piece, and also the organizations having north side support. And we don't have that much day until Thursday. Maybe we have 1 day left, and if there's a way we can meet or hope to meet county administration or county individuals that you have been talking to, or the leadership, to see even if we can get a verbal agreement that something could be amended.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman, I can attempt to reach out to the county, but I will tell you the county board has already approved this JPA with a 30% AMI requirement. In previous conversations with the county, they've shared with me that it may be possible to add additional providers to the JPA without having to go back to the county board, because that doesn't trigger a county board amendment. But if we were going to change that level of requirement, I believe that they would want to reopen the JPA negotiation completely, and it would set us back to having to go back to county board. So an implementation in mid-April would likely change to an implementation in mid-May, because the county board only meets once a month.
Okay. Yep, this was something we have never seen that happen to our residents, and requires some kind of way of being, moving around the system we have. This is unthinkable what happened to our residents. And listen, county does great things, and they do their own ways. But as a city of Minneapolis, our vision for us is to really help the people that have been affected. Some of the, maybe I don't see it, you mentioned, or in the contract, the county usually requires emergency rental assistance, for example, requires for individuals to, when they bring that piece of having eviction notice, they were like, well, do you have a job? If you don't have a job, we're not going to pay you, because we need some kind of, how are you going to pay next month or following month? And we need some kind of offer letter from you. And, it's one of those things that pushes people eviction and getting that money at least at that month, and getting that for them to pay the rent. then they can think about how they're going to pay following months if they get a job or not. Is that requirement includes in this? Are people will be required to have a job to get the funding?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman, my understanding of this program is it's an emergency rental assistance program. It's not their emergency assistance program or so that's EA, EGA. Those are different programs with different funding sources. So as far as I know, there will not be a test that people, like a test, I guess I'll say, that requires, that looks to see if this is a tenable situation ongoing. This would be, is this going to keep you in your apartment right now?
Okay, helpful. Okay, yeah, hopefully we can get some kind of contact before Thursday. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. I think you might have answered my question, but I was kind of rambling before, so I want to make sure I get the answer to the question. Is there an opportunity for us to expand the list of community partners?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Vito, I believe so. I can reach out to the county. When we initially talked about this, it was a $1 million program. So when you think about a $1 million program, that's only $330,000 essentially going to each entity. So there would have been, but the more money you have, the more ability you have to expand providers. So I will go back to talk to them to see if there's an opportunity to see who their existing contractors are, if we might be able to partner with the city's funding to reach a broader geographic area.
I really appreciate that. And so why I'm really pushing on this is because coming up, there could be more money going into this pool of money, right? And so because of that, I'm gonna put a plug in for CAP-HC, which is a county partnership that I sit on the board of. They do rental assistance, they do utility assistance, and the amount of applications has went up astronomically in the last couple of months. They've always had a need for a backfill, and they span throughout the entire city of Minneapolis, in every community, they're one, and then as I said, a Southeast Asian partnership or one of the other groups. I mean, the groups you named, I think they do fantastic work. Nothing I am saying is against the groups who have been selected. We all know, though, people like service from people who look like them, people who speak the language that they speak. That is a lot easier for folks to navigate through when they're in need of social services. So I'm not by no means trying to take away from the groups that are selected. I just don't think that these groups necessarily cover where I've heard and seen the need for in this community right now. And so if we could look at opportunities to add a couple of more partners, especially if there's going to be more money added to this, I just think that it's fair to everyone to feel represented in the decisions we're making here.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Vital, that's input that we had not considered when we were talking with them initially. So I will go back and discuss that further to see if there's a way to broaden out the partners.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you so much, Chair Chowdhury. I just want to know, as one of the lead authors on this rental assistance, I think we really tried to hear, and very thankful to staff and their expertise in really guiding the partnership with the county so that we could have some pretty clear eligibility requirements, which I heard time and time again from a number of this body that, there's concerns with a blanket approach, and want to make sure that there is a targeted focus of how we're getting these dollars to those most in need and who have been impacted the most. So I'm grateful to have this GPA that spells those things out very clearly around people who were already fragile or vulnerable and who were made even more vulnerable as a result of Operation Metro Surge. I just want to know, I heard Council Vice President Osman's concerns. We're very much committed over the next day to try to get this meeting, if possible, with Hennepin County to talk about some of that. Also hear the feedback around expanding the number of providers, especially if we are able to pass additional funding forward, for rental assistance. The more the merrier that we could bring in, I think. But I at least wanted to name, there is, I think, significant concern of the idea that we passed this in February with the goal of trying to get these dollars out the door as soon as possible, and actually having a legal agreement that allows us to be very precise and who we're trying to target and trying to either vary from that to the point that that would delay the administration of those dollars even further. That part concerns me. So I'm open to, take the next day, hopefully ahead of Thursday, to try to resolve some of these concerns. But with that, I would like to make the motion for approval to advance this forward through Thursday. Second. Awesome.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I was going to say a couple of the things that Council Member Wansley just did, but just to speak briefly, in defense of the 30% AMI requirement, right? I hear everyone here saying, we want to help the people who need it the most. Objectively, people at 30% AMI are the people who need it the most. That's who we're helping. I appreciate that, as a result of Operation Metro Surge, based on the city's own study of this, the economic impact, right? The need for rental assistance exceeds approximately $15 million a month. That significant loss in hours or reduction in hours or job loss has happened as a result of businesses shutting down. And something I really appreciate about this JPA and about how this money is going to be dispersed is it's looking not at your wages from the entire previous year and your family's income from the entire previous year, but just the previous month. So if you are someone who has been impacted by a loss of hours in your service job because your business is open less because of the federal occupation, and now suddenly your economic position has changed, that your likelihood to qualify is going to increase. That if you've lost your job entirely, and previously you would not have qualified with the 30% AMI requirement, but your conditions have changed as a result of what has been happening in our community. That this opens the door for eligibility. So really want to speak in high regard for this requirement that we're looking at the previous month and really looking at the current economic conditions of each applicant or each resident that is seeking assistance, and that this is a really excellent thing. Really excited to vote in support of this and urge others to join me in making sure that we are opening up rental assistance to residents of our city as early as 2 to 3 weeks from now.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll be very brief. I second the remarks on 30% AMI and staying on the timeline in order for this to happen in April. I also second the remarks about being geographically inclusive to the north side, and if we could get information by our meeting on Thursday on which providers the county would be able to dedicate, I think that would be excellent, and I think that would allow this body to move forward unanimously. I think that's a really excellent point that Councilmember Vita and Councilmember Warren brought forward. So members, I'm not seeing anyone else in discussion. Not seeing anyone with the motion before us to move this for approval. I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Wansley is absent. Rainville.
Aye.
Vita.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Osmond is absent. Schaefer.
Aye.
Stevenson is absent. Chavez.
Aye.
Whiting.
Aye.
Palmisano.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Aye.
Chair Chowdhury.
Aye.
We have 10 ayes.
That motion carries. Councilmember Stevenson and Councilmember Wansley, would you, and Councilmember Osmond, would you like to be marked in the affirmative? For the rental assistant joint powers agreement?
Without recommendation, yes.
No, it's to move it forward with recommendation. So I have an aye from Councilmember Wansley. I need to get the vote for Councilmember Stevenson and then Council Vice President.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
If there's no objection, we
If
have
there-
13 ayes.
Excellent. With that, members, I am going to break us for 10 minutes for a bio break, and then we will return and we will finish the rental assistance portion and then get to public safety facilities, and then we will break for lunch.
Excuse me, when are we going to break for lunch? What the fuck? This fucking joke.
It'll be after the Community Safety Center. Tech team, 1 minute.
Oh, gosh.
All right, council members, the time is 12:36. Our next item is item number 73, rental assistance, local affordable housing aid funding. Councilmember Whiting, can you please introduce this item?
Would love to. Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Briefly, just want to talk about this resolution kind of moving forward here. I just want to first note, I've been truly heartened, I think, by the conversations with all of my colleagues here. I've had conversations over the last couple of weeks, particularly how we can address the need in our city right now. Previously, I know we've put $1 million forward, and every single one of my council colleagues have voted unanimously in some version of this to put rental assistance forward. So I think the will of the body is there, and we're trying to figure out how best to do that. And so this, as you see in front of you, as I know we're having conversations about it now, and we'll continue to have conversations probably until Thursday about the best way and best vehicle to kind of move this through. I would like to note for the public that is watching, you have two kind of resolutions in front of us. One of them will go through, it's not a both. And so it's not a totality of the two resolutions. It will be one or the other for probably about a total of close to about $6 million from the city, with the $3 million match from the Wilson Foundation. And so with that, I think, the proposal that is in front of us right here, as on your desks right now, you'll see an amendment for that $2 million from LAHA funding. I think we're hoping to get that to 2.8 from additional LAHA funding, but that will be in conversations throughout the rest of the week as well. And so I will be moving this item forward, hopefully moving it forward without recommendation, to consider it on Thursday, and welcome all of these conversations both today, tomorrow, and hopefully before Thursday, so that we can kind of come to an understanding between the consensus of our body here. But before we kind of move that, want to kind of give a shout out to Mr. Wilson. It's probably the most Minneapolitan of stories. He was at the Bruce Springsteen concert, ran into a friend of mine, Julie Wickland, who said, hey, Jameson is running a rental assistance fund. Talked to him to kind of shoot some money that way, and John kind of met the occasion and said, hey, whatever the city does, I'll match it up to $3 million. And so have been in a lot of conversations with John, as he is as a Minneapolitan on the northeast side, and he's committed up to $16 million across the city of Minneapolis, and has specifically, as of even of this morning, has said, hey, if you guys put $3 million, I'll match those funds. And so excited about his efforts and movement into our city, and then figuring out, we're doing the messy, dirty work of figuring out how best to do that. And so I'm excited that we'll probably come to some resolution here, but wanted to just note that, but moving this forward without recommendation, as this will probably take a different shape before Thursday. Thank you.
That motion needs a second. Second. All right, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I'd like to move a substitute and would ask the clerks for assistance. I think the reality is we want to get closer to that $2.8 million as we have those conversations to full council, and the substitute would be decreasing the Affordable Housing Trust Fund by $1.9 million and increasing the use of fund balance by $900,000, which would get us to $2.8 million. I want to talk about, and this is being brought forward by myself, Councilmember Wamsley, Council President Payne, Councilmember Stevenson, Councilmember Osmond, Councilmember Chugtai, and Councilmember Chowdhury. And I hope that we get the support of everybody. We're happy to have conversations ahead of the full council meeting, but the reality is this would be a substitute. So the total funding that we would be approving as this body, should this pass on Thursday, would be a total of $2.8 million. I think that the conversations we've had here on the dais of making sure we're geographically balanced and having other parts of our city being represented would be allowed under this resolution. And we're hoping that those conversations continue ahead of Thursday. We want to make sure that other parts of our city do get, and I understand that even with the current contracts, it would be eligible across the city, but I think the talking points about making sure that folks in the north side can walk, bike, drive to a place where they can get access to rental assistance is really important to me. So I want to make sure that if we need to change anything ahead of Thursday, we're happy to have that conversation. But I think as written, it would get to that same result as we meet with Hennepin County before Thursday. So I just want to make sure that what we want to do here is increase it an additional $2.8 million and make sure that we also have a diversity of organizations that can provide rental assistance across the city. So obviously people are on queue and we're going to have more discussions, but I'll ask for a second.
Second, and then I will go to the Mr. Clerk Carl, to explain how we will approach the substitute motion and the motion that's currently on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The process of substituting is a little bit more complex than we normally do through an amendment. An amendment seeks to refine or perfect an existing proposal that's on the table. An amendment takes the original subject matter, takes everything out, and replaces all of the details. So it keeps the frame, right? A substitution keeps the frame of the issue, but gets rid of all the details. And so the way you process a substitute is it has to be before the body by a motion and second, which was done. So now there are two motions actually pending in front of the body right now. It's the only time you can have two main motions in front of the body is when you move a motion to amend by substitution. So right now you have the original resolution brought forward by Councilmember Whiting, second by Councilmember Schaefer, to move forward without recommendation what was on your desk to put forward $2 million from LAHA. The motion's been moved and second in the nature of a substitute, primarily spoken to by Councilmember Chavez, would seek to keep the subject matter of rental assistance, but replace everything on the page that has Whiting's name and replace it with everything on the page that has Chavez and multiple authors on it. So the first thing in front of the body is a discussion about the two main motions and whether there needs to be perfection to either of those motions. Then there will need to be a vote as to whether or not the body wishes to adopt the substitute for the original motion. If that motion passes, you have essentially replaced the original Whiting motion with the substitute motion, and that becomes the motion in front of the body. Happy to answer any questions, but that's the essential function of the substitute in front of you now, is to decide which of those main motions you wish to pursue.
Great, and then that's what we will be discussing right now. That's what's before us to discuss. So I will go to Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury, and I just have a few comments related to the substitute motion that I'll be supporting as a co-author with Councilmember Chavez. I think first it's important to offer some clarity around what this proposal aims to do. So the last time we took up rental assistance, there was a large debate around the funding source. Originally, there was a proposal for affordable housing trust, and then there was the proposal that ultimately passed that took the $1 million from cash balance. At that time, we all had to share, or a number of us had to share an agreement that we don't want to pit critical services and programs like the Affordable Housing Trust that supports the development of a critical need within our housing market against this priority to be responsive to housing instability facing a number of our residents as a result of Operation Metro Surge. We heard that same sentiment and concern raised again as we were debating how can we actually increase the rental assistance this time around to that 2.8 figure so that we can reach more people. And this proposal actually is cognizant of that. We just learned from staff before coming into this meeting that the Affordable Housing Trust has a total of $2.8 million in it. Our proposal essentially will leave $1 million within the Affordable Housing Trust and take the remainder from cash balance. So we're trying to, again, create that sense of parity or LAHA and maybe staff needs to connect, but yes, we were just informed that there was $2.8 million to work with. We just want to be cognizant that we're leaving and not bankrupting the Affordable Housing Trust to be responsive to this need to do rental assistance in this current moment. So right now, our breakdown is inclusive of the $1 million that was originally proposed by Councilmember Jamison and Mayor Jacob Fry. With that $1 million, we're adding $900,000 additional to that. So that would just bring the total taken from the Affordable Housing Trust to $1.9 million. And then to reach the 1.8, we have a $900,000 gap left. That is what we're proposing to take from cash. So I hope that offers more clarity around how we're reaching that 2.8. It is inclusive of the 1 million that we're already discussing. So I just want to give some additional context on that. And I do look forward to working with my colleagues and really figuring out how we can backfill into the Affordable Housing Trust during our budget cycle to really make sure that we're leveling that up, because we have taken from that pretty extensively in this term thus far. That said, we all acknowledge that residents are struggling as a result of occupation metro surge. And it's very clear we're walking into an eviction crisis. In fact, the same week that Mayor Fry vetoed Paul's eviction save lives, there was data that showed that eviction filings increased over 300% from the same time that by last year figures. And that trend is continuing, with Homeline stating, as of last Friday, Minneapolis is already surpassing evictions from 2025, which is a record-breaking year. And it's very clear then time and money is needed to mitigate against this growing crisis. And this $2.8 million is going to be matched, as Councilmember Jamison highlighted, by a local business leader. And that will result in almost $6 million getting into our community. And that's a big win for residents who need these funds and for the city itself to show up in this moment. I know that there are concerns about spending money on rental assistance in the context of the city's current financial situation. But I want to be very clear that spending this money now is more cost effective in the long run, because it's cheaper to prevent evictions than to rehouse people after they've already been evicted. The reality is we would, if we don't pass additional rental assistance and create eviction protection policies, people will continue to be displaced from their homes. And we have the ability to have the choice to say we're going to mitigate that. And this rental assistance proposal allows us to do that. It allows us to bring $2.8 million to the table to then be matched by other business leaders such as Mr. Wilson in the community that gets to, again, that nearly $6 million figure. This is one of the ways in which we can mitigate the massive housing and homeless crisis that is affecting our city right now, especially as we're working with our state delegation leaders to advance their rental assistance package that just recently passed Senate. And it's just, again, I want to close by saying we need a both and approach. We need both money and time. And we need time for these dollars to get out into our communities, to community partners who will then distribute them to landlords. But without both money and time, we cannot prevent evictions. So that is why I'm hoping council would support both this motion, reflecting an increase in rental assistance, as well as ahead of Thursday or on Thursday, override Mayor Fry's veto of Paul's evictions and save lives. So with that, I will close and again, encourage colleagues to support.
I'm going to just take myself out of queue. I'll come back later and we'll go to Council Vice President Osman.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I know we discussed this a lot, and I don't want folks to be confused. The way I understand is that there's $2.8 million on LAHA money, and Councilmember Windom is introducing to $2.8 million, all of it. Like basically all of it.
It's two million right now.
2 million.
No, it's on the floor. It's $1 million.
Yeah.
So,
right. It's not. The amendment. Sorry. Thank you, Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Osman. The amendment as provided right here would be $2 million total. I think we are trying to be in conversation
Can I just interject?
Please.
All right,
Okay.
let's go to the city attorney.
Right. So up to this point, y'all have appropriated $1 million in the reserve funds for rental assistance. You did that in a previous action, and today you forwarded the JPA for that $1 million. Right now, first we're considering Councilmember Whiting's proposal of an additional $1 million in AHTF LAHA. You now have this substitute motion in front of you at the same time, so two separate ideas. The substitute motion is for a total of $2.8 million. Of that $2.8 million, $1.9 million comes from AHTF LAHA, and $900,000 comes from the reserve balance. So two separate considerations, neither have been approved. Both of them use a portion of AHTF LAHA. Councilmember Whiting's uses $1 million. The substitute motion uses $1.9 million.
Okay, I really trying to get it clear. Councilmember Jamieson, city attorney just said $1 million, but I thought there was $2.8 million total you're taking.
There is a proposal. There is a proposal for $2 million, but it has not been moved to amend.
It's not moved, but
correct.
it's coming up.
Well, it doesn't. I don't think it's going to.
Oh, well,
because we can't take it
Okay.
first.
May
Go
I?
ahead.
The sub comes
As a
first.
chair, can I try to
Yes,
explain?
please.
If I make us more confused, maybe the clerk will jump in. So we have two things in front of us. We have the 1 million from LAHA that Councilmember Whiting is bringing forward. And then we have a substitute motion that is 1.9 million from LAHA, and then another $900,000 from cash balance for a total of 2.8. And so we're having a discussion about both of these simultaneously, and then we will need to make a motion for which one we would like to go ahead of. And then we also have the ability in this time to make amendments to both of the motions that are before us. Did I get that right, clerks?
Yes, Madam Chair, correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll just add my comment that since I've been here, Affordable Housing Trust Fund was no-go zone. Like, this was the source that we never went to, and now it sounds like we're kind of cleaning up the whole thing and taking. I think that, getting this generous donor matching is no-brainer. We should come up with some amount somewhere, and how we do that, we all have a different opinion. Administration have a different opinion. Council members have a different opinion. But my thinking is that Affordable Housing Trust Fund is something that have lasted many of our residents, have helped many of our residents in Minneapolis. It's a long-term program that really brings affordable units in our city. And, we're leaving $1 million as proposed by Councilmember Wansley, but at least that is something to think about as we move forward. And also, overall, the conversation we had, and I don't want to kind of go back, but I'm hoping we will figure out a way to the questions that has been raised on here and previous vote, that we will have some kind of solution on Thursday, maybe putting some kind of language where it says that as we move forward with the agreement, the percentage part of requirements should be increased. That is something I might be bringing forward, and to add that language, and also definitely adding a site or organization that can provide a north side, which is definitely a place for people to go and reach out. So that is also something to keep in mind, that I might be talking to the professional staff and others to think about that. So thank you. That'll be it for me.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Just wondering if we could speak
Excuse me, Chair. I was in queue.
Oh, I
Someone
did.
took me out of queue.
Oh,
Chair
you might
Chowdhury.
have gotten out of queue.
My
from the
apologies. It was,
clerks.
yes, it is Councilmember Warren's
Yeah.
is up next.
Okay. Apologies, Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. So here's my concerns. is the fact that we had made a motion before to utilize LAHA funding, even put an expiration date on the back end of it before, and it didn't pass through it the last time. So now Councilmember Whiting wants us to ghost ride the whip with somebody who's not even here in the chambers, who said they're going to give up an imaginary bag. Where is he at? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, let us see the money, because I don't understand how we're just all of a sudden agreeing to just put a bag up, and we ain't seen, you're the only person who didn't seen this man at a Bruce Springsteen concert. You seen him before? Yeah. He's real. I'm just trying to make sure, because okay, somebody else didn't see. I just want to make sure.
I've talked to him before, and
right?
he gave $2
I'm just
million.
trying to. Yes, I just.
All right.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Councilmember Warren, we're going to bring it back to you. Oh, your mic needs to be turned on, though. Your mic
is. It's coming back.
There you go.
Somebody put me back in there. I just want to make sure that it's actually real, that's happening. But I am concerned about taking money from LAHA. And if there is $2.8 million there, is that what you said, Minority Leader Wansley? It's 2.8 you said you received from staff and information with that funding being left in there?
Yeah, we were given a figure of 2.8 from staff.
So then we're taking another one, adding 9? We're taking another 1 and adding 9?
Yes, just a total of 1.9 will be taken from that 2.8.
From that 2.8?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be helpful if you don't mind me interjecting. To
No,
have
please,
staff,
go ahead, Chair.
Yeah, let's have Director Port clarify the total amount in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund / LAHA.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Elfric Port. I'm the Housing Director for the City of Minneapolis through our Department of Community Planning and Economic Development. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund last year had $18 million. This year, we commenced with $17 million. $1 million was reallocated to support emergency shelter response, leaving us with $16 million. Of that $16 million, 2.85 of that was earmarked, was sourced out of LAHA. So before today's meeting, we had $2.85 million in LAHA. The last action item that you took allocated $1 million. You're shaking your head, no? We haven't done that yet. Okay. So there is $2.85 million that's currently in the Affordable Housing Trust, in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, funded through LAHA. So that's where we are today. Whilst I'm here, afford me to also add that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund's budget encompasses multiple sources: federal CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, federal home dollars, TIF, tax increment financing, and that pool is going to be experiencing a fiscal cliff in 2027, a reduction by $4 million from this year's amount to next year. So I just wanted to plant that seed, and if there are further questions, I'll stand. I'm in the back, and I'm willing to answer any.
Thank you, Director Port. I appreciate your clarity in that. And this is why I'm still at a place where I'm struggling with moving those funds from out of LAHA, because it supports so many other very crucial developments and things that we have to get done in the city. And we had a hard time moving it from this place before. And I don't know how we ended up back here again, and what the replenishment is going to look like if you're saying that this is going to impact us going forward. Is that, am I clear in hearing you state that?
Through the chair, Councilmember Warren, you are correct in the impact that it's going to have on the trust fund. I referenced that the trust fund program is designed to create and preserve more affordable housing in our city. We have, the trust fund is leveraged with other sources, tax credits and bonds, as an example. We are going to get about $70 million in bonds, and with that capacity, when we start to talk about layering, we need some resources in the trust fund to enable us to spend those dollars. We have 3 years to expend those dollars. If we don't spend the $75 million over a 3-year period, we lose it. So those are the types of impact that we have.
And I respect that. And bonds got to be paid back. And we need a couple of dollars in reserve. The last time that we had a conversation about moving funding from LAHA, we had an expiration date on the back ends of those funds to, if they were not utilized, they would be returned back to that account. Is that correct? Councilmember Whiting, we had an expiration date on there. It would have went back if it wasn't used by a certain time. I think it was like 90 days. We were putting a spin on the back of that.
It was proposed, it didn't move forward.
It was proposed, it didn't move forward because of everyone's, a lot of people in this body had a lot of apprehension about that. So that's where my apprehension lies. I want to figure out where we can pull some money from, since we got somebody who definitely is going to match with us. I'm just really having a hard time pulling it from there.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes, thank you. And I think, thank you, Chair Charter, for the clarification. What we are seeing in front of us is a proposal for an additional $1 million that would be an amendment. That, to Attorney Schutt's point, has not been in front of us yet. It hasn't been moved. Is that correct, Clerk Carl? I have not moved an amendment for.
Madam Chair, this is my understanding of the situation, and I'm going to ask Attorney Schutt to correct me where I'm wrong. As she explained, in previous action, the council established a $1 million allocation and a joint powers agreement, I think, for lack of a better term, a joint agreement with the county. Those prior actions are in the process of being carried out. To that original $1 million, the original action brought forward today by Councilmember Whiting, moved without recommendation, is a proposal to take an additional $2 million. That's what I have on the paper in front of me, which would then make a total, if that were approved, of $3 million for that rental assistance. Take aside what the county needs to do after it. The substitute motion that's been moved and seconded proposes to take an additional $2.8 million and put that into the original one. So in total, if either of these were to pass, the council is looking at putting $3 million towards rental assistance through the partnership with the county, or 3.8.
Yes.
We do know there are some technical pieces that the county has alerted staff to about what they can accept right now, and there would need to be some technical corrections on the end to accept any overage beyond. Yes. But we have already taken action to allocate or reauthorize $1 million. Before us now is a proposal for either 2 or 2.8 to add to that original one.
Okay. Perfect. That is very helpful. Sounds like our city attorney's adding.
Thank you for that clarification, Clerk Carl, through the chair, Councilmember Whiting. Apologies, I did not have your amendment to your motion in front of me when I explained the amount. So yes, I agree with Clerk Carl's summary that the motion to forward without recommendation before you is in fact an amount of $2 million rather than $1 million.
Okay, perfect. Yes, that is helpful. Thank you very much. Clerk Carl.
And I would add one more piece procedurally, I'm sorry, but since we're on it, the original motion was moved without a recommendation. The substitute seeks to replace that. That means the motion on the table, whether it's the substitute or the original, is without recommendation. Correct. So if that piece needs to be changed, then the people bringing the substitute need to change that as well.
Yes.
Otherwise, what we're talking about is sending some proposal to full council on Thursday with no recommendation from this committee meeting.
Thank you. And that is, I think that was, I was trying to figure out for clarification there. I think it would be maybe a little bit easier, a little bit cleaner if we move this one forward without recommendation. And then in 74, as it is more in line with what is going on, it's right. I think it's a version of making that substitution there with recommendation. It sounds like that would be the case. But if that is not the will of the body, that is not the will of the body. I just think it's cleaner, in my opinion. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. First, this needs to be worked out. This is entirely too much confusion over something that we all should be in agreement over, especially because we have someone that is potentially going to match it. I'll get to that, Councilmember Warren, in a second. But I mean, this is way too confusing. It's not clear to me what we're voting, even the dollar amount we're voting for anymore. What is clear and why? I have questions about why we've chosen $2.8 million. I have a lot of questions about the number of evictions that have gone up. Councilmember Wansley said 300%. I don't know where that number comes from or those stats. I've heard about a hotline maybe seeing a 300% increase in inquiries about rental assistance, but not actual evictions going up to that dollar amount. So, I mean, to that amount, 300%. So I would like for us to have a discussion around the number of evictions that folks are facing right now, where the 2.8 million number came from, because when Councilmember Whiting and the mayor, I saw them on the news saying that they were gonna asked for $1 million, and then they had someone that was going to match for $1 million. So that's $2 million, and now we're possibly up to almost $6 million. I want to know where the money is going. Is all $6 million going to Hennepin County specifically for what we just voted on? And it's my understanding that the county's budget last year for this was $10 million. So we're essentially giving the county their almost 70% of their budget for next year without even like considering the programs that we've taken funding from at the city, or like programs that's in the queue and development that's in the queue at the city of Minneapolis when we have someone here helping. So I just have a lot of questions, and I don't think that this is I do appreciate, you know, in moving forward with our recommendation, and I certainly support us putting money putting money into housing assistance, rental assistance. Again, I'm going to say it again, it can't just be rental assistance. So do we ask the person who's donating their private dollars, how can they help with mortgages and folks who need other kinds of assistance? And I don't know what the county program does. So like, do we take advantage of an opportunity we have here with additional funding and maybe help everyone who needs help outside of just rental assistance? Is the $6 million, well, now it's $7 million because $7.9 million or $7.8 million because we approved $1 million last month. So I really do hope that we can figure this out, not feel rushed to do so. We just voted on $1 million to go to the county to help with rental assistance. We know that's not the end, but I certainly feel like we have some time to maybe work through making sure that we get this money into the right hands of the right people and make the right decisions for people who need support right now. And to your question, Councilmember Warren, I talked to Mr. Wilson of the Wilson Foundation after the Dave Chappelle concert. He knows one of my aides for a really long time, and I talked to him about him wanting to help with rental assistance, specifically housing assistance. We were having conversations about North Minneapolis, but he certainly wanted to help everyone in need around the state, not just in Minneapolis. And he said he was willing to match dollars that folks were gonna put up. And he has donated the Wilson Family Foundation did donate $2 million to the North Commons project. And so I'm sure Councilmember Whiting can put you in touch if you need to be in touch to check out his checkbook or his bank account
I
or
ain't need to
whatever
be in
it
touch.
is.
I just wanted to make sure he was real.
So we can go try it
He's a
together.
real person.
You like Drake.
If you want to do that, I'm sure he'll be happy to, and I'm certain he's watching the meeting. So I think if we have an opportunity to match, certainly we want to do it. I think where I'm just concerned at is that we don't take away from ourselves to give to the county, that we strategically use the money in a way that folks can get exactly what they need, but we also don't, end up harming programs that we've been protecting, that we've always protected.
Vice Chair Chugtai has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wonder if it might be helpful, since most of the discussion so far for the last 30 minutes has been a lot of confusion about what is going on, that it might make the most sense at this moment for us to break for lunch and for us to reset and come back and make motions and start the discussion from a clean slate and figure it out from there. I just think that is in the best interest for us having a productive conversation that is clear to everybody, both here and watching along.
Yes.
That's my recommendation, Madam Chair.
I concur with that.
Second.
There we go. So we will break for lunch for an hour. We're going to do it for an hour because it's a long day. We will return at 2:12 p.m. On time. We'll start the meeting without you if you're not here at 2:12 p.m.
I haven't heard.
Tech team, 1 minute. All right, welcome back to Super Cow. The time is now 2:15. I will first have the clerks call the roll to verify the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Payne? Present. Is absent. Wansley?
Present.
He said.
Rainville? Is absent. Rita?
Present.
Clerk, you need to be a little bit louder.
I'm sorry. All right, my apologies. Councilmember Rainville?
Present. Speak
Thank
up,
you.
Michael.
Thank you. Rita?
Present.
Warren?
Present.
Osman?
Present.
Schaefer?
Present.
Stevenson?
Present.
Chavez?
Present.
Whiting?
Present.
Palmisano?
Present.
Vice Chair Chuktai? Is absent. Chair Chowdhury?
Present.
We have 12 present.
All right, members, we still have the motion for a substitute before us, and we will just resume as we left off. The council member that we have first in queue is Councilmember Stevenson.
Yeah, between now and Thursday, I know I'll be looking at different sources for these funds and whatnot, and we'll have many discussions, but I want to move the substitute motion forward with recommendation.
Second.
Without?
Without. Just do without.
Okay, without
you.
recommendation.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so then the motion before us is the substitute motion without recommendation for full council. So Clerk Carl, could you please explain to us what we are moving forward to the full council?
Madam Chair, what the motion seeks to do is to confirm the substitute motion at the dais in front of you, moved previously by Councilmember Chavez, with 7 authors, without recommendation to full council this Thursday, the action item on rental assistance that seeks to decrease the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund program by $1.9 million, to use fund balance in the amount of $900,000 for a total of $2.8 million for rental assistance housing, and to authorize the joint power agreement with Hennepin County to implement that rental assistance program as part of the previous action already taken. That's the motion in front of us. An affirmative vote on this will make this the main motion in front of the body. So it doesn't dispose of the item. It says this is the item in front of us now and gets rid of the original Whiting motion, which was for $2 million from different sources. So to clarify, the vote is simply procedurally to say this is the main motion in front of the body now.
Thank you so much, Clerk Carl. Members, is there any discussion? Great. With the motion to move this substitute motion forward, the Chavez motion as the main item to council without recommendation, could I please have the clerk call the roll?
Councilmember Payne?
Aye.
Wansley?
Aye.
Rainville?
Aye.
Vita?
Aye.
Warren?
Aye.
Osman?
Aye.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Stevenson?
Aye.
Chavez?
Aye.
Whiting?
Aye.
Palmisano?
Aye.
Chair Chowdhury?
Aye.
We have 12 ayes.
Madam President, that puts this motion in front of us unless there is need for further debate or discussion on this item. Because you had a unanimous vote, I would recommend that without objection, that be the final vote, and we refer this matter to council for Thursday without recommendation.
Great. Without objection, that moves forward and carries to council, and we will continue our discussion on it on Thursday once it's before us. And then Clerk Michael, I don't know if it's your mic specifically, but at the last thing you said, I was still not able to hear it. So just 12-0. Okay, excellent. All right, next is item 74, Rental Assistance Contingency Fund. I will ask Councilmember Wansley to introduce and discuss this item.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I am actually going to motion to withdraw this item in light of us moving the other proposal that we just
Yes.
considered forward.
The motion you want to make is motion to delete from the agenda.
All right, then. I will make the motion to delete from the agenda.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. That motion carries. All right. Just to clarify for the public and then also staff that is waiting to give presentations, the next items that we are going to take up is the Southside Community Safety Center bid, and then we will take up the Small Business Resiliency Fund. Then it'll be the Safety and Wellness Training Center PAR report, and then it will be the Training and Wellness Center conversation around land acquisition and the attached budget proposal. So then next is item 68, which is the bid for South Minneapolis Community Safety Center. I'll welcome project manager Kyle Erickson to give a presentation on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair Chowdhury, committee members. My name is Kyle Erickson. I'm the capital project manager for the Southside Minneapolis Community Safety Center and with Property Services. Perfect, thank you. I'm here today with colleagues from Property Services as well as the city's Office of Public Safety to request the approval of the construction contract for the South Minneapolis Community Safety Center to be located at the city-owned property at 2633 Minnehaha Avenue. For today's presentation, I will provide an overview of the project and the project delivery timeline from the site acquisition to project completion. The South Minneapolis Community Safety Center is an exciting new concept for the city of Minneapolis. It will be a building that is welcoming and accessible to all people who live and work or visit Minneapolis. The facility will provide safety services related to the prevention, response, restoration, all co-located in one space. The safety services provided in this facility will include the police 3rd precinct, a 311 service desk, the Youth Connection Center, and community safety ambassadors. The community safety pilots that will be housed out of this facility include human trafficking prevention, mental health services, culturally specific navigators, and domestic violence navigators. For the project delivery timeline, I will talk through this in 4 steps. That being the site acquisition, programming design, construction, and construction completion and occupancy. Step 1 was site acquisition. In November of 2023, Council provided action to acquire 2633 Minnehaha. Shortly after receiving approval, the city started due diligence and began working with an independent third-party consultant to complete an environmental site assessment. This environmental site assessment included a phase 1 study, which was basically information gathering of the building and the site. It then followed up with a phase 2 study, which was much more in-depth with investigation into the building materials, not only on site, but in the building, collecting samples and running an analysis to verify if they needed any remedy or any precautions. Upon the completion of the phases, the environmental site assessments, we also completed a site survey or contracted for a site survey. And that allowed us to confirm the existing utilities and as-built site conditions. In May 28th, 2024, the city finalized the purchase for the 2633 Minnehaha site and property and became the new owners. (2633) Minnehaha is located in the Seward neighborhood in Ward 2. The location identified in the map, or the image to your left, is identified with the blue dot. As you can see, the property is located to the east of Hiawatha Avenue and to the north of Lake Street. Looking to the image to the right is an aerial view of the property. The red polygon is the site property, and within it is the building. The existing building, I want to note, is it may look as two buildings, but in reality, it's one building. The original building, shown as more of a square, a lighter square, was constructed in 1994, and then there was an addition that was constructed in 1998, and that's the darker black rectangle. Altogether, it's approximately 78,500 square feet. Prior to the city owning the property, it was functioning as a printing company. So there was an office and warehouse space for printing and storing materials and offloading. You may have to squint, but in the image, you may see some loading docks on the south side and then the main existing entry on the southwest or the lower left corner of the building. So step 2 of the project delivery is programming and design. In August of 2024, an RFP was issued for architectural and engineering design services. So basically this includes the architectural, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, fire protection, site, civil, landscape design for this project. When the RFP was issued, we received 5 proposals from qualified AE firms for these design services. All 5 proposals were evaluated and interviewed by an evaluation panel, and a selection was made with Wold Architecture and Engineering. In October 2024, Council provided action to proceed with a contract with Wold, and shortly after, we began the design in November. The design process typically involves 5 phases. This includes programming, schematic design, design development, construction documentation, and bidding. Starting with programming, the architects, as well as property services, met with the stakeholders of the project, that being Office of Community Safety, 311 Service Center, police, and others, to understand programming and the fluidity of spaces, since this is a shared facility. Upon gathering information, we proceeded to schematic design and started laying out space diagrams and adjacencies. And then moving to design development, you start to locate walls, doors, room sizes, and proceeding to construction documentation. That is the full set of documents that is ultimately bid on and then used to construct the project. We proceeded to bidding, and that kind of wrapped up the November 2024 to December 2025 timeline. I do want to note that during the design process, there was progressive cost estimating that was completed. So this means that we were tracking costs and had a third-party estimating firm assist with providing cost estimates. This allowed us to understand where we may potentially be over budget and reassess where we could find cost savings or slight redesigns. Some of these savings, this tracking allowed us to identify where we could reuse existing plumbing, where we could reuse existing walls, and basically have a better mechanical layout that shortened the duct runs. So ultimately, that led us to have a project that is within budget, and we're not having to go back out to bid because we're over budget. The floor plan that is shown right now is basically the building as it is designed today. It is the existing footprint, and then the spaces in the center that are color coordinated. If for getting your orientation, if north is up and Minnehaha Avenue is to the left that runs north and south, the 2 main entry points are designated or denoted by the green and blue arrows. The green arrow is the main new entry for the Community Safety Center. So this would provide access to anyone looking to visit the 311 service desk, which is shown in yellow, attend a community meeting or use community room, which is shown in green, and the community room is right when you walk in to the right. And then for our community partners and navigators, they have the red space behind the service desk. So the main entry is the main access point to all these community functions. Down, I do want to note that the Youth Connection Center is the orange square or rectangle to the north that has its own separate entry. That entry also doubles as a back of house entry for service center employees and community navigators. Moving down on the building to the blue arrow, that's the existing entry that is becoming the police public entry. That is where anyone would look to visit with an officer, file a report. They would enter that point. And beyond that is the police functions for the 3rd precinct. The police functions are typical to any precinct. It has offices for leadership for the inspector, lieutenant, and sergeants, support spaces for report writing, open office spaces for property crime, as well as essential functions for roll call, the locker room, gear storage, and such. The lighter blue area to the right, which will be the east end of the building, that is indoor parking for police squads, marked and unmarked vehicles. Lastly, I want to point out that there is a small mezzanine in this project. Having a warehouse to work with allows you to use some space above, and that functions primarily as a mechanical space, and then some smaller sleep rooms for police. The exterior appearance for the South Minneapolis Community Safety Center can be summed up in one word: it's simple. When you have a warehouse to design around, there's a lot of wall and monotony or a monotonous finish to try to apply new finishes to. So an effort was made to be cautious with where you spent resources and really make the entrance the focal point. The entry is pretty much in the center of this image, and to the left is going to be the naming or the signage, shall you, for this facility. That location is evident when you drive into the parking lot. It also is complemented by a warmer wood-looking metal panel. The metal panel is meant to drive attention to the entry as well as soften some of the edges of this existing CMU block building warehouse. The building will receive fresh paint as well as awnings that help with the sun shading on the windows. What you see on the top image is the community room windows, and then on the south-facing windows as well. What this image doesn't show you are the energy enhancements or daylighting benefits that were added to this building through the roof. There is going to be a new roof on this facility along with skylights and solar tubes to assist with bringing daylight into the center of this building. There's also added insulation at the roof and the surrounding walls, and in addition to the energy insulation, the roof is being structured for a future solar if that is desired down the road. So at this point in the timeline shown on the slide, the project is done with design. It was issued for bid on December 2025, and we received bid proposals for the project. During the bid review, Civil Rights flagged an item that required the project to be rebid, and this was due to, or this was advised by the city attorney's office as well. Taking this direction, we reissued the documents, and we still had high interest in the project and received favorable bids. So in February, March of this year, a low responsive bidder has been identified as Ebert Construction. So with this council action with Ebert Construction, this would be more or less step 3, the construction of the project. It's also a milestone for the South Minneapolis Community Safety Center as it's one step closer to making this building a reality. The proposed construction contract is within budget. Funding is fully secured through the capital budget program. So if we receive approval to proceed, we would start an anticipated construction date in May 2026. This would be a fast-moving project. We would sit down with the contractor to identify where we could speed up the construction and work with them on an expedited or condensed schedule where possible. Ultimately, we want to get to step 4 and we want to open this building for the community and complete the South Minneapolis Community Safety Center. This concludes the presentation associated with the request for council action for the construction contract advancing the South Minneapolis Community Safety Center. I'm happy to stand for questions related to the project delivery. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really appreciate it. I'm glad that we're moving forward on construction. It is a really big milestone, and thank you to everyone that's been working on this. I will share that since I was elected to be the council member representing the 12th ward that is represented by the 3rd precinct, where I believe 150,000 residents plus community members have been waiting in great anticipation for this center to open. We get messages to my office almost weekly asking when will this center be open, and as time has gone on, the open date has moved significantly. The hope was that it would be opened by this calendar year. Obviously, there are challenges, but I do just want to share to staff and then acknowledge to my community that has expressed to me that I hear your frustration. I really hear your frustration. I really want to see this open so the services that are here can be available to you. This has been a #1 ask that I have received year after year. And then the one question that I have is, what is now the anticipated open date? Are we thinking it will happen in 2026, or is this something that will move into 2027 to be more on the more, I guess, safe side of estimating timelines at this point?
Chair Chowdhury, thank you for the question. Based on what we know today, we have to sit down with the contractor and understand their schedule. I don't want to promise a date we can't deliver, but it is in all of our interests to deliver this as soon as possible.
Okay, so then at this point, we are not giving the community an opening date or time. And I'll just say, like, we have consistently given times, and that those have been consistently moved back. And that remains to be a concern for several community members and a point of frustration, but glad that this step is happening. So I will move this forward for approval, and if I could have a second. Second it?
Second.
Great. I will recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I did have a question regarding actually the budget on this, because it's been a little unclear to me of where we're at now. So I know the capital request has the total cost being $29,029,700, but just went and looked back at the original memo for this project for 2633. It initially shared that there should be a combined total of costs associated with this project between $21 to $22.5 million, which we're clearly exceeding. But then these figures were based, it seems like, on a 12 to 18 month timeline of, from design, construction to open. So has there been an updated figure of where we at actually accurately around the total cost of this project? Considering, I don't know if the memo numbers then are a little bit outdated with that 21 to 22 million.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Wansley. Yep. The budget right now is, we've had a few capital project numbers, one with the site acquisition, and then with the design with Wold, that was right around 1 million. And then with this construction bid that we received, that's right around 18.25, I want to say.
The total cost, though. So I saw in the RCA you have the fiscal note for that 18 million be referenced. But when you're talking about the capital request and looking at how we're coming in or under budget, I just want to get a sense of, is that 29.7 million in the capital request? Is that the total cost as of now? I'm seeing Director O'Brien say yes. And this is including the kind of uncertain open timeline, correct? So we don't anticipate there will be increases in this based off of the undefined construction date. Okay.
My nodding. Chair Chowdhury and Councilmember Wansley, you are absolutely correct. The budgets that you're seeing are reflective of what we know today with the construction bids that have come in. So those are real numbers that we will be advancing with this contract. And we have an anticipated time frame that will cover, this budget will cover that time frame.
Okay, so 29.7 would be, okay, health life. That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. Just, I think, a quick thank you. I think, worked on this previously in my capacity in the city attorney's office and know this has been an ongoing project for years now. And so it's really exciting to kind of see it kind of take shape and kind of get close to the finish line. I know we're hopefully there and I know we're getting there, but I would continue to urge our city and our city leaders to continue kind of using the broader public safety ecosystem efforts that we do and that we are moving forward in as a version of kind of meeting the excellence of public safety across our city. And so really excited to see the efforts that are included in this facility and encourage us to continue looking at those efforts as we build out our public safety ecosystem broadly here in the city of Minneapolis and meet all the efforts that we know are special for our city. So just a deep thank you to all of you for doing this work. I know it is a long and arduous process and excited we are close to getting there. And I know close is different depending on who's asking, but appreciate y'all work. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. I too just wanted to say I'm excited to see this project moving along. I don't know how many of my colleagues know, but the current third precinct building is not one that I think is good enough for our officers. They're dealing with a lot of issues in that building. We were adjacent to them, and I always thought I was sniffing black mold or something over there. So I can only imagine what's happening in the building with the third precinct officers. I think we've stepped up and we've made a commitment to investing in this, and we need to keep on, and we need that community to have a safe and secure precinct and safe and secure community space. This is a beautiful space, not just for the officers, but the entire community. And I'd love for us to just continue with having this project move forward so our officers can move into the new third precinct, and then we can start talking about a new fourth precinct. So Inspector Adams, I'm cheering for Inspector Gomez, but I'm really just trying to get to a place where we can only talk about a new fourth precinct building at some point. Thank you, colleagues.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I briefly want to pass on my thanks to staff for sticking in there. This is a great plan, and we've had a lot of stops and starts and since we've been talking about this, so thank you so much for your patience. And in particular to the police department and Inspector Gomez, please pass on my note of gratitude for the patience that the officers have shown in the third precinct. I have visited roll calls, and it is terrible, terrible working conditions. I'll be so happy to walk into this new facility. All of our employees in Minneapolis deserve a good working spot, and your officers have not had that. So thank them for their patience.
Members, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Wansley.
Aye.
Rainville.
Aye.
Vita.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Osmond is absent. Schaefer.
Aye.
Stevenson.
Aye.
Chavez.
Aye.
Whiting.
Aye.
Palmisano.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Aye.
Chair Chowdhury.
Aye.
We have 12 ayes.
That motion carries. And then Councilmember Chugtai, would you like to be recognized for the previous vote for the motion without recommendation for the rental assistance substitute motion?
Yes. Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we'll have the clerks note that. All right. The next item is the Small Business Resiliency Fund Legislative Directive, and then we'll also take up the Small Business Resiliency Fund altogether. Trying to make sure I have everything here. Okay, Director Hansen, welcome. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Chair Chaudhry, members of the committee. My name is Eric Hansen. I am the Director of Community Planning and Economic Development. In front of you today is the Small Business Resiliency Fund. This is something that you appropriated in about a month ago and gave us $7 million with some guidance about how to appropriate or how to allocate the funding based on a legislative directive, and I'm going to report on the legislative directive and weave it together with what we are coming back with the allocations. Just want to ground us in the reason why we're here. Operation Metro Surge had a very consequential impact to the city's economy. In January, we believe that there is about $170 million in impact. Of that, $81 million in direct impact to customer-serving businesses, which then equated to about $47 million in lost wages for the month of January. The city is refining those numbers, and we will be producing a new report in about a month with better data, but that gives you a scale. So those numbers will change. We think that undercounts the impact on the economy in the city of Minneapolis. You had 10 questions that you wanted us to ponder when you asked us about the legislative directive. I've summarized them here on this slide. But essentially, you wanted us to figure out what we would do with loans. If we were to do one, do we have authority for it? We do have authority, but I will talk about our approach in a minute. You wanted to make sure that we were considering activating commercial and cultural corridors as best as we can. You wanted us to prioritize the businesses that were in the most need, and you're going to see a focus on food-based businesses in a minute, and then cultural malls and commercial districts across. You wanted to make sure that we are thinking about outreach efforts to make sure people understand that there is resources available. You wanted us to be efficient and use existing city programs so that we wouldn't have to come back and write new programs so we can get the money out quicker. You asked us to do this equitably. You wanted us to look at a citywide approach. You wanted to make sure that all 13 wards were impacted by this use of this resiliency fund. You wanted us to look at cutting red tape in general. We've got a couple of approaches that we will be proposing about cutting red tape. You want us to leverage national support, keep the story of Minneapolis prominent in the national dialogue, not just what happened in January, but what we are doing in our recovery, and we'll talk a little bit about that. You asked us to coordinate with IGR. While the Resiliency Fund is not necessarily a leverage for other resources, we are working with IGR on state funding and potentially some federal funding. The county, and this is for all those watching, the county has a program for businesses within Hennepin County that need help with paying a mortgage and or rent. That program is open until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 25th at 4 p.m. So if you're a small business watching this, please look to the Hennepin County website for more information on that opportunity. And then look at the opportunities and the challenges in front of us. And the challenges are, we'll talk about that, but the opportunity here is how do we build on top of what the community has done. We saw the community come together, form mutual aid networks, really get out and stand up to the tyranny that we saw on the streets. So how are we as a city building on that energy? So the takeaways we have for the Resiliency Fund design here take into consideration what you asked us to look at in the legislative directive, and I can go over them. Citywide availability, you'll see that this is going to impact businesses across the city. You're going to see that there's going to be availability both on both parts of the resiliency fund for businesses and for community groups to celebrate every corner of Minneapolis. You asked for speed. We are trying to simplify our processes. You'll see in a moment that there's direct financial relief that will require no action by a business. It'll just be automatic. You wanted us to activate it around community energy. We've been working with the Department of Arts and Cultural Affairs. We have some interesting components to this resiliency fund that's hopefully helping enliven the actions that we can take with this funding. And Director Ben Johnson's in the room too to talk to that. Be smart about it. I mean, we know it's $170 million of impact so far. We have $7 million. So how are we being efficient about using these funds? And then leveraging existing infrastructure. We have programs, our BTAP program, our Business District Support Program, our licensing program. We're using existing programs so we can get money out as quickly as possible, and then really tell our story. Celebrate Minneapolis. There's a lot of great things that are happening in Minneapolis. This is a way to maybe bolster what's happened in community, how we stood up, and how we are moving forward. Resiliency Fund is in essentially two buckets: direct financial assistance and activation and marketing. In the direct financial assistance, it's $4.5 million, broken into two categories: $4 million into license fee relief and $500,000 into cultural market grants. The $2.5 million is into 6 programs that helps with activating commercial and commercial districts and cultural districts across the city and telling our story. In the direct financial relief component, we have $4 million. $4 million would be for all food-based businesses that have a license fee with the city. That would be paid. It would be their food license, and then if you have a liquor license, those are things that are paid twice a year, they're semi-annual payments. 1/2 of that. So this would hit about 2,100 businesses across the city of Minneapolis, and with about an $1,800 average impact savings for the business. And this would be immediate. So when we would do this program, with your approval, businesses across the city that are in the food, restaurants, grocery stores, convenience stores, would get a license renewal, but they would not have to pay a fee for it. So that'd be immediate. All businesses across the city would get it without in those categories without having to do a thing. The $500,000 is for cultural malls. We know that they've been hit pretty hard by Operation Metro Surge. This is a program that we stood up after the COVID pandemic. This gives $50,000 in grants to the operations of the mall for like security, marketing, common area maintenance. This is a way for them to defray some of the common costs, and then that can filter down to the businesses that are within the mall. On the other side of the fund is $2.5 million for activation and marketing in these 6 categories. Business district support, as you know, that's just something that we come to the City Council yearly. We had a notice of funding availability, or a NOFA, that went out in November. We stopped that process earlier this year and reissued that notice of funding availability with additional questions on how would your organization combat the impacts of Operation Metro Surge. We've actually brought in we've received those applications already. The $350,000 you see in front of you would be added to the $650,000 that we already have. So we'd have $1 million for activations through the BDS program. In the actions that are there in front of you, you would also delegate authority to me so that we could move quickly to getting these, cut some bureaucratic tape so we don't have to come back. We would move quickly to review, approve, and then go to contracting so that we can get this funding out So it's available for later this spring and into the summer. The Business Technical Assistance Program, we've added another $500,000 to the already budgeted $500,000. So there's $1 million for small business technical assistance. We're seeing a surge in needs for legal assistance and marketing and just general business consulting. There's an action within this report that is also asking for some program guidelines updates, and this basically allows for some business outreach, which is to be an ineligible expense, so that these community-based organizations that we work for can go out and contact businesses directly, so they're not waiting passively for people to walk in the door. It's a way to break down the barrier to knowing that this resource is available. And it also increases the cap on organizations. Right now, it's $50,000 that an organization can get from us in a year. Because of the increase in demand, we want to raise that to $75,000. Cultural Business Weeks, we have $170,000 in our budget for Cultural Business Weeks. This would be added on to that so that we can increase Cultural Business Weeks and throughout the city. Right now we have a Black Business Week and a Latino Business Week, and we're seeing if we can either enhance what's in those 2 weeks, but if there are other cultures that want to do business weeks, we want to give an opportunity for that to flourish this year. The next component of this is fee-free events in 2026. This is an opportunity for those organizations, neighborhood groups, business associations, fraternal organizations who want to do events like block events or farmers markets or craft fairs. If they want to do those events, this is a way to get people out in the streets, doing some things, celebrating Minneapolis. They would come to the city, and the fees that they would pay for the fees that they would pay for those events from the city would be covered through this. And the way that they would come to it, they still need permits, but they just walk in, they want to do a block event, and it would be for $0. The $600,000 is more than what we expect in a year. Last year we received about $400,000 roughly in fee revenue. We think we want to see as many of those events come back, and then this gives us ability to get more. So we don't expect there to be a lack of funding for events. This would be a first come, first serve fund. And then the last two, these are our partnerships with the Arts and Cultural Affairs that be our partners. The first one's about venue and music activation, and the second one is about creative marketing activation. And if Director Johnson wants to come up and, okay. He's going to give a quick overview of those two.
Good afternoon, Chair Chowdhury and Council. I'm Ben Johnson. I'm the Arts and Cultural Affairs Director for the City of Minneapolis, and I'm going to speak to the three primary areas that we're thinking about for music activation. And why music to begin with? Because I think has the biggest economic and creative driver in our city. It's also the best way to practice inclusion in our city, as well as do community cohesion. So the ideas that we're coming to the table with are: one, we want to use some of this funding for what's an event called Family Night Out, supporting neighborhood music venues and breweries, restaurants to host more family-friendly and youth-based events during the summertime. Anna Molly's Barbecue is a great example of this in practice. Nearly all summer venues need support. They're all basically small independent businesses, and summertime is when they make their most amount of money for the rest of their year. We will work directly with MINEVA, which is the Minnesota National Independent Venue Association, and Hospitality Minnesota, and culturally specific venues to sort of make this program work. This initiative recognizes that there are very few family-friendly spaces and family programs in Minneapolis. This initiative would focus on weekend afternoons and planned in collaboration with neighborhood associations and family meetup groups. This program has been conceived in a way to support youth coming together in positive and meaningful ways through music as a result of the impacts of the trauma due to the occupation. This gives over 25 to 35 venues roughly $5,000 to promote family events throughout the city. The other program that we've conceived of is the Minneapolis Gig Fund, which is to support musicians, musical groups, quartets, vocalists, etc., to perform in all bars and restaurants, venues in the city, especially targeting areas like Uptown, Lake Street, Dinkytown, Northeast, and with commercial districts to provide minor funding to promote ongoing musical events at their venue. This goal would be to distribute these funds equitably throughout Minneapolis and roughly about 10 to 15K per ward. We also have a big idea called Mile of Music, Minneapolis. It's a new program modeled after Mile of Music in Appleton, Wisconsin. The focus area would be on Nicollet Mall and head south through Loring Park Convention Center area, through Whittier into East 8th Street Crossing. This is providing a coordinated effort to program live and electronic music at regular happy hours to encourage more people to go to the street. For example, Thursday night could be Mile of Music on Nicollet. This is positioning Nicollet as our version of Bourbon Street in New Orleans or Honky Tonk Highway in Nashville. We would split Nicollet into 4 different sections: Nicollet Mall, Loring, Whittier, East Street, then coordinate with our art specialists to program, book, and promote these activations. This could also support up to 3 Mile of Music events over the course of the summer and into the fall. For the creative marketing activation, this is us also working through our art specialist list. We would contract with several media and marketing art service organizations. This goal is to coordinate a really diverse roster of up to 7 influencers in media, artists, and filmmakers per ward to tell the story of each ward in the city. Organizations considered are Film North, Crude, Asian Media Access, and Soul of the Southside, who are already working in this way as part of this initiative. The goal is to tell positive and uplifting stories of people, places, and businesses in Minneapolis, and those that have been unrepresented or have been un-Instagrammable. And those are the ways that we're thinking about those 2 programs.
Thank you. This is the allocation, just to show that it all adds up to $7 million. And then what's in front of you, we'll use that later. And what's in front of you is 6 actions. And it basically gives us the authority to allocate the money under the appropriation into these different programs, and then updates some of the technical assistant program guidelines, and then gives authority to the CPED director to cut that red tape to get this funds out onto the street as fast as possible. And that's through the business technical assistance grants agreement, the business district supports, and then restarting the cultural malls cultural market program and getting those out. So the next steps then, if passed by the council and signed by the mayor, would be to move forward with the BDS grants that are in. We're evaluating those now. To start structuring a conversation with the businesses that would be subject to the fee relief, and then getting the other notice of funding availabilities out, and then communicating in general. So we're working with our engagement group within CPED, and we'll be working with city comms to make sure that there's an understanding that these resources are available wide range in the city of Minneapolis. So that people know that if you're going to plan a party this year and you want to do it in a business district, that your fees are free and the other things that I just mentioned. And I'm here. This is a big lift for the city, for staff, from CPED. We've had collaboration from Neighborhood and Community Relations and Arts and Cultural Affairs, our city attorney's office, our finance department, and there's probably a couple other I'm missing. But this was a big lift for us in the last 3 weeks, and with that, I want to thank them, and then I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Director. Council members, please get in queue if you have any questions or would like to get into discussion. I will recognize Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I will name, when I saw the proposal, just based off of the conversations that we had initially when we were talking about bringing this forward. Of course, I was excited about the opportunity to support our businesses that's been most impacted by Operation Metro Surge, and then excited to support an addition of $2 million to be allocated to the fund.
because I know some of the co-authors, including myself, were inspired by the conversations that we were having with staff, with business owners about the potential use of additional resources to really help stabilize businesses on the streets. But I will say I am surprised by the proposal, which is essentially asking us to utilize nearly 70% of the funding for fees, meaning that the city will essentially keep the bulk of what I believe many of us had intended to go directly towards supporting businesses or business owners. And this feels like it's towing the line, or could, of revenue replacement than actually doing the intent of getting resources into the hands of the businesses. So that said, I did have a couple of questions. I know in the RCA estate that co-authors were consulted on this and want to get clarity on which co-authors were able to provide feedback on this proposal.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Wansley, it was Council Members Chugtai, Chowdhury, and Chavez joined us in a work group right after the appropriation was approved.
Okay, I think it would have been great if there was a briefing with all the co-authors, because I could have absolutely highlighted these concerns ahead of this proposal, then seen this, I think, in the past couple hours. And would have loved the opportunity to provide feedback. I also see in the report around this, of course, the emphasis of equity and how we're considering the administration of this fund, and specifically the $4 million that's being appropriated towards fees. So I did want to get a little bit more clarity of how you came to factoring equity within the $4 million in developing this proposal.
Yep. Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Wansley, this, I'll be honest with you, this was a very quick lift, and it was a substantial lift. And so we were thinking about speed to get this back to the council by today. That was our agreement, and it took a lot. So there wasn't a lot of extra time, unfortunately, to get there. So apologize if I raised expectations about a lot of coordination. I'll take that. On the equity question, and so there is no perfect program when it comes to potentially looking at loans or any kind of thing that goes out to small businesses. While this is a fee relief proposal, it is a cost to a business, and this is something that would then reduce the requirement for all businesses to have to find out that it's there, fill out an application, go through the application process, complete a loan agreement, and then honor the elements and the contract terms in that loan agreement. This then puts it towards all food businesses immediately get the relief, and that is cash. That's equated it to like a revenue replacement. That this is a cost to a business, and this is a way for the city to immediately give relief to a business because they wouldn't have to pay us. And if they've already paid their renewal fee, we would reimburse them and they would get that money back. So this is a way to get to 2,100 businesses with about $1,800 in benefit.
Right, and I'm glad you factor in the piece too of that. I had concern around the equity component of this, because there is, and I know we've had multitude of conversations up here around proposals addressing like how to respond best to Operation Metro Surge, where there's been concerns around a blanket approach. And this actually feels like this is in alignment with that, and wanting to get a sense of, with the blanket approach of waiving fees, are we also not concerned that waiving fees for businesses who were not actually impacted might be a factor into this? And also would love to get a breakdown of the businesses that's within those categories that you mentioned, like hospitality, restaurants, confectionery, which I actually would say that's great that we're looking at waiving fees for confectionaries businesses. But we've had long-standing debates up here around are certain downtown businesses that actually brought in profits during this, time of Operation Metro Surge and were able to withstand. Is that on par with businesses along East Lake Street who did not have that revenue coming in, but both are getting their fees waived? And couldn't that then yield more resources for the businesses that actually did not have revenue coming in? So I really want to get a sense of was that considered too?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Wansley, when we looked at this, it's there's no perfect system. We can't pick and choose in the category. So we looked at food-based businesses, so grocery stores and restaurants, confectionaries, and because what we've heard from, and our data isn't perfect. That's the other thing. That's one of the ways I put up the impact is our data isn't perfect, but what we have heard from numerous stakeholders, businesses directly, is there is not one business that wasn't impacted by Operation Metro Surge. And that's across all categories. So we looked at businesses that were helping with the mutual aid were typically in the food-based businesses, and a lot of restaurants did close. I don't have data to tell you whether a business on Lake Street versus downtown suffered or did not suffer, profited or did not profit in the month of January. I don't have that level of data, but I know we've talked to businesses all throughout the city, inclusive of downtown, and there's been some impact.
And I know I have 40 seconds left, so I'll note my remaining questions for a staff follow-up. I also would like to see why aren't we using a standardized definition of small businesses in the report? It defines small businesses, I believe, or BTAP, for instance, has 500 employees or less, but our minimum wage policy has 100 employees or less. So I would love to know why we aren't moving with a standardized definition for small businesses. Also would like to know with the activation component of this program, are we anticipating partnership with Meet Minneapolis? So a portion of this funding going over there. And also I would love to know how engagement went. I know it's a short time, but like with BTAP providers or even local businesses associations like West Bank, West Broadway. I just want to make sure how we got to a place of 70% of this funding being used for also like the city keeping. So I want to note that, and I can email those over.
Great. Councilmember Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I just had a couple of questions. One, how soon would this take effect?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Stevenson, as soon as it's effective, as soon as it's been published in Finance and Commerce, which I believe would be at the end of the week, and so it'd be next week. We could go ahead. We're already working on the business district support evaluations of their proposals. The fees would just we'd be notifying people about their license fees. We could start that next week. We'd have to get that communications plan put together, and then everything else would be subject to notices of funding availability based on their program.
Okay, I was asking.
So right away.
Great, thank you. That's great. I'm particularly concerned about May Day and if they're having extra difficulty getting off the ground this year, given a lot of things. So I'm glad that their fees would be waived right away. I'm talking about the festival May Day. Secondly, this is for the fee relief is for food businesses. Did you consider doing retail as well?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Stevenson, we do not have a license requirement for most retail businesses.
Good to know.
Yep.
Okay. So a lot of retail businesses did suffer really significant financial impacts. Do you see ways outside of activation that they'll be benefiting from these monies?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Stevenson, outside of the cultural, if they're a retailer in a cultural mall, they might have some benefit from the cultural market program. There isn't a direct, we picked food because fee revenue, the amount of fees we get from business licenses exceeds $7 million. So if we took this approach with all business categories, we would not be able to fund all of them. Some businesses like retail, unless they have tobacco or a couple other things, do not have license fees. So the activation is intended to get people out and then hopefully patronizing these restaurants or these retail businesses that as quickly as possible. If we were to do like a forgivable loan program that was open to all businesses within the city, that money would be fewer businesses than the 2,100 we can hit, and it would take months in order for us to get the money out. And they would be open to it, but it would be a substantial lottery. So we think this is the way to get people there. We're also promoting funding from the county. There's still funding from philanthropy, and then we're working with IGR around potentially some small business loans that are coming out of the legislature, but that's still in the legislative process.
Okay. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Hanson. I really like this proposal. You know, I was skeptical about the turnaround and how quick we could support businesses. One of the things I heard almost always when I was talking to businesses about the hit that they took due to Operation Metro Surge was that if they could recover some of the fees for the licenses in the city of Minneapolis, that would help out a lot. So I'm glad to see that that is what the bulk of the money is going to be used for. And that certainly feels like it could be spread around the city equitably because you've limited to, not limited to, but you've captured a group of businesses that we know have been impacted greatly. I'm so happy to see grocery stores and other businesses that operate with food in the proposal, because so many of them have been hit harder than you know, some of the other businesses. I met with a large group of folks over at Plaza Mexico last week, and so they were concerned about funding going to the owner of the building and not necessarily having the money come to the operators. I think there's like 70 operators in there. They certainly need help with marketing and getting people back into the plaza. But just what do you think is going to be, what do you think could help with those businesses in that mall out of this proposal?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Vita, I think when we look at those in the cultural markets, it will defray some of the costs. So we know that the cultural markets are feeling the pinch from the reduced, like they're reporting, you know, lack of rent collections, and so they're operational. They're kind of in the red right now. There is what I would say to the tenants within those malls is to take advantage of the technical assistance, because that can help you, because we can give like marketing assistance to these businesses so that they can give so that they can get, you know, like their own brand out into a larger market area, not just known for being in the mall. They're also the tenant in the mall. That would be available to them. And I also think we have to look at this the marketing activation. One of the things that I'm excited about is how ACA can bring in, you know, content creators to look at those non-Instagrammable businesses and look at those, you know, like how do they start to raise up the profile of these businesses that people might not see driving by on Lake Street or West Broadway, but they're inside a building, and so there might be some opportunity there.
That's great, especially the technical assistance piece, because in that meeting that was clear to me that they need technical assistance. So that's great. And then also, if they qualify for the reduction or reimbursement in license fees, will they then qualify for other parts of this proposal too, or can they only apply for one?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Vita, the license fees will be automatic. Everything else is open to whatever those program guidelines are.
Okay, so the license fees.
It would not restrict them.
That is so awesome. So the license fees are just going to be automatically to the businesses that have licenses under this category, and then they'll have to apply for the other programs.
Right.
This is fantastic. Thank you.
And if I may, Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Vita, if businesses are looking for technical assistance, call the small business team at 612-673-2499, and we can connect you to a service provider, and that service will be provided for free, and that's available today.
I really appreciate that, but could you also email that to us? I think it'd be great for the city to put something out on. The city's been doing a fantastic job at communications, so we need to put something out on city communications. We need to put something out on however CPED does, in all of our newsletter, in the art department. I think any of the departments that are touching this money needs to let people know, because we have to get this information out to folks. And so whatever news bites or whatever you have, that great that you said the number, but like we really need to get people understanding when this. I've had so many questions about this $7 million and when is it going to become available and what is it going? How are we going to be able to access it? So the more we can communicate with folks would be great. Thank you, Director. This is really good. Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I did want to add clarification. There wasn't necessarily a work group on this. It was just one meeting. And I found out about this proposal when President Payne was asked to be a part of a press release. So it wasn't like I knew this was happening. So I just wanted to correct the record because I think it's important. I think when we commit to work groups and working with council members, we should follow through on that. So I just wanted to correct the record on that.
Councilmember Palmisano.
I'll be as brief as possible. I just wanted to thank you for doing this with the $4 million for license fee forgiveness. You know, we asked you to get money out quickly with reduced hurdles and throughout the whole city, and this does exactly that. This is much faster than creating a program, creating an application process, evaluating applications that come in, and finding some way to distribute what's in aggregate a small amount of money to everybody in an equitable way. So I do really appreciate this as the best option that we have to get this out the door and impacting businesses that have this as a regular and sometimes very significant business expense in the very short term. So thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Couple questions. Thank you, Director Hansen. Number one, was there a revenue bar for the restaurant groups, or was it all restaurants? Can you remind me citywide? Or was there a revenue bar that everybody under this dollar amount?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Schaefer, can I clarify the question? Are you saying, was there a revenue cap for people who would
who
receive?
Could qualify for the license fee waiver?
Waiver, okay. To answer that question, no, it's all license holders in that category.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yep.
That's amazing. And number two, the second question is, are you going to be rolling out this information to the public, the details of it at the same time as council members, or will we get that information a little bit prior? Can you speak to how, obviously this is your first step in it all becoming public, but as far as next steps, how will that roll out?
Councilmember Chaudhry, Councilmember Schaefer. So we did a lot of work to get to this point. And so we're in fact, the clerk knows I delivered the presentation you see in front of you this morning. So that's how much this is just in time. We have to do an engagement strategy communications, and the expectation is to have multi-level, multi-channel communication so that you and your colleagues would have the same information. So we need you and your colleagues to put it out on your newsletters and all of your social media channels, and then we would do the same thing through CPEDs and then the citywide. So we want to get it out there, and then we would look at our service providers as well. We want our service providers. This is the reason why we put in the BTAP program guideline changes, outreach as an eligible expense, so that the service providers can start, knocking on the doors of the businesses that they know probably need this assistance and to know what's there. And they can also promote the other programs that we have, like our 2% loan program or ownership and opportunity fund, as a way to get into the businesses. This way we'll be able to pay those organizations to get out there. So it's going to be we'll all have to be on the same page, and all do it together.
Great, well, thank you. I just want to compliment you on the creativity, time, and effort that this took to get it to us here today. And I think your creativity has been shown clearly. I'm very happy to support this. And what I also really like about this is that you challenge neighborhoods, nonprofits, other groups to meet that challenge of creativity with their own ideas, to come forward and say, this is not just a city commitment to recovery. This is our neighborhood being committed to how we want to see recovery happen in our spaces. And so I'm really excited to see the ideas that are going to come forward. Thank you, Director Johnson, for the Mile of Music idea. All of these ideas, I think, will really encourage all of us to think about how we can give back and leverage what we have allocated as a council for the greater good of our communities and the greater good of recovery. And I also want to thank Councilmember Chavez for bringing this forward from the beginning. And I really think that this is really an exciting time. And with all of these influencers getting a piece of the stimulus to help document this, I think we're going to be able to look back on this money with a lot of pride and use it to draw people to come to Minneapolis for these events within our metro area, but even beyond. So thank you for all your efforts. I'm really happy to support this today.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Shaver, thank you for the acknowledgement, and I would be remiss if I didn't say that this was not just my creativity, it was a team of staff across multiple departments, and it all came together, I think, nice for us to talk about today. So I want to thank them too.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Director Hansen, I just want to echo the praises here for you and your staff. This is really a very good, solid program. I'll be voting for it. I am particularly impressed with the way the license fees get taken care of immediately. That's a good way to for us to tell the business community that we will help them tomorrow. So how long, if we vote this up on Thursday, how long will it take to notify them that they're going to have this relief?
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Rainville, hopefully next week.
Wonderful. And then the other part that's so impressive, and I saw Ben nodding about getting the word out, and Ben, remember there's part of the city's on the other side of the river, so we need some help over there. I know sometimes the geography is a little confusing, but whatever, north of Hennepin Avenue.
Thank you.
Yeah. City exists on that north side. So perhaps next week we can have a phone call so I can understand how I can help these cultural groups and business groups avail themselves of not only your program, but if I could get a contact name from your department as well, from CPED. So thank you.
I have myself next in queue. I just first want to start off by saying thank you for your work on this. I think you were not given an easy task at all. There is no way that we were going to get this perfect. We had the challenge of doing something very quickly, $7 million, and having all of these different needs, and then also trying to figure out what's the most accessible way to get money out to local businesses, small businesses in our community very quickly. So I just first want to acknowledge all of the work that went to that, to you, Director, and then to the entire staff team. I also want to thank Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Wansley, Councilmember Chugtai, Councilmember Payne, Councilmember Sorensen, Whiting, every single co-author that worked on the Small Business Resiliency Fund resolution, especially when there was a lot of apprehension in moving forward on it. I think it's really good that we move forward when we did, so we can have something that goes on into community. And it's been something that other levels of government have noticed, and they also want to chip in and do their part and feel that urgency to do so. One of my hopes and one of my concerns, as I've shared with you, Director Hansen, is around equitable distribution to businesses that might not have the muscle memory of reaching out to the city and asking for support. I think especially for the fee-free events, since it's first come, first serve, I worry that businesses that might not have as much access or ability to navigate city systems will be able to get those resources. How do you plan on reaching businesses equitably that might be excited to do events, but it might be too late for them to access it unless they are met early in the front end?
Chair Chowdhury, thanks for the question. So the city is pretty good at getting the word out to businesses that not always in the mainstream, and we see that in the results in our programs that support small businesses. Our BTAP program, our Business District Support Program, our 2% loan program typically has 7 or 8 participants out of 10 are non-white business owners. We depend on that network of community-based organizations to really get out and get the word out to businesses. That's one of the reasons why we want a change of the BTAP program guidelines so that they can do outreach, proactively going out and finding the businesses that are within their service area or their cultural competence, to bring that to them. We have been working for as long as I've been back at the City of Minneapolis, we've been working to make the invisible, what we call the invisible handshake, visible to all. We are not going to be a successful city if those who already had the privilege to know that the government system is for them to participate. We have been working on changing our programs, changing our requirements, being more vocal, translating things, getting things out, using videos and other communication channels to try and engender that kind of response that this city is for everyone, especially if you didn't think it was for you. We will help you open the door. That's why we have a special number for businesses. That's why we try and make it as direct as possible. We still do not get, with all of that, we still did not get all the way there. We're going to continue to work to make sure that all of our programs are as open and supportive of all the business owners so that at someday we don't have those disparities that we see in the city.
And if I can make a suggestion to you, a lot of how the word was spread, especially to local businesses about their rights under this ICE occupation, was just lots of boots on the ground from neighborhood associations, business associations, and then community members that decided to canvass. I think it'd be really helpful if there were printed materials in different languages that we could distribute to neighborhood associations, business associations, so they can just go door to door in businesses. And it's also accessible by language. Spanish, Somali, Hmong, Oromo. That would be really, really helpful. And I think there's a lot of energy to do that work so they can have the opportunity to know you can apply for this fee-free event, or if they're a cultural market, letting them know or giving them the information ahead of time that there's going to be license fee forgiveness and what that means for their business. I think that would be a great way for us to meet businesses where they're at, and then also take some work off of city staff from doing the boots on the ground work. I think there's partnerships that are there that would be happy to do that. So that's one of my requests to you.
We will take that advice, absolutely.
Yeah, and then NCR has done a really great job, and OIRA has done a really great job of like dropping off those flyers into our mailboxes, like the Know Your Rights flyers, and we've just taken them and distributed them at community events as council members, on top of just communicating through social media and then our newsletter. I'm not sure how much time I have because my timer is not accurate, so I don't want to go over my speaking time. I'll just close on this question or this comment as well, and I think I will send some comments via email as well. As I really want us to think about the music and venue activation. I think it's great that it's going to Eat Street, and we're thinking about that corridor in specific, but it makes me wonder about Lake Street. It makes me wonder about Central Avenue that was really hit hard, Minnehaha Avenue. I think as a city, we're trying to make Nicollet Mall a very active place, but Nicollet Mall had the St. Patrick's Day parade, there was a big honkin' truck parade, there's Dinner Due North, there's all of these things that are happening at Nicollet Mall. I think it's an opportunity for us to create a really cool activation event in a corridor that usually doesn't have it, and oftentimes competes to be included in open streets.
Right.
So that'll be a piece of feedback that I leave off on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other council members? Okay. With that, I will ask the clerk to file the legislative directive presentation, and then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the Small Business Resiliency Fund.
Councilmember Payne.
Aye.
Wansley.
Aye.
Rainville.
Aye.
Vita.
Aye.
Warren.
Aye.
Osmond. Osmond's absent. Schaefer.
Aye.
Stevenson. Aye. Chavez?
Aye.
Whiting? Is absent. Palmisano?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chuktai?
Aye.
Chair Chowdhury?
Aye.
We have 11 ayes.
That motion carries. Next is item number 75, which is a report related to the public safety training facilities. I'll welcome Dwight Miller from Policy and Research to present on this item. Welcome.
Had to lower the mic there for a second. Thank you very much, Chair Chowdhury. My name is Dwight Miller from the Legislative Research and Oversight Division. I'm very excited to talk a little bit about the public safety training facilities that was conducted. I think the council passed 18 days ago. And so it's been a lot of learning, and I love learning. And so I'm excited to be able to share what we have learned in our research across what's happening across both in the metro and also in the country. Just to be able to ground us in our why, like why we're here. There we go. On March 6th, the Committee of the Whole directed the Legislative Department to undertake this kind of research, really focusing on a landscape analysis, comparative analysis, to look into best practices for training public safety safety training facilities and law enforcement officials, analysis on the facilities that allow for training to occur in comparison to Minneapolis, so kind of comparing what we have to what's out there in the nation. A little bit reporting on the cost and establishing sort of how much it costs to establish these things, and also some of the things with operations and operation cost. And along with that, just some sense of what are the negative impacts of the status quo, of sort of keeping things the way they are. I understand that this brief is not happening in a vacuum. I understand there is a lot of discussion on a new community safety and wellness facility. However, the scope of this brief and this presentation is focused on just sort of what we have currently in Minneapolis in comparisons to other cities and other municipalities in the metro and in the nation. I want to give a special thanks to Minneapolis Fire Department, to the police department, Minneapolis 911, the city attorneys who kind of helped me get a sense of where we're at as a city, and a special shout out to Sioux Falls Police Department, St. Paul Police Department, North Metro Public Safety Training Facility, the Hero Training Center, and Lakeville, the city of Lakeville, and the Austin Police Department, who was able to give me correspondence either via email or through an interview. This was a very tight turnaround, and so people really moved around the schedules because they were excited to hear about, like, how to help, what we were thinking, and also they're excited to share, sort of hear what we are doing for best practices. So it's always exciting to be able to do this work here in the city of Minneapolis. So first, national best practices. So one thing that was sort of surprising for me is that there isn't a just, here are the standards, public safety, best practices, Google it. Here's a list of just nationally recognized standards. A lot of it is from practitioners connecting and conferencing one another and kind of developing the practices as they're going and as they adapt to what's happening in the field and in their city. But I was able to kind of suss out some of the 4 big national best practices that I kind of saw consistently throughout. The first is just having purpose-built scenario-based training environments. So just having environments that were designed and created in order to have public safety training, whether that was fire, whether that was EMS, or whether that was police departments. So just having these very specific types of training environments to be able to replicate residential areas, commercial areas, and urban settings. So that was something that I just found through the research. Another thing that I found was just kind of the co-location, the idea of having fire, EMS, 911 dispatch, and police departments all training together in the same area, and also being able to have the same area to reduce the amount of friction for logistics. So that was another thing I saw that was a very common practice, along with integrated simulation throughout all of this, was this sense of we need to have some type of virtual simulation to be able to give folks, especially those who have lives in their hands, an opportunity to be able to practice being able to address activities and address different scenarios in an effective manner and in a safe manner. We're going to talk a little bit more about that in the next slide. And then also having the sufficient scale. Throughout all of the folks I spoke with directly, a lot of them, it was either regret that it wasn't big enough what they developed, or it was we didn't quite think about our space through what we actually needed, or it was we actually sort of bought a lot of space in order to be able to expand. But really, it's not about the amount of space. It's really just making sure that the space is able to do all the things you want it to do in order to be able to have it at sufficient scale. So I just want to give some visuals. As I was reading about these national best practices, is always a well, what does this look like? And what are also, along with some of these regional facilities, because particularly with the reality-based training, that one is from the Hero Center. They're using it to market because they actually have partnerships with other agencies who can use the space to be able to practice situations. So virtual reality simulators, I feel like a lot of us are used to kind of the goggle, like Oculus virtual reality simulators. But when we're thinking about V simulators, a lot of the best practices of simulation is these 300-degree virtual reality simulations where you have multiple police officers being able to go into the space in order to run drills together instead of it just being a solo thing. Along with this, I wanted to emphasize major events preparation, something I forgot to mention in the last slide. But really the reason why coordination between different agencies is important is to be able to deal with major events. Something that came up internally throughout folks who were with the city was the I-35W bridge that collapsed, and just how important it was to be able to have coordination. Along with that, just being able to trust folks and know that we are speaking the same language, and also that we might be familiar with one another and our tendencies, and thus we're able to save seconds. That is life-saving seconds. And then also the reality-based training. One thing you will hear just in the field is the idea of having movable walls for police, or there's the things like having burn buildings. A burn tower is a reality-based training for fire. And so just being able to have that in order to have folks work in the environment and be able to really immerse themselves into situations as far as the national best practices. All right, so just want to get a little bit like where we're at currently as a city. And one of the trends that you will kind of notice, or just a kind of a big takeaway, is that a lot of our training facilities are dispersed throughout Minneapolis. There's not one-stop shop. It is really dispersed throughout the city. And so we're kind of moving through the city throughout this part of the presentation. First, I wanted to talk about the Emergency Operations Training Facility, which is the Minneapolis Fire Main Training Facility. This is located in Minneapolis/Fridley. It's always like right there on the border of what's happening up there in North Minneapolis. But this facility has a burn tower, it has classrooms, and also is where they host MFD hosts the Fire Cadet Academy. MFD also has emergency operations within EOTF, which takes up some of the space, which sort of, as when I was speaking to MFD, they were talking about it creates a lot of just space problems where they have to actually outsource part of their space, part of training from the EOTF, where most of their training happens, to Station 21, which is closer to South Minneapolis, and it's actually in the basement is where the training is happening for in-service training, and particular to some of the stuff that's been happening for MFD, the EMS Pathways program. And the reason why I mentioned that is a year ago I had a presentation about just diversifying the firefighter recruitment, and the EMS Pathways program was one of those areas where reaching out to young adults, creating pathways to become EMS and firefighters, help diversify the firefighting service employees. Along with that, there's also some sharing with MPD, mostly just with practicing for drones. So that is sort of how that asset of the EOTF facility. Minneapolis 911 has training happening close by to their main office. But really one of the things I wanted to talk to them about whenever I was doing the research was just how do you connect and train with MFD and MPD? Because a lot of the conversations with the folks externally was like, we want to make sure that we have our dispatchers, because they're communicating information to the fire and the police department that helps save lives. In talking with Minneapolis 911, one of the things they saw as a limitation was they have, and everybody on the council have seen the 911 facilities where you have the multiple screens and they're really just going through the calls. Whenever they go out they are going out of the 911 kind of dispatch center and going out into the field to do cooperative training with MFD and MPD. And so they have a radio and they have a laptop, which for a pinch might do fine, but doesn't really align with the reality-based training of being able to use the actual monitoring, monitors that you actually have in order to be able to do the dispatch calls. So once again, just not really aligned with some of the best practices with emergency training. So for Minneapolis Police Department, their current facility is centralized into training is centralized in the Hamilton Special Operations Center, or colloquially called the SOC, and that's been the case since 2006. This is a 51,000 square foot, 4.5 acres in an old elementary school in North Minneapolis in the Camden-Weber neighborhood. It is, as you can see from the slide, very heavily residential. And that is leased from the Minneapolis Public Schools for around $200,000 a year. Along with that, this facility, there are some mat rooms, but really through an independent analysis from the Wald Architects and Engineers in 2023, that was released in 2024, this facility faces several constraints, and that came from MPD, but also from this independent analysis and assessment, facility assessment, that was part of the consent decree and settlement agreement process that was happening in the first part of this decade. And so what this assessment really identified is several constraints: limited outdoor space, limited access to potable water, a lack of realistic scenarios, and it states that, and I quote, that as far as a long-term solution and action, Wald actually, and I quote, said, build a new dedicated one-stop shop for all training activity. This is all happening given that this facility costs around $1 million a year, just above $1 million a year to lease and also operate. So over the course of 20 years, in 2006 to 2026, it's been around $20 million that the city has spent on this facility, and based on just the independent assessment, it is not necessarily aligned with the national best practices of providing reality-based situations and also a purpose-built facility. Now, looking at comparable facilities, as far as the landscape analysis, I will say that part of this was getting national and reaching out to national folks. It was very difficult to get somebody nationally on the phone to be able to talk to them just because of the quick turnaround. But we were able to get some really good local examples that actually, and you will see why, probably provides a better one-to-one for us. And one thing I do want to highlight for this landscape analysis is that none of these facilities are as close to residential areas as the SOC is currently. And along with that, two of them actually have just are surrounded kind of by green space. And you're going to see that in the next few slides. First, the North Metro Public Safety Training Facility in Park, Maple Grove, and Plymouth. These cities cover the majority of the costs, around 75% of the cost for operating. And also along with that, they aren't the only agencies that use this. They actually have several joint powers agreement for small agencies who want to use the facility. That is around $763 per officer per year to be able to use this facility, and that is for access to 4 hours of uses for the facility for those officers. This North Metro has been around for a bit, but as far as comparative numbers for the cost, in 2023, they went through a 40,000 square foot expansion that was around $17.5 million. 3.5 of that came from the state. The facility is equipped with flexible classrooms, has ability to be able to actually have firing arm ranges that you can put vehicles in, so you can practice tactical, I would say, activities with vehicles around, and also has a dedicated mat room and reality-based training environment. I do want to emphasize as far as the classrooms, because you'll hear that a lot, knowing that the SOC has 2 classrooms. When I see classrooms with these facilities, a lot of times they have capacity for 80 to 100 officers, so it's a lot higher capacity than the classrooms within the SOC based on conversations I had with MPD. So that is the North Metro Public Safety Training Facility. I will say that they were very excited about hearing about what Minneapolis was doing, and were very open about taking on tours, being able to say, hey, let's show you around to see exactly what we do. So there was a lot of enthusiasm from the North Metro Public Safety Training Facility. Next is the Hero Training Facility, which is in Cottage Grove, Minnesota. 48,000 square foot is a 48,000 square foot facility. It's on 9 acres of land. You can kind of see the picture right there. Not really close to residential spaces. This was opened in 2020 and was $20.5 million. 11.5 of that came from the state, and 10 million came from the cities of Woodbury in Cottage Grove. The Hero facility has similar features to the North Metro facility. North Metro is fit for fire, but there's not fire departments who are readily using it. That is something that they're wanting to change. The Hero training facility is very much built for fire, and they actually have indoor reality simulations where you can actually ladder up to not only the first level, but the second level. It has outdoor balconies and stairs. They have housing simulations with hydrant connections, just really trying to get into the reality-based training that we've seen as a best practice throughout the landscape and what practitioners were saying about. There are 60 public safety agencies partnered with the Hero Center. I do want to say that in discussing with the Hero Center, because of their motto is really trying to get agencies to utilize them, I asked about capacity, and they did express that there is capacity to be able to utilize their facilities for fire and for police departments. I think it depends on what they charge or what kind of partnership it would depend on negotiations, but there was space and capacity within the Hero Center. And then as far as our kind of national example, which I know regionally it is regional because it's right there in South Dakota, but is kind of a national example that I was able to speak with and had a really great conversation with Sioux Falls Police Department, is the Sioux Falls Public Safety Campus. So this is a very, very large scale campus. It's purpose built. It is a $55 million facility on 42 acres of land. Actually, the city of Sioux Falls bought 100 acres of land in order to grow and expand as the city grows and expand. It was designed to really replace this fragmented system that they had, and it's also sort of pushed to the northeast portion of Sioux Falls. It has all the things I mentioned before, along with a driving. They say nickname is a racetrack from the police department. They don't like calling it the racetrack, but basically a place for tactical driving. It actually has a mini set of Sioux Falls downtown, so that actually looks like the buildings in a neighborhood, and so that people can go through and train. And also, it hosts the data centers for the police department and for the emergency services, and also co-locates fire, police, EMS, and also the dispatch. Recruits from fire and police also are in the same facility, so a lot of times they're co-training from the jump when they're training as cadets. And along with that, I want to highlight some of just this facility right here is actually kind of part of a broader national trend that I saw. I wasn't able to speak with some of these folks, but I was able to at least profile that. This was 42 acres. Austin had a 44-acre facility. Atlanta's facility was 85 acres. Pittsburgh is trying to buy and acquire 168 acres of an OVA hospital. So the trend seems to be making these very, very large facilities. The reason why you might notice, I want to make sure that I preface with saying, I am not saying, based on national practices, that that is a must, because we see here with the Hero Center and also with the North Metro Center and with other regional facilities that you can get similar, check off the same boxes with the, we should have 55 acres out in Sioux Falls. So as far as with all of this areas of consideration, I just wanted to really highlight, I have 4 here, but I want to highlight sort of 3 of them. First, areas to consider whenever we're thinking about public safety training facilities and our own compared to others, it's just the reality-based training. Are we able to provide training that is going to mimic what folks are going to be able to see out in the field as close as possible, understanding that there's not ever 100% chance of being able to be prepared for an emergency. The second thing I wanted to highlight is just sort of the co-location. Like, how do we as a city view co-location? How do we maybe get more co-location in facilities to be able to make sure that fire, police, 911 dispatch, all of our emergency services are able to really come together and train for very major events that occur. And then also, just whenever we're thinking about cost, I think there is a sense of whenever you're thinking about making change, there is a cost to the change, which of course there is, but there's also a cost to the status quo. So being able to weigh in the cost of status quo, which currently for us is around $1 million for the Hamilton SOC, versus being able to maybe be better in line with the best practices. That concludes my presentation. I am here for questions.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. Thank you, thank you, Dwight, for that presentation. This is something we've been waiting for as a council for a couple of years, and we're so lucky here on the Minneapolis City Council that we have the LRO team that can be a part of pulling together information and helping inform the council in a manner that is independent and far more timely. To help inform our decisions. Colleagues, are there any questions or is there discussion? I will first recognize Councilmember Whiting, followed by Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Vice Chair Chugtai. I was just going to note that I would like to be noted in the affirmative for item number 70, the Small Business Resiliency
Is there
Fund.
any objection to Councilmember Whiting being noted in the affirmative on that item? I'm not seeing any. Clerks will note that. Was that all? Yeah. Oh, awesome. Councilmember Palmisano, followed by Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Sorry we left you without someone in the driver's seat up here for a little bit. One question I have, as you research these facilities, and thank you for speccing this up so quickly for us, are you aware of how heavily utilized these facilities that you researched are? Because most of them are used by numerous agencies. Do they have the ability to take on more agencies? I ask because, like you, a long time ago though, the Hero Center might have hours, but how many hours do these facilities and others have? And I ask because there is a counter argument that the fire department or police department could just use other facilities elsewhere around. But I can't imagine there's space for the totality of needs in Minneapolis, since we still are the biggest department in the state from a police standpoint.
That's a great question. I was not able to have a conversation with the Hero Center. We corresponded via emails, so that might take more follows up for specifically the Hero Center. With the other regional folk, I actually spoke candidly to North Metro and asked, so what if Minneapolis wanted to utilize this? And he was very clear in saying, we would love to have you. We would have to rearrange some things around to make sure we can accommodate. I think, and this is going closer to speculation than so I want to make sure I preface it with that if it was to be outsourced, it probably wouldn't be outsourced into one facility. It would have to be to you have to include South Metro, Hero Center. There's a new East Metro Center that's kind of being developed. So like getting on that and thinking about that thing. The first center, which is in Lakeville, that's actually going to open in 2026. So like it would have to be sort of piecemeal together. I will say that also risk when we talk about the dispersion, that's increasing dispersion to outside the city. Does that help?
Yes, thank you.
No
Because
problem.
the needs of the police department, while the numbers of officers have decreased quite substantially from the first time I started looking at this, the number of hours in service training has grown a lot. And I think that Commander Brown probably has a good sense of the total number of hours that we need for our training for police. And I have never found anything but drips and dribbles in terms of availability anywhere else. And that was only with my own looking into it.
Yeah, and especially for the North Metro, through the chair, Councilmember Palmisano, especially for the North Metro Center, it would have to be hashed out with a joint powers agreement, and each of those officers get 4 hours each. So once again, Commander Brown, you have a better sense of sort of like exactly how that fits, but that's sort of the status of availability across the metro.
Yeah, it sounds spotty. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Next, I'll recognize Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Areas like they are here currently.
So, St. Paul's Rowan Richard Rowan facility, which is just police, it's not complete public safety, is in a residential area. The closest resident, I was able to Google Maps it, was kind of down the street. It wasn't across, it was sort of maybe 0.2 miles away from the facility itself. But they would say they would call that a residential. Like he went to and said this was kind of in a more residential area. The other places, Austin's they put theirs kind of far away, closer to the airport. Sioux Falls is very far. It's kind of like in the northeastern portion. It's in fields. There was not really anywhere where it was. It was nowhere comparable to a SOC where it was I get out and I see neighbors. That was not that close. None that I could find.
Thank you. And then those other centers, they have the fire has training there and 911.
So the other center, North Metro is set up for fire. They said we can host some fire training, not the same reality-based training that maybe the Hero Center could, because they actually have like space and is designed for fire. Sioux Falls, yes. Austin definitely has space for fire. I wasn't able to look in depth in the South Metro. I couldn't get anybody on call with them, but they do have fire. Like their 4 partner cities have their fire departments train out of the South Metro facility. So I would have to assume that there's some level of fire training happening there. Yes, I hope that answers your question as far as like the scan of folks that most of them that I looked at has fire. Now I will say this is a little bit of a research bias because I'm looking at comparatives of like other public safety facilities that has a whole kit and caboodle. And I didn't scan all of the public safety training facilities in the country to see if they're all do stats on like who has fire and who doesn't have fire. I just know that the trend seems to be towards co-locating fire and police in the same area. Does that help, Councilman Brainville?
It helps quite a bit. Thank you.
My pleasure.
The other question is
okay.
So if the center were to be built, the usage by MPD, the fire, 911, other city agencies that would utilize that. Do you have that a projection? Would it be 300 days a year, 320 days a year? How often is the need there for all of our departments to use a facility like this?
I think that is beyond the scope of my research. I think that is probably best answered by the presentation that's happening right after mine.
Okay. Way to pass the buck. And then would there be opportunities for this last question for other departments, other law enforcement, say Metro Transit or the Sheriff's Department, to rent this facility?
Once again, as far as this, like If you are referring to the community safety and wellness facility that is part of all discussion within OCS, this was about just comparing our current assets to the assets that we see out in the field, not necessarily future looking. I would once again pass that buck over to the OCS team to discuss whether that would be fitting.
Understand. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Next, we have Council President Payne.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. It looked like one of the big trends, and you were very clear in giving your caveat that this wasn't like a hard recommendation, but it looked like one of the trends was these fairly large scale facilities. And I was wondering, as we're looking at the design parameters for what our needs are, co-location is first among them. Reality-based training seems to be really critical. But when we're talking about reality-based training, we're talking about racetracks or whatever they would want to describe their, evasive driving technique location, fire towers, fairly large footprint facilities. And it looked like for a lot of those, they were pretty far outside of like an urban center. And they looked like they were quite, and just like huge facilities. And I'm just curious, in that landscape analysis, did it look like the bigger the facility, the further away it was from the city center? And then did you also see any patterns around the larger the facility, the more agencies were utilizing that asset?
Great question. I didn't see any correlation between if this facility is bigger, that means that there's getting more utilization. Particularly, like if I'm comparing the Hero Center, which is 9 acres, to Sioux Falls, which is 55 acres. I think that I would have to look deeper into that question of how much of a correlation there is to size and utilization.
Specifically, multi-agency utilization versus like a single agency or a single jurisdiction. This is the jurisdiction's sole asset versus the bigger it is, the more agencies or municipalities are utilizing it.
That's super interesting because I think I found the opposite.
Yeah.
Particularly with the metro areas, like those facilities are pretty small compared to these, Atlanta, Sioux Falls. They open them up to be able to be used by agencies. That being said, I also don't know whether that is a regional trend that bucks against a national trend. That would probably take a little bit more research into understanding that. You mentioned you had another question. It was about
the size of the footprint. The bigger it is, the farther it looks away from anywhere remotely looking like a city.
Oh yes. I think I probably need to do more research in order to be able to actually be able to give you a definitive answer. Even just looking at the trends, the bigger it is, the more acreage it is, the farther away it's going to be from the city. If you're breaking into getting to 10 acres of space, then you're going to have to put that away from the city just because of the cost per acre is going to just increase in the city. Where the stock is at 4.5 or 5, it's probably more in line with where we see in the metro. And so that might not necessarily be comparable to a 55 acre like in Sioux Falls. Does that help? Is that helpful? Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in queue, we have Councilmember Whiting.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I guess I do have questions for you. Just kind of briefly here, and I'm kind of looking at the specific facilities that you looked at. I know Pittsburgh, I believe, is the only other city on there that has been under consent decree for policing initiatives. Did you, in your kind of research, look at any other cities that have been under consent decrees or are currently under consent decrees?
I reached, to the chair, Councilmember Whiting. I tried reaching out to Baltimore and I tried reaching out to other cities. It's just, this is one of the things about LRO is that whenever we're thinking about external folks, is are you going to read our email? Are you going to respond? Are you going to find time? And that just wasn't able to happen. I think any type of, if it was a larger research project, that definitely is something that we would want to try to do and have a harder effort, have more time to be able to do that.
Thank you. No,
My pleasure.
that's really helpful. I think the only reason I added is I did some research myself, and so maybe it'd be helpful if you are looking into it further of specific consent decree cities that are currently building out public safety facilities at the moment. And so kind of wanted to note that Baltimore, I think, has a proposed public safety facility for just police and fire, which I think is around $330 million. Yeah. Ferguson, I think, did one around $50 million. Portland around $14 million. I believe Louisville, who is kind of our most contemporary at the moment, because they are currently in the same process of us, is at a $6 million investment for the land, kind of similar to what we are considering as well. So
yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
No problem.
Council members, is there any other discussion or questions? Okay, I am not seeing any, so I will have the clerk file that report. Next, we have item number 76, which is financing and acquisition for the Community Safety Training and Wellness Center. I will ask Deputy Commissioner Jared Jeffries to begin the presentation. Okay, we will have Commissioner Todd Barnett give the presentation. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I am Todd Barnett, the Commissioner of Community Safety. I'm here to present on the Community Safety Training and Wellness Center. Also, you're here from our COO, Margaret Anderson Kellner, and representatives from the fire department and representatives from the police department as well. We are, like I said earlier, here to present on this project and to request funding and approval to acquire the property located at 146 60th Street West. The agenda, of course, for this is an overview of the Training and Wellness Center, the current facilities that we have and looking forward, and then the projected timeline and the proposed site acquisition as well. As I think all of you know, the primary purpose of this project and building is to have a comprehensive training and wellness center that would meet the needs for our community safety employees, that they have access to high-level training and also the wellness resources needed in order to best serve our residents and visitors. If we want to be a leader in community safety reform, that requires a long-term commitment. This project, of course, is an investment in our employees who have some of the most challenging jobs in the city. And when we have well-trained employees and we provide those support systems in place to help them, we believe you get a safer response. Also, by building out this facility, it forges stronger coordinations and collaborations between the community safety departments and other departments, as well as our partners at the state and local level. Again, I think most of you know that this facility would serve 911, fire, which has the responsibility of behavioral crisis response, emergency management, which has been really leading the city in its large-scale response to incidents, the police department, and neighborhood safety as well. Spend a little bit of time here on what we see as a shared center and what it would allow for. Back in the fall of 2024, the city, in one of the final things to do, from its FEMA training. The city had been doing training and tabletops here in the city for about 2 years. And sort of the finale was out east in Emmitsburg, where about 70 employees went out there for FEMA training. It was to get all of us together in one place. And from that, I really do believe that back then we became stronger together, that we had a better understanding and commitment that enabled us to respond better in a more coordinated way to large-scale events. And I think we've seen that over the last 2 years here. The benefits of being under one roof and having all of our departments in one place, I really do believe that that gets us in a more cross-functional way that translates into real-world scenarios. Better cross-department training can result in more effective and efficient performance by our departments in times of crisis. I believe this project provides a great opportunity for us to have regional and interjurisdictional partnership. It also enables our community safety departments as well as other departments to in a more coordinated manner. When we look at this particular training and wellness centers, we believe that it would help us build towards a more effective community safety ecosystem, which is a primary goal of the Safe and Thriving Community Report. And as you all know, that report was authored by a team of experts from Harvard University led by Dr. Antonio Oftali. They provided a comprehensive roadmap to put us in a place to be national leaders in a safety system. That report really looked at 3 big service areas. Those service areas were preventative, responsive, and restorative services. But there are some key recommendations that that report, I believe, really looked at when we look at this particular center. An investment in training and workforce development, providing training and capacity building for cutting edge practices, increasing additional training capacity, developing an employee wellness plan, and reinforcing the staff's wellness plan to address secondary trauma by ensuring debriefing and resilience content embedded in all training operations. Ultimately, this project is necessary to provide the needed support to our city community safety staff by providing critical safety services to our residents and visitors. This project also helps us meet some of the obligations associated with the MDHR settlement agreement. Specifically, those are improving training protocols like having adult learning and scenario-based training, elevating training and wellness standards, and creating a plan for providing MPD employees with the necessary facilities and support. We all know that the settlement agreement required the city to conduct several assessments which looked at training, facilities, and also wellness. Each of these assessments found that there were significant deficiencies in these categories. Those assessments also looked at how we need to employee support and wellness standards. And then it also required the city to provide and create a plan that addressed the deficiencies in those assessments. The facility assessment did specifically find that building a facility for training would be a recommendation option to reach compliance with the settlement agreement. And I believe all council members have similar presentation with the sites that you see at the bottom of this slide. Moving away from the overview, now I'll talk a little bit about why we need these facilities. And I think that the previous presentation done by Mr. Miller also outlined a lot of the things that I'll highlight here. But we really use two facilities for training. One is, of course, the SOC, which is the Special Operations Center. And then we use the Emergency Operation and Training Facility, which we refer to as the EOTF. The SOC is primarily used by the police department for training and for storage. The EOTF is really used by the fire department and emergency management. Of course, when we look at these two facilities, there's no particular specific place for 911, for training or wellness. Also, that's the same for NSD as well. When we look at the SOC, and this was repeated earlier, so I'll just highlight some things here. That former elementary school was built in 1962. We lease that property, and so to have significant upgrades are not possible. This slide shows the residential area, which I believe is a similar picture that was showed in the previous presentation as well. This facility, of course, has a residential area in which makes it difficult to do any outside scenario-based activities. When you look at the EOTF, which is primarily used by fire and emergency management, there is a limitation. For fire, when they have their EMS program, the Pathways program there, they can't do the CPR exercises at that facility. They have to do it in the basement of a fire department. When we look at large-scale events, like we talked about earlier, like the collapse of the 35W bridge, you look at Annunciation, emergency management doesn't really have the sufficient space for these large-scale events that have happened here. I'll talk a little bit about emergency management specifically in the next two slides here. Emergency management, like I said earlier, uses the EOTF for several functional and training related exercises, which we refer to as the National Incident Management System, which is NIMS, and also the Incident Command System, which we refer to ICS. Both of these are emergency preparation and response systems, and they're used to train on a nationally wide basis, with overreaching purposes being that you're using common systems with the same technology, so that no matter where you are as a first responder, if you're here in the city of Minneapolis, it helps us better understand what the needs are and what the response will be. Under emergency management, the department does several different trainings in their facility. Specifically, they have 2 day-long enterprise-wide trainings and 4 command-specific trainings. But it's not just those that they do. They continue to train throughout the year for our other departments as well. The city and the emergency management department also utilizes the EOTF to house NIMS and to house the ICS related functions during complex large incidents. And you know that includes having an emergency operations center, which is the EOC, also the Joint Information Center, which is the JIC, and also the incident or unified command there at the same time. When you have these large-scale, complex events, which have happened to us recently, it's just not enough space for them to operate the way that they would like to. Excuse me. You'll also hear in the next slide about some of the difficulties when they have the cadet training there. Ultimately, one of the benefits of the new Safety Training and Wellness Center is that we believe that we'll be able to provide space for large-scale, complex incidents. Also, that we would be in a position like St. Paul to have space for EOC, to have space for a JIC, an incident or unified command. But also important, this would allow us to have some dedicated space for emergency management, also neighborhood safety and 911. I'll turn it over to Chief Rucker from our fire department.
Welcome, Chief Rucker.
Chair Chowdhury and council members, my name is Melanie Rucker. I'm interim fire chief for Minneapolis Fire Department. As was stated before, majority of the fire department's training and operations are at the EOTF. As not noted, the EOTF has always been the property where we have done our fire training before the actual EOTF building was built. Prior to the EOTF building being built, we had double wide trailers that were out there as classroom space, like when I came on as a cadet. We have our burn tower, as well as we have our training tower. So the burn tower is actually a burn simulation building where we actually light with gas to light and smoke up the building for our cadet training, as well as our training tower where we do our repel operations, our rescue operations and training as well with our fire cadets. With the new EOTF expansion building, we now share the property with emergency management as well as the SIC with the MPD, so that training space is condensed for us. We have the interior classrooms that are also shared with all the other departments, so that limits our space for our training as well. In events of a large incident operations, again, as you all know, that the EOTF is one of the first spaces that are getting utilized and taken. So if we have a cadet class going on during that time of that emergency event operations, then our cadets are challenged to continue their training in their and operations out there, as well as parking spaces, as well as our when we're doing our annual fire training and drills. We have to do 120 hours of fire training to keep up our fire 1 and 2 operations, as well as we have to do 40 hours of training to keep up our EMT services and certifications. With the EMS portion, as was stated, for our recruitment, and which is big for our diversity of the fire department, we have our EMS Pathways internship. That internship is held once a year, and that internship, that training is not, we are not able to utilize the EOTF for that training. So that training, as well as our ongoing EMS training certifications, happen in the basement of Fire Station 21. So it is actually a basement where there is mold and mildew, and it's like makeshift that we are doing our training operations, as well as, when we do our ongoing training with our firefighters, we will have 5 fire trucks that are in a residential space trying to come in to do training while on shift. We have gotten several complaints from residents that do not, in the wintertime, having fire trucks idle on residential streets. So trying to keep those large trucks off of the streets for residents, and trying to park them on Apparatus Bay where there is still fire operations. At Fire Station 21, they are still in service. As well, we're doing the training as well as the interns are there. They are still in service. They are responding to fire incidents while we are trying to train. On top of that, we are also for driving simulations. We do not have a driver simulation. Any tools or technical aspects where we can not have to utilize our fire trucks. So we are doing the wear and tear on training, training our cadets how to drive and training our fire operators how to drive a fire truck, having to actually utilize $1 million fire truck. And so we're other aspects where we don't have the space, the footprint out there to actually do, if we're doing physically moving that large fire truck around, we are going out to St. Cloud. So as we are stating the new facility that, will have space for, I guess they were saying they were called race car tracks. That space can also be utilized for fire maneuver operations to train fire vehicles. We also do hazmat technical rescue training, water rescue training, and as well as I was saying, the fire motor operation training. We do some of our rope rescue because we do urban rescue, we do rope rappelling, we do confined space, we do technical breaching and breaking, we do all that types of heavy rescue, and some of our rope rescue we're doing out of one of our fire stations. We have actual mounting and support systems that are built within Fire Station 6, where we're using anchor points that are built into Fire Station 6, as well as some confined space units at Fire Station 6. So as well as keeping that heavy rescue technical, our Rescue 1, which is utilized statewide, that vehicle is housed at the EOTF. So our apparatus bays are filled with, emergency response equipment that also we have to utilize when we're doing our cadet training. Our cadet training has to go on out there. When we do rescue props, we're in the process of building some rescue props in the back of the facility. So when I say we have a state rescue team, that rescue team comes and trains at the EOTF. And then also another facility that is housed off property that we also rent is our wellness resources. So our wellness resources also rented in a space over South Minneapolis, and it is just an office space. So when we're doing critical incident debriefings or we're doing a wellness training for all of our firefighters, that space probably houses 7 to 10 people at the most. So it is also condensed space. Okay. And so along with just the fire, the EMS, as well as BCR training, we interagency training and coordination is key for any large response. The kind of interagency and coordinated training that we do, say with police, as well as our MECC, our dispatchers, is mass incident shootings. With the train together to make sure that we're going into these incidents to save lives and quickly work together. And then without that training, we are not able to respond as quickly as we have. Even with the Mitchell shooting, with fire responded with PD. they were utilizing one of our fire trucks for coverage, and our firefighters had to utilize our fire trucks for coverage and know how to work well with our police officers from that type of training that we do together. And also, as fire has incorporated BCR, we have not had that critical space and training together that we need to make sure that we're responding together and making sure the correct response goes out to the community. BCR is located over Northeast in their own facility, and currently they respond, according to the precinct responses. As we are bringing them into fire, we are starting to wanting them to respond from fire stations, so they make sure that they are covered wide and their response times go down. So with that coordination and working together, it is not only just that contract management, it is that coordination to making sure we have a coordinated response with all of our critical response teams and make sure the community gets served. So I think with, also the dedicated space, with the simulations and things that, PD is going to coordinate. Fire can also utilize those screens and that imagery to real life training opportunities. When we do our promotional exams, we bring dispatch in. We actually put on a monitor, simulating fires in buildings and hazmat material and hazmat responses that, how do we respond to these critical incidences safely and not having to try to, maneuver those on, a projector screen that we have. That's not up-to-date technology. So that is what this wellness, and also incorporating our wellness center in this facility. I'm open for questions. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We'll take questions at the end of the presentation. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Chowdhury, council members. They limited me to 2 minutes, so I promise I'll make this brief. Council President, you as well, thank you for having us. I'm Commander Chris Brown. I oversee the training division for MPD. The Minneapolis Police Department currently conducts the majority of our training at the Special Operations Center, commonly referred to as the SOC. Currently, between 100 and 200 MPD members occupy the space at any given time at the SOC. All are vying for classroom and large group training space. Those people that are occupying the space include 32 recruits that are in a 16-week academy, 30 officers that are currently on FTO and return to the SOC frequently for comeback trainings as well as remedial training as needed. 71 community service officers currently that train throughout the week at the SOC. 26 cadets who are conduct their orientations before and after they go to the Hennepin Technical College in order to get their certification to start the Recruit Academy. 30 to 35 officers, that's the number we do for, we seek out for attendance for in-service training. And in-service training historically was generally 1 or 2 trainings per year for all officers. And then as you had specialty trainings, you'd have additional training. Right now we have over 60 hours of training per year just as a baseline, and have up to 160 hours of training for every officer on the department. So classroom and large space is at a premium. So additional MPD organizational needs such as multi-agency briefings or events also vie for the SOC. So we have, we have people from the community that come there for handing out gifts at the holiday season. We have all kinds of other events that the community uses that space for outreach purposes for the city. Currently, the SOC currently houses the training division and several other units. The training division alone makes up for 19 full-time staff members who work there, and there's more than that that are not part of the training division that occupy the same space for trainings. So the SOC current space that's dedicated specifically for training right now is 5 standard classrooms. Of the standard classrooms, 2 of those are capable of handling somewhere around 30 to 35 students. Those classrooms aren't sufficient for the size of the classes that we're getting, as well as our in-service. So right now we have 32 recruits in our recruit academy. We also are projected to be somewhere closer to 50 in the June class. So we have to split the classes up and into multiple classrooms, or do train the same thing twice in order just to have the people in the classroom space. We have 1 office space that was converted into a small mat room, and we only have 2 large training spaces. The 2 large training spaces that we have, one is our gym. The gym accommodates safely 25 to 30 trainees at a time, and the auditorium space, which is a little smaller, is 20 to 30 trainees. This makes it difficult for class sizes, for recruit class sizes that we have, that can be probably on average 30 to 40 cadets or recruits in those classes, as well as vying for scheduling for in-service, for that which is the continued education for the officers. So we're always trying to juggle who gets priority over it amongst the other people that need the space. So currently we have no dedicated space for scenario-based training, specifically realistic training environments that reflect the environments that officers will be encountering in the field. Currently we use classrooms that we just, we encourage people to use their imagination when they knock on the door and say that you're now entering an apartment building, and that's an actual classroom space. Otherwise, we use the gym and hallways. We have 1 small workout area that can safely accommodate 10 to 15 people at a time. And the recruits in the academy do not currently have a locker room. They use a small classroom for their equipment and their gear. The facility only offers 6 male showers and 2 female showers. The SOC, I think one of the previous speakers talked about the storage. So the storage in the SOC, with the multiple units that are currently using the SOC, we share the storage space that's necessary. Some of the things that MPD stores, like our tasers and some of our VR equipment, needs to be secured. So that limits the ability to multi-access the areas. So additionally, I think this was brought up in a previous speaker as well, is there is only 1 drinking fountain, and none of the other water in the facility is potable. So we make do by having water coolers within the area. So the next part is going to be my counterpart here.
Yeah. Thank you, Commander Wren. Hello, Chair Chowdhury and other City Council members. My name is Dr. Meredith Martyr. I'm the Health and Wellness Unit Manager for Minneapolis Police Department. So I'm going to be talking about the Wellness Unit and our current situation. And so if you imagine an old elementary school and imagine the principal's office, that is the Wellness Center. So my office is literally the old principal office. We have 2 private office spaces, so it's myself and then the Health and Wellness Unit Coordinator, a sergeant in our unit, and then the peer support team coordinator works outside in a 8 to 10 people. Otherwise, that is the Health and Wellness Unit. So we have the 2 private offices, that limited decompression space, and then otherwise it's really jigsawing available space with Commander Brown and the training unit to find availability to host critical incident debriefings, peer support team meetings, as well as just ongoing trainings for sworn and non-sworn staff. So that is our current capacity that we have. I will also just say that we are building out in the old 1st Precinct a interim wellness facility, and so that is accommodating the new wellness division, which houses Health and Wellness Unit, Health and Safety Unit, as well as the Early Intervention System Unit. So that will have 7 private offices, 2 therapy offices that will offer on-site therapy services, to staff. And then we also will have just a kind of a waiting room shared decompression space. But again, in this interim space, we will continue to navigate sharing space with training unit for ongoing trainings, peer support team, and critical incident debriefings.
Commander, it's been more than 2 minutes.
Chair Chowdhury and Council, thank you again. You get to deal with me again. So next we'll be talking about some of just the baselines of what we anticipate with the new facility. So the Minneapolis Police Department has several needs that underscore the importance of establishing a new training and wellness center. The new facility will serve many important functions. However, I'm just going to go over just 4 quick highlights for you. So realism in police training. So ensuring that police officers' training reflects the environment that officers encounter in the field. Both the I think it's the Windom as well as the Jensen Hughes facilities assessments identified that this is one of the largest needs that we have for training, and that is providing the realistic scenario-based training. So and the environments to do so. So this improves decision making for officers under stress, both cognitive as well as their emotional readiness. And the new facility will have dedicated space for this. Next is safe training environment. So 13% of all police officer injuries occur during training. So providing a dedicated secured area free of live weapons where scenario-based training can be delivered is crucial. Training environments that are controlled and secure minimize exposure to passing vehicles in a parking lot or pedestrian traffic, and therefore reduce the distractions both for the students as well as providing the best training and instruction. Third is community impacts. Police training, I've handled numerous complaints over the last couple years, and most of which were necessary. So, and what I mean by that is police training, it should not require that the community members who do not wish to observe this training to have this training conducted openly within their neighborhoods. So, in contrast to that, we also have members from the community and community groups who have asked to observe the trainings that we are going through. Some of these, just to name a few, was Reimagining Community Safety and MPD's Professional Advisory Council, as well as many other community members who have reached out. When it comes to observing training, we have city attorneys. We offer it open up for OPCR. We have CCPO come out and observe the training. We've had, we've had ALIFA, MDHR. We open our training up, and I've invited each one of you, and I continue for the new council members. You are more than welcome to come out at any time. Reach out to find out what trainings are available, because it's important for you to know what we do and how we're doing it. And you can share that with the people that are your constituents in your neighborhood. So I would appreciate you taking me up on that. So, and then finally is the large group training space. So recruit academies, lateral officer orientations, community service officer training, department meetings needing larger space, and the ongoing in-services that are going on in a department are in high demand for the large training spaces. So some of those large space needs are for operational briefings. We use a large mats set up in these large training spaces for empty hand technique training, defensive tech training, de-escalation and use of force trainings. The hands-on learning that they do demonstrates the learning objectives that they've taken from the policy training that they have prior to that, and it also opens up with these larger spaces other available agencies and multiple agencies and disciplines to be able to join us with training. So it does open up a lot more opportunities for those joint trainings.
Thank you, Commander. In terms of wellness, so first we have on there that the space could expand upon on-site therapy services. So I mentioned before that we, in the interim space, have 2 on-site therapy offices. But really, when we say therapy, we're meaning in a more holistic sense. So not just mental health therapy, but as Commander Brown and Chief Rutger had mentioned before too, massage therapy, physical therapy, things to rehabilitate first responders, not just in brain, but body as well. We would want to centralize the wellness offerings. So at Minneapolis Police Department, we really believe in all the pillars of wellness, which includes physical, mental, spiritual, financial, and social. And our hope is that by being centralized, even with other community safety partners, that this would help increase help-seeking behaviors by centralizing the services, especially with training. It's really intentional that wellness is partnered with training, because the minute a recruit comes in the door, we want to normalize help seeking as much as possible. So we make a point to get out, introduce ourselves to the new folks, build relationships, so that the minute something does happen or they're feeling concerned about something, that they feel comfortable enough to come and seek support. So it is a really intentional partnership with training. And lastly, supplies adequate office space for wellness-centered staff. This would centralize and co-locate wellness staff from all of the community safety departments and support increased interdepartmental coordination of support services. A lot of folks here today have spoken on example of enunciation. That was so critical that we partnered with fire, with EMS, with dispatch to offer on-site support that day within hours of response, but then in the weeks and months after, and we continue to provide that support and partnership. So we would look forward to continuing to do that. Thank you.
Just quickly here, here are a couple of the features that you've already heard about that we would like to see from this project in this facility to meet some of the unmet training, wellness, and operational needs from our community safety departments. And then, of course, you know, I know Director O'Brien will scold me at some point for this, but because I know we're not at the design phase, but you know, we really do look at this facility to help us with our training and partnerships with the county, with the state, you know, to have interjurisdictional training for complex incidents, to be prepared for when those things actually happen. Once we're beyond this phase in the project, we can talk about more formalized partnerships with other jurisdictions in what the design of this building would look like. I'm going to hand it over to our COO, Margaret Anderson Keller.
Welcome. I almost said good evening, Chair Chowdhury. We're close. All right. Well, thank you for all of your patience today. I'm Margaret Anderson Kelleher. I serve as the COO for the City of Minneapolis. And I'm before you today to talk a little more about the how and the where with Director O'Brien. So we will move to the requested action. And first I want to start by saying that there are two parts of this action that would be before you today. One part of the action is the funding portion of the action. And this is needed because we have an opportunity to buy the site that the commissioner told you about early on in the presentation. That is, of course, somewhat of a limited window of being able to buy this unique site for this purpose. And so to get there, we do need a reallocation of capital dollars. And the proposal right now, although I will say we are listening hard to all of you and trying to find a way to get to yes on the dollar amount. The first portion of this is a little over $3.7 million from Animal Care and Control. This is all from previous and current bond authority. And the reason for this is that we are moving very quickly to the realization that we need to plan for a new animal care and control facility, not keep putting money into the current one, which is undersized for what we're doing, for the number of animals we're seeing, for the type of rescues we have, as well as for the adoption services. And so this was all money planned for that purpose, and we think it is, for right now, a better use to go into this site acquisition. The second is neighborhood traffic calming. And I want to say about this that, it is a reduction from the budget item TR022. That item will still have almost $6 million in it for the neighborhood traffic calming program, should you take action on this proposal. And this is important because that original amendment did take from this project. And so that is why the choice of this right now. But again, I want to iterate, we are trying to get to yes with all of you. And so we will continue to keep working on the source. That would allow us to have the dollars for the closing costs at 146 60th Street West. The purchase price is $6 million. And there is a bit of a closing cost of $100,000. I do want to go over just briefly the bit of a background on the capital budget. The capital budget for the city of Minneapolis, the 6-year plan, is $1.76 billion. This year alone, the capital budget is $368 million. Investments in all sorts of things across the city. Certainly improvements for residents and things like pavement improvements, but also a number of other things that are in the projects. 123 projects are covered by this in this year's capital budget. And this does, going forward in 27 and 28, include more resources for this community training and wellness center. The gap is really in 2026 for the land purchase, which is why we are here. And this is levy-funded debt. This is debt. This cannot be used in real time, the $6 million, for any other purpose. I heard Director Hansen's excellent presentation to you today for the businesses and community. This money would not be available for that because this is done by capital funds. Capital funds are very strictly restricted, both in the city of Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota, in terms of what they can be spent on. So the land acquisition is something that can happen here. I'm going to have Director O'Brien come up, who is going to talk a little bit more about community engagement as well as the project timeline.
Welcome, Director O'Brien.
Good afternoon, Chair Chowdhury, council members. I'm Barbara O'Brien. I'm the Director of Property Services. Showing now is a demonstration of the anticipated timeline for the proposed project. In 2021, this project was added to the capital improvement plan as a multi-discipline, cross-departmental training center. Since 2021, the scope intent included fire, police, 911, and EMT training and wellness space. The MDHS settlement agreement was approved by City Council in 2023. Following the settlement agreement, comprehensive facility assessments were complete. The findings of these assessments identified various shortfalls in spaces dedicated to training and wellness throughout our portfolio. Funding was made available for pre-design work and site criteria in 2025. A site search resulted in successfully identifying a proposed site, which we are advancing for council decision to move forward with the purchase agreement. Should the purchase agreement be supported, we anticipate that the city moving forward through due diligence phase throughout the summer and a final closing on the property in August of this year. Our projections have a contract for design to be brought forward in late 2026, construction estimated to start in 2027, and the opening of the Minneapolis Training and Wellness Center forecasted to occur late in 2029 or early 2030. The proposed acquisition site is located at 146 60th Street South, 60th Street West. This property is 4.77 acres, is zoned appropriately for the intended use. It is outside of residential densities and near major thoroughfares for access ease. This slide demonstrates the current condition of the proposed site. There is one facility on the property, while the majority of the site is open. Our proposed use, a community safety training and wellness center, will be an improvement to this site. Activating this site will include greening the corridor with boulevard trees and plantings, well-lit corridors, as well as a facility that is designed and built to green building standards and efficiencies. The City of Minneapolis is committed to owning and operating high-quality facilities and being good neighbors within the community.
I'm going to talk about community engagement. On March 10th, there was a surrounding business and resident meeting. Over 2,400 mailers were mailed out to the area. That's kind of the typical radius for us in a project like this. 15 people from the immediate area and community did attend that session. On March 12th, there was a meeting of the Windom Community Council, and the Windom Community Council actually did include, and I think you all have this, a letter of support for the project that should be in LIMS today that I would like to draw your attention to. They say in this that they are excited and supportive of the project coming to the Windom neighborhood. And I think that is important. NCR, OCS, and Property Services all participated in these community information sessions. There was a FAQ that was created out of the questions that people did bring up, and I believe that is also posted in LIMS. And so want to make sure that you are aware of that work. And finally, why now? And why right now? This is because this is a rare opportunity of a site. We don't get these opportunities very often in the city to have a site this large in an area that is zoned commercial. It has been a project, as you heard from Director Barbara O'Brien, that has been in queue for quite a long time. And then, of course, the long-term financial benefits of being able to have the training all in one place under our own roof that we control, that we can do a number of things with. Cost savings from the divestment in the lease for fire EAP, as well as the SOC lease. There probably are other cost savings that we can enumerate. And then it builds on the assessment plan and the wellness plans, as well as the building plans that have been done for certainly for police, but also the benefits for fire, 911, emergency management as well. And we still hope that the state will invest in this. They have invested in, when you heard Mr. Miller's presentation, I believe they invested in every single one of those properties. And I actually did some math on Mr. Miller's presentation, anywhere from 63% of the cost all the way down to something like 16% of the cost. And so there's a strong history in the state of Minnesota to participate in these sorts of projects. And I think being able to say that we have a site is a really important part of being able to move forward. I believe that that concludes our formal presentation, and we'll stand for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'll first go to Councilmember Palmisano.
Colleagues, you might have seen in front of you and in an email this morning from Clerk Ken Daler an option to use a different public works funding source. After conversations and concerns from colleagues about this original funding source, that was an idea suggested in response to those concerns. But I want to be clear, that is not the proposal before us that I'm suggesting we move forward with right now. Staff are bending over backwards to find a way to accommodate reservations that you've brought up the past couple of days. I appreciate that, even if it's a little confusing. So on the original funding proposal that staff are still working on improving, that is what I'm going to speak on here. We've spent the past 7 years making steady progress on it. Maybe not you, because you weren't elected during that time, but we have been doing this for 7 years. Just last year, this body unanimously approved the center as our top priority bonding ask for state financial support. We know our current facilities for first responder training and wellness are inadequate. This is personal to me. I started working on this in 2018 and finally, unanimously, got it into the capital budgeting process many years ago. This project has grown and changed over time, and that's a good thing. We all want better outcomes from the police and a broader definition of public safety overall. And I think we all share the same reform goals, but those can't be achieved unless all of our first responders are well and well trained. And importantly, some of the arguments I've heard against this investment are downright disingenuous. One, this isn't a cop city. This is inclusive of many departments: police, fire, behavioral crisis response, 911, and emergency management. I hope you've heard that during the study session and today. This training facility is part of our comprehensive, coordinated public safety ecosystem. The COO already said this. This is my number 2, that this money can't be used for recovery from Operation Metro Surge. It cannot be used that way. A vote against this is a vote against a slow and steady journey of police reform that we embarked on as a city in 2020, and a priority I think everyone up here has professed to share. And this project has changed to reflect that. It did begin exclusively as a police training and wellness facility, and it was reimagined to something much bigger, or broader rather, after the murder of George Floyd. Police reform isn't just a campaign talking point. If we are serious, it requires investment and training, and the longer we wait, the more expensive it is, and the higher the cost of not having it to the community that we all serve. That's what this is about, and that's what this step is about. After 7 years of working on this project, starting with a bonding tour that I almost personally gave that presentation back in 2019 up at the EOTF, it's a really big deal that we're here today. The motion is authority to purchase this property, the property listed in the agenda, and that purchase price is $6.1 million. And I must clarify, as I've needed to every day, we're not asking for $40 million in city funds. It will eventually total $19 million from the city, and it will take a couple years to get the rest of that money from the state. But I'll say, we finally, after years, have a site to secure that works, and we have a modern, leading-edge proposal. All that said, knowing that enough of you are not yet ready for this with the funding as you've suggested, or as staff have suggested, we have a little more work to do. And so to that end, I'll ask we move this forward without recommendation to Thursday and see
Second.
where we land. Thank you.
We have a motion to forward without recommendation in a second, so that's before us. We'll go to Councilmember Stevenson.
Thank you. A few things. We're in a situation now where we are having to decide what's important in our budget. Where do we want to spend our money as we see revenue go down and we see our expenses going up? So we're deciding what is important for us to spend on and what is a secondary thing, a want rather than a need. This proposal has not been recommended to us in the Capital Long Range Improvement Committee. They have allocated $0 for it this year and next year. Our state partners have been pretty clear with us that they do not see this as a priority either, and they are not wanting to go to the mat to get money for this project. And frankly, the community has been extremely clear with me and with many others that this is not where they want to see their dollars go. In my community, we live and breathe this conversation of reform, of investment every single day in George Floyd Square. We want to know when investment is going to go into George Floyd Square. When is the consent decree and the settlement agreement going to benefit the community that was harmed the most by the murder of George Floyd? And so here we are, we're asking ourselves, is this where we need to put our money at this exact moment? And the community response to me is a resounding no. This is not the priority. We have other priorities. They're investing in George Floyd Square. They're investing in the new Nicollet project. They're investing in vacant lots along Lake Street, West Broadway, all across the city. They're replacing the fire stations that have mold and are crumbling before us. We have so many priorities in this city, and this simply does not rise to the top. It doesn't rise to the level where we need to go out of our regular budgeting cycle. We need to defund other programs that will directly save lives in Minneapolis. This is just not the priority that needs us to do all of these extraordinary things in order for us to move it forward. And lastly, I'd just like to point out that we need to be investing in projects that are going to increase the vibrancy, safety, and tax base of this city. Moving forward with this project is moving forward with an additional financial liability that is not going to improve the safety and the vibrancy of this city. So I will be supporting forwarding this without recommendation. Thank you.
Next, we have Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Well, I see it a lot different than you do. I think public safety is the #1 need and want in our community. But I have a couple questions about this. Well, could someone answer me, after the Annunciation shooting, how many of our staff sought help after experiencing that horror of helping those poor children who were shot? Fire, police, 911, how many people asked for help?
Hello. So through the chair, council member, I can only speak to the police department. I can't speak to any of the other agencies. But partnering, looking at our partner agency, Wellness That Fits, that provides the mental health, within the first month of us starting to track it, which was January 2026, it was 78 people, I believed, reached out for individual therapy. Immediately after Annunciation, within our own unit, in terms of like phone and in-person check-ins, it was around 120 plus. I could get you that accurate number, but I don't want to overestimate.
Sure. And I believe in an earlier presentation, you had said there really was no facility to help. You had to spread that out, and there wasn't the privacy that was needed for this because we didn't have the facility.
Correct. So again, through the chair, Councilmember Rainville. Yes. So on the day of, we were able to partner with Starbucks actually, and they lent us their basement, and so we were able to use the basement of that facility to host the critical incident debriefing that happened right after. In terms of the further debriefings that were offered 48 to 72 hours after, we hosted those at the SOC, so I had to coordinate with Commander Brown to reserve that space that was necessary. And we held several different options so maximum people could attend. I should also say in those debriefings that were 48 to 72 hours after, those were interdepartmental. So we worked with fire, we worked with EMS to have comprehensive debriefing and psychological support.
Thank you. And then I appreciate that. And I have a question, maybe Commander Brown, you had talked about what it costs to run the current substandard facility. It's with the rent and utilities, about $1 million a year. Is that correct?
Chair Chowdhury and Council Member Rainville, actually, I didn't speak to the cost.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I believe
who spoke to the cost? Commander Brown, you're such a compelling speaker. I think that you're always the source of knowledge.
I can speak for what was in the thing earlier, but that's not what I spoke.
Certainly. Through Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Rainville, a memo was shared with council members earlier this month that outlined the general costing for the operations of this facility, and it is $1,098,375.02 annually.
Great, and that's money we don't see any return on, is just paid out.
That's correct. So that's operations and maintenance, it's building lease, it's the parking lease. There's a small parking lot that we lease. That is utilities, that's ground maintenance, that is custodial and cleaning. So it is non-return. It is a non-returnable investment.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have one last question. I don't know who would be best to answer this, perhaps COO Kelleher. If we did not secure state funding, we still have options on this land, correct? We don't have to, we're not obligating to build this facility there. We're just using this to show the state that we are serious about this and to entice them further into giving us funding.
Chair Chowdhury, Councilmember Rainville, I think I would maybe phrase it a little bit differently in that this is a commitment to buy this piece of property. But it does show the state that we are serious about this. This is called site control in the lexicon of state bonding. Having site control is always important for what the state feels that an entity can get done. And as Councilmember Palmisano mentioned, it may take us a couple years at this. Now, like I said, of all of the presentation of Mr. Miller, every single one of the Minnesota facilities he mentioned has state dollars in it. Anywhere from, again, 16% to a whopping 63%. Yay to Cottage Grove. I know who did that. They had 63% of their costs covered by the state. That's really important to actually what Councilmember Stevenson was saying about what the burden is on Minneapolis. And so that's why it's so important that we get site control and we go back at this and go to the state hand in hand and work on this.
Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, last year when we voted to make this the #1 priority in our bonding bill, I really thought we were going to be moving forward on this item. You all know that it is important to me because these facilities, 2 of these training facilities are in North Minneapolis. And I guess I'm kind of growing tired of us as a body talking about like how underserved North Minneapolis is, yet we're doing nothing to help change that. I voted in support of a lot of my colleagues with I mean, in particular, the 3rd precinct that just passed earlier today, I thought it should go in the old building, but colleagues thought that, you know, the community stepped up and said they didn't want it in the old building, they wanted something new, and that happened. I'm asking for folks to do the same thing for the north side. We've stood on the sidelines and watched the south side get so much support around what they need, and this is the one opportunity where the north side could get the same. I know I'm only one vote, but my vote certainly matters when it comes to the South Side getting the resources they need. So I'm really growing tired of this conversation of going back and forth when the entire community is saying, just like the South Side community said, we don't want a training center outside of our front door. We don't want loud noise at 6:30 in the morning because officers are training outside of our front doors. We don't want to have to explain to our children what's happening. I usually know when training is happening because my phone is blowing up. Office, cell phone, emails, everything. And so I'm just asking for some support here, and support that you already committed to. We've already said we were going to do this as a body, and now everyone's like, well, I don't want to do it anymore. I was already, just kind of blindsided by the money taken out of this project at the end of last year in the budget after a commitment to make this a priority, and then told by some council members, well, we took that $5 million, but it is our #1 legislative priority. And now we're saying it's not a priority anymore. I mean, a vote against this is really a vote against the north side. It's really saying we don't matter to this city like other places do. Because I certainly believe that if this training facility was in specific wards in this city, it would have been moved. This council would have been made the necessary moves to get it out of certain wards so their constituents didn't have to look at it. We matter on the north side. It's time for us to put up the money and show the north side that we care about them too. It really is long overdue. Even the 4th precinct, I've been sitting here for 4 years saying, we're gonna wait till our turn. The South Side gets so many things. Southside Safety Center, new precinct. The old precinct building is now gonna be the Democracy Center. All these things, and we're waiting, and then when we're up, now it's like, oh no, we can't do this. This is a cop city. This is not a cop city. At best, this is a cop corner store compared to Cop City. Cop City is 85 acres. This is the current facility is on a city block. It's in a school, an elementary school that people who live across the street from it remember their kids going to school there. And now if what we're building is Cop City, so is the facility that's in Ward 4 right now. And how is it okay for us to currently have a Cop City? Get Cop City out of Ward 4 then. Let's focus on that. Because if the new facility is Cop City, so is the current facility. So can we make a commitment to get Cop City out of Ward 4? Because we're tired of it. We've been asking for it to be moved for years. Way before me, people have been asking for it to go away. And the other facilities in the precinct. If you're not familiar, the actual precinct used to be a community center that the community wants back, just like the old 3rd precinct. Everybody up here wanted to give that to the community. The north side wants Plymouth. We want that. We want the way back. We've wanted it back for decades. Move it all out, everything. Give us something different. And just think about the design of everything in North Minneapolis. It is in residential neighborhoods. It's not on major corridors like the rest of your precincts. We are asking for some relief here. I am so tired of begging for this. This feels like I'm begging for my colleagues to help me enrich the lives of our neighbors. One of my colleagues just sat here and said, it's not going to do anything to better anybody's lives. It will if you live on 42nd and DuPont, or in the Weber-Camden neighborhood, or in any of the surrounding neighborhoods where you got to drive by there. And so I'm asking you to really focus on what is going to change here and not politicize this into some ridiculous fight with the mayor or whomever else. For me, this is solely about North Minneapolis finally getting what they're asking for from this city. They're taxpayers too. They deserve to have this out of their literal front yards. This is right across the street from a food shelf. People standing in line at a church right across the street. One of the things I'm disappointed about is that we didn't do community listening sessions on the other end of this. We talked about where it was going, but we didn't talk about where it was coming from. The city should have went out to neighborhoods and asked people in those areas how they feel about this and the impact that it has on their day-to-day lives. That's what should have happened. Again, the North Side always overlooked. So in the future, if that's not going to happen, I'm going to have a serious problem with that too. COO and Commissioner. Those sessions should have been done in North Minneapolis to talk to the neighbors in the Weber-Camden neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods about how they feel. Or you could have just called my office or did a data request and got all the emails or whatever else we've gotten over the years about this. I'm tired of having this conversation. We got to be caring about every single person in our community. And to keep forcing this on the North Side, it's getting really old. It really is. We got to do better as a city. And this is not about whatever we're trying to make this about, a cop city or the investment. If we don't invest in this, the money is not going to other things. If it was, you could sign me up to prioritize a lot of things people want on the North Side instead of this. But we can't do that. So let's be realistic here, use the money what it's for, and do what we said we were going to do when we adopted this to our legislative agenda.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I will name that I've actually received over 400 emails asking me to oppose this project, which I will be. And in those requests of opposition to this project, residents have named this for exactly what it is. It is a cop city. How do I know that? From just the prior presentation. Let's just compare the descriptions of both this and the Atlantic Public Safety Center, which was also included in the policy and research report that we just named or discussed. The Atlantic Public Safety Training Center says the city of Atlanta has built a new public safety training center to support its needs for a dedicated training space with modern facilities for personnel. The new center allows sworn officers, civilian responders, firefighters, EMS, and 911 staff to train locally and collaboratively using modern philosophies and methodologies rooted in harm reduction. Now let's mosey over to our own definition. The Community Safety Training and Wellness Center will be utilized by all Minneapolis community safety functions: 911, behavior crisis response, emergency management, fire, neighborhood safety, and police. The opportunity for larger multi-jurisdictional partnership also exists. It's the same. It's not defined by acres. It's not defined by the size of your parcel. It's literally around this idea of building something that's truly not a need, but a want of particular segments of our workforce, typically MPD, and putting that at the expense of other needs. And I have to combat this misinformation that's being shared that we can't move money from this project to others. That's exactly what we did in December. We recognized it was a priority to invest in other capital projects that includes traffic calming and ADA replacements, because those have also long been divested in, and that also elevates the safety and well-being of our communities. And this body, over 9 council members, voted to move money away from this very project to invest in those, only to then, less than 3 months later, be asked to defund those projects, animal control as well, to support the advancement of a space where our first responders can have new mats and receive massages, while also practicing scenario-based training that our LEFA report already says you're doing great. You're doing great in your training. We just need you to complete your training, actually. So this idea that we can't do more is absolutely false. We could reappropriate, as what we're doing right now, away from ADA away from animal control, we could actually use these same dollars around the public or the community safety and wellness center and say, yeah, we want to invest those bonding dollars into other capital projects like the new Nicolette. So it can include environmental investments like geothermal or social housing and more public housing and affordable housing, which would benefit all of our residents. Also increase our tax base, because we just heard earlier today, we're struggling on that end, and most of our residents are having to bear the financial burden of caring for our city and maintaining our city. We could invest it in 38th in Chicago, which we had a long debate around the historic divestment from the city into that community. That's on our capital project list right now that we could be moving those dollars towards. So it's just so lackadaisical in our imagination to just settle for building a wellness facility instead of actually prioritizing things that we know will meet the needs of our residents. This is not a priority right now. And also there's an oversaturation of these public safety centers in the metro. The Cop City movement happened several years ago, and yes, they were able to get lots of money from the state to fund it. That's why we now have a public safety center in Edina. That's why we have another one in Maple Grove. We have the Hero Center that was referenced in Woodbury, all of which could have required all of our staff to just travel 20 to 30 minutes, and they could have all their needs met there. They could do the collaborative EMS and fire training that they're requesting. They could do the outdoor simulations. Actually, OCS has our RFP right now to do outdoor training through another vendor. We're doing other pieces in partnership with the University of Minnesota where there is not a cost to do, in exchange, providing mutual aid in doing their bomb detection. So we know there is a way in which to have these needs met that does not require a $40 million. In fact, this can encourage us to work with those jurisdictions that's already bought in to these other public safety centers. Why would they come here? They already have their own. Here's a great time for us to go and work with law enforcement agencies that are not under consent decrees. Maybe learn how they're doing better. Be in partnership with them and pay some rentals to be in partnership with them. So I wanted to just ground this. This is a Cop City project. It's not a want right now. We could be doing so many more things, and that's the conversation that I want to have. And actually that gets at the North Side piece too. Right now, after this project, we are going to ask or be asked as a body to make appropriations for the North Community Safety Center project / 4th Precinct. That also has a price tag of over $20 million, which would bring our total investments into MPD's facilities to over $100 million in itself. So we are going to be talking about what does it look like to actually renovate. They're asking for a new building for that project. That's a way to also look at rerouting those training issues that's plaguing that communities into a different site as well. So we will be getting to that this year. But this is not a need. And this is one that could be fulfilled through other interim solutions that's already in existence in our communities. So I at least wanted to name that and just say thank you also, Councilmember Stevenson. I look forward to having that broader conversation of how to make investments using our bonding dollars in a way that actually helps our city be vibrant, be more equitable, that also brings in additional revenue, as opposed to flattening our budget and putting a purchase like this on the city's credit card that actually doesn't benefit our residents in our city as a whole.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I'm just going to say a couple things here, and simple. But I believe public safety is foundational to any successful city. Public safety, core city services are what makes a city a great place to invest in, a great place to call home. And I do believe that public safety provides our residents a very important service. Our residents deserve a public safety team that is well-trained, that has a caring atmosphere to be able to support one another in times of crisis. We have a city that has lived through Annunciation. We have a city that's lived through other mass shootings. We have lived through George Floyd. We have lived through navigating federal troops in our streets. We have asked our first responders to do things that many other cities have not been asked to do. And I think it is puzzling to me why my colleagues would not support investing in these group of people that are on the front lines of crisis on behalf of our residents, directly on behalf of the residents of our city. And so today, I am just, again, puzzled why we would not want to invest this small $6 million to explore this option, show the state we are ready to bring money to the table if they will meet us with bonding dollars, and make this investment in the training and the wellness of those who sacrifice for the residents of our city day in, day out, 24/7. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you. First of all, just because a bunch of activists and council members call it Cop City doesn't make it Cop City. It's just a term, right? I like Hero Center. That's what they have in Cottage Grove. I want to call this the Hero Center out in Ward 11. Let's take on that name. It's just a made-up thing that people use to diminish what we're trying to do here. This is really about collaborative efforts around services and putting them under one roof. This is not about police officers. This is literally about doing what we said we would do with training our officers and training our first responders. And I don't know who said that we have facilities that are just fine. I've heard since I've been here, since I was on the park board, that our facilities suck. That, like, we are going everywhere. I've been out to Anoka County, to the racetrack or whatever y'all calling it, that we use to train officers with driving. I've been to the technical college that we use rooms in sometimes. I've been to the 4th precinct for the gun range. I've been to Hamilton School to see 30 adults crammed in a little classroom and can't even move down, can't even get on the ground, and then you see half of them lined up in the hallway at a school. Somebody can't even go in the bathroom. You go in there, you got to go to the bathroom. You got to ask 15 trainees to move out the way so you can get in. I've seen these facilities firsthand. So there's no one going to say that our facilities are just fine. That is a flat out lie. They are not just fine. They're actually terrible in comparison to some that were presented to us before in the presentation before us. And it is absolutely ridiculous to compare what's happening in Atlanta to 4 acres in South Minneapolis. Not even close. If we were doing that, I think we would all take issue with the commissioner coming before us and saying, I want to buy 85 acres of land to build a facility. That's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening at all. And even if and when, I don't trust that we will. I feel like as soon as it's time for the 4th precinct to get some investment, there'll be some new political something to say that we're not ready for that then either. Even if we get to a point where we're changing the 4th precinct, that's not going to change the Hamilton School. That school is still going to exist on 42nd and Bryant, DuPont, wherever, to neighbors in that community. So, what are we saying here? Are we saying that, okay, when we get to the 4th precinct, we'll get you a new precinct, we'll look at that facility maybe 5 years down the road, but just deal with this until we get that? We're still gonna have the same problem with the training facility. We're still gonna be paying millions of dollars out to move things around in this city so that folks have adequate training. And I will just say, I talked to fire about this, and I've also talked to emergency operations about this years ago, before the 2 folks who are in leadership in this position were even in leadership. I remember talking to our former emergency management director about how they store things at the center, like pet food and masks and all these things that they need for us in case of an emergency. And in the world that I live in, we have a new place where we can have more, because Minneapolis is growing. What we have now, the facilities we have now, and the emergencies we've endured since the 35W bridge. I mean, every single tragedy that could happen in the city has almost happened in Minneapolis. And to prepare for that, facilities is a part of that. I want us to be prepared. I don't want to, we all went over, most of us went over to the Emergency Management Center, and they were all crammed in one room, you know, barely moving, trying to make sure everything was being operated properly. While trying to show us a presentation, you go in the back to the fire trucks, there's firefighters in the room doing training in the back of the building. I mean, this is unnecessary, and this is not how you treat people. And I'm in no way saying that this is everyone's priority, but it's mine, and it should be everyone's priority. We should want our emergency teams to be trained and to have room for growth, not just what's happening right now.
Councilmember Warren.
Thank you, Chair. I hope it is a cop city. I hope it's a cop university, because the city of Minneapolis spends so much money on the back end behind the amounts of violence and other things that we are underprepared for where it pertains to our officers. So if our officers have the space to stretch out, get the training and the understanding that they need, then I'm all for it. I would rather pay the money on the front end than to spend it on the back end. Last year, we just gave $900,000 to violence interruption teams for people to walk around our city in T-shirts like somebody dumped a bag of Skittles in the city of Minneapolis. We just gave Touch Outreach $1.6 million last year, and that could have went to help better prepare our safety officers and our fire department and our emergency response teams and whatever. But instead, we're giving it to 21 Jump Street cops. I don't know what it is that y'all want to do or what's happening out here, but it's not serving our public and our community. There is just as much harm, like my council colleagues said, being done to our residents here in North Minneapolis because of the conditions of our community and what we have them exposed to as it pertains to the police training center on 41st and DuPont. It's not safe. It's not fair. It's not safe for the kids. It's a school. The school should operate as a school if we're talking about growing populations and communities, but we're not even able to stretch and make the room that we have to make in Northside versus what's happening over in South Minneapolis. South Minneapolis gets a lot of attention and a lot of pats on the backs and butterflies and fairies and all the rest of that other stuff, but everyone keeps everything resource-wise and all this other stuff away from North Minneapolis, and I am, again, Fannie Lou Hamer, tired of it. It's really ridiculous. It is. We had to sit here and debate on this dais earlier today to ensure that our residents and businesses in the North Side are going to have access to rental housing funding that we all agreed to ensure, but all of the agencies, again, South Minneapolis, everything South Minneapolis. But we can't get a police training facility moved out of our community in North Minneapolis. But we can give money to T-shirts. We can give money to other, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm really trying to make this make sense because it's not making any sense at all. So I hope it's a cop city. I hope it's a cop university. I hope cops can go there and get all they're getting and their understanding, and that it saves us as the city as much money as possible on the back end of things so that our officers are not easily startled because they're being trained in tight closet rooms, so that they're able to practice and assimilate and prepare themselves to operate at their most supreme and best behavior and doing the things that they need to do to serve our community right when they get out on the streets on the back end of things. I hope they have the space to do that because they deserve it. We pay them in our tax dollars to show up that way. We sit here and we spent $7 million on business funding. We spent money on rental stuff. Yeah, our taxes is going to pay for it. Our taxes are finna cook. So I hope everyone paid very close attention to the tax assessment presentation, because you will be hosting town hall meetings for the residents of your ward because of how our budget is going to look going into the end of this year. We have set ourselves up for it. And rightfully so. The city is in crisis. It has a need. but be prepared to meet all the needs. If I'm sacrificing for one, I'm a sacrifice for them all. I got 6 kids. Everybody get fair treatment. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. Just because Johnny needs shoes don't mean Bobby don't get pants. Everybody gonna need to cover themselves in some way or another. That's the way that it goes. So be prepared. I'm just telling you, ladies and gentlemen and citizens of the great city of Minneapolis, our lovely constituents, just be prepared because we got to do it. It's the end of it. That's it. It's something that has to be done in order to prepare people to show up in their best way possible. If we can spend it on other stuff, we could spend it on this. That's it.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Chaudhry. I have a few questions for staff. If we can, I feel like there's a lot of numbers being thrown out. Can you clarify the total cost of this building? What it's going to cost to create this shooting range, wellness center, whatever you call it?
Chair Chaudhry and to Councilmember Chavez, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question.
What's the cost of this project, the total cost of this project?
Certainly. So we do know what the cost of the site acquisition is. That is a solid number.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking about the project.
Yep, absolutely. It is $6 million for the site acquisition. We have not designed this project yet. We know that a general scope, we know general sizing.
I'm just gonna, so my question is, what is the total cost of this project? When we're in briefings, we've been told over $38 million.
Sure.
Director, is that
Sure.
accurate?
It is accurate. So $38 million would include the site acquisition.
Okay, so $38+ million is the likelihood that this would cost. With site acquisition, development of the project, a bunch of other stuff on top of over $1 million to operate a year is what you said earlier, or no?
I'm sorry, can you?
Okay. I just want to know the total cost of this whole
The total projected cost for this project
range,
is
all these things.
$38 million to include the site acquisition.
Okay, thank you. I just want the public to hear that because I think it's important to know the total cost of this project. And can you clarify the location and ward where this investment would go into?
Sure. The location again, and I can go back to the slide. Oops. So as shown on the slide, it is 146 60th Street Southwest.
So this $38 million investment would again go into South Minneapolis, as we're talking about South Minneapolis getting more resources. I think that instead we can redistribute that into our communities more equitably into actual infrastructure projects that would benefit everybody across the city. So I just wanted to clarify about how much money it was going to cost the city in its credit card, and also where it was located, which I already knew, but I wanted to repeat that this would be in South Minneapolis as well. And then, yeah, I think it was important. I also want to say that the work that Touch Outreach does is incredible. There are our violence interrupters in the city of Minneapolis, and what they do is keep people safe. It isn't just a group that puts on T-shirts, it's a group that keeps people safe. So I just want to be able to talk about that because it was mentioned and they were, comments were made about them, and I want to make sure that folks know that our violence interrupters are great. They do violence prevention and they keep people safe.
Thank you. Council members, I'll remind us that we have a motion before us to move forward without recommendation and that captioning will be finished at 6 p.m. Councilmember Wansley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Chaudhry, and also thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for raising the point around the importance of our violence prevention services that, quote unquote, is supposed to be benefiting from this facility or building itself. And also that was one of my concerns with this project of saying this is going to help shore up that aspect of work that has truly helped to lower crime rates overall for our city, making them the all-time low. We've had multiple presentations where MPD themselves have said they have not been able to do this by themselves. So I absolutely want to take the opportunity to uplift our violence prevention work. And also it's been this body that has done a great deal in trying to preserve and expand that work. While we're talking about giving this building or moving this building forward to support them, this is also coming alongside with the administration asking NSD to cut 5% of their own funding. So we're talking about reductions in that same services. And then just a couple of weeks ago, we were poised to also eliminate an embedded social worker. That required council having to intervene to even save that position alone. So we're also seeing the administration walk back its commitment to actually advancing our violence prevention, our restorative services, the things that, again, help not only address crime once it happens, but prevent it altogether. So that's also why I can't take this proposal serious from OCS in many ways, because we're seeing a double contradiction of those things. But I just at least wanted to say there is no way in which we can move this work forward without those key partners. And they also, I know in a study session, OCS could even answer where they currently train. There's a Sabathani building that has tons of space that is rooted in one of the communities that those providers serve, particularly our violence interrupters and those doing group violence intervention work. That is a building that they've done trainings and leverage spaces in. No, they are not asking for this. So this is also another situation where we could be making use of existing spaces that actually are meeting the needs. That also, OCS could even talk about the trainings fully that NSD has to go through. That does also not require a whole new building being built. So I would love to see, again, creativity for us to bring a proposal forward that actually scales down a need or a proposal for a whole new facility to say, let's look at what is actually in existence. Let's actually look at how we're expanding our safety services for everyone, and then think of building, a facility around those needs. So let's do that work. And this body has asked for that for 3 years, but we were essentially bum rushed with this at a time where it was clear that there is not a fleshed out plan for this. So I just wanted to name that piece, and also to say this, while there has been not a firm commitment from the administration in advancing all aspects of our safety work with parity, this body has been committed to it. And that's what I'm looking forward to championing in any further conversations around facilities and renovations of projects related to public safety.
Vice Chair Chugtai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had, I wanted to thank our colleague through you, Madam Chair, Councilmember Warren, for her candor. I really did. I really appreciate your candor. I think I wrote down what you said a couple times. I hope it is a cop city. I hope it's a cop university. Thank you for telling us the truth. Thank you for telling us the truth. And thank you for having the courage to tell us the truth about what it is that we're doing. Because the rest of us who have a problem with building a cop city, a cop university, we're getting gaslit. We're getting gaslit. We're getting told, oh, it's not a cop city. It's so different from Atlanta. It's so different from Atlanta. At least you have the backbone to tell the truth. Thank you. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Ma'am, again, it's my time. I'm gonna use it though. I did have a question for the council member if she just had a second, Madam Chair.
If the council member is willing.
Councilmember Warren, I had a question for you.
Proceed.
Yeah, thank you. What'd you call them? 21 Jump Street cops?
Yep.
21 Jump Street cops. $1.6 million. You took a lot of offense to that number, yeah?
I did.
Yeah. Did you know that the police department is funded at $230 million and the fire department is funded at $97 million? And so together, their departments make up $330 million. And so why do you find so much offense in the $1.6 million when those two departments combined have a $330 million
Because
budget?
I helped to write the curriculum for one of the best youth outreach and intervention teams that ever came through the city of Minneapolis underneath the instruction of the mayor. I've been out there on the block. I've done the work myself. I know how much it costs to move. I know what effectiveness looks like and what ineffectiveness looks like. And I've seen people out on the streets, on the blocks, moving around like a dang-on parade in a bunch of dang-on t-shirts. Like I said, one thing like you said, with my candor, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, telling the truth, I seen them moving around like a parade of a bunch of Skittles, doing absolutely nothing, being on their phones, talking, not engaging with community or doing absolutely anything. And if our officers and our fire department is getting paid that type of money, that's because they go to college and universities and get degrees in order to be able to move out there and go through extensive training in order to be able to be paid to do the work that is done in instrument, risking their lives on a day-to-day basis. That's why they're paid the way that they're paid. Now, if those individuals want to get paid like that, go get the paperwork to support it.
So, I guess I still don't think I have an answer to my question, which is like, why does a $1.6 million budget in the face of a let me finish my question.
Go ahead.
In the face of a $330 million budget offend you so much? And so, I guess, let me try to make sense of what you just said. And so, the mounted patrol budget is also pretty big. So, and all their role is going to the state patrol, and those are horse cops, right? They're going to the state patrol and shitting everywhere. That's their role. So does that offend you? I'm just trying to understand, why do the street cops offend you so much? I'm sorry.
This
Decorum.
is not about
decorum. I know.
Who is offending who. The topic is the Training and Safety Center.
I'm sorry.
So I'm going to bring it back to that.
And my response to that is, because we will spend the money in other areas, let's not be afraid to make the $6 million sacrifice for land purchase.
No,
we
it's
haven't
$38
even
million.
done absolutely anything in
It's
addition
$38
to
million.
that.
We are not
and so
going
let's
to
just spend the money. She asked me a question.
No,
I'm
we're
sorry,
not going to
Chair.
crosstalk.
It's $38 million.
We're not going to crosstalk, council members. We only
I'm
have
sorry.
a little bit of time left. We have 7 minutes left of this meeting. All right? We have ample time on Thursday to continue our discussion on this topic, because we have decided to put forward a motion to move forward without recommendation. I see that we have several council members in queue, including a point of order. I'm going to ask my colleagues, would it be possible for us to continue our discussion into Thursday so that we may complete this meeting in time for our captioners that will be concluding at 6 p.m. And I'm seeing that Councilmember Warren has jumped off of queue. Councilmember Rainville, would you like to make your comments?
I will defer to you, Madam Chair, and I will reserve my comments till Thursday.
It is much appreciated. Thank you kindly. All right. On the motion to move this forward without recommendation, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Oh, look at that. That carries and is forwarded. We are not yet complete. I have to say a couple of things before we are out of here at 6 p.m. So, colleagues, the items that were pulled from today's consent agenda will be forwarded to the full council on Thursday without recommendation, which will save us time, because we don't have much of it anymore, to allow us to complete business today. Therefore, without objection, we will direct the clerks to forward those items without recommendation to Thursday's council meeting, and we will take those up at that time. With that, hearing no objection, today's Super Cow meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.